It's even got a whore in it. Perfect. What is... Yeah, you better run myself for 2010. This is my new joy. Gooning, I'm gooning, but death is coming sooner. Pay 500 every day for OnlyFans. I can't wait until I drop the chin off. He won't let. I'm going in my goon cave. That's mental. Yeah, I know that I'm a goon slave. I got 40 Twitter accounts and they're all porn. And my parents wish I was never born. Never born, never born. I eat American food, it's all corn. I think there's demons inside of it. Everything I watch, they see me need nice wicked. Cooning, I just cool all day. Gooning, yeah, I'm a straight goon cave slave. It's like I'm tackled up in you. It's like I got something on my shelf and it's a disease. But I don't even touch no pussy. I don't know how I contract STDs. It must be that everything I'm touching is touching my nuts. When I get to shuffling my forefinger fluke, woo, my skin stuff. Yeah, I want some real stick stuff. Fuck sickos, is what King Cover told me. But my goon cave, it's never lonely, cause I'm going in 24 hours a day. I just took another hit off that glass ice pipe, yeah. And I look at Ice Spice talking BWC most night like gooning in my goon cave. I'm a straight up goon and goon slave. Yeah, I don't leave my computer chair. It's got like 3 different liquids and a lot of hair. I don't know, cause I don't ever go anywhere that I could be seen. Let's see my chrome dometers glistening. Now I'm back in the goon cave, gooning all day, straight up 24/7, goon slave, no homo though. It is.
I'm gay, I suck penis every day. Fuck me in the ass until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay. I hug men romantically. Drop your balls into my mouth. I really love the taste. Yeah, I'm gay. I need My first is also gay. Yeah, my last name is the same. I'm fucking gay. At least that's what they say when they see me dancing gaily in the big gay fag parade. Yeah, I'm gay. I eat poo-poo like souffle and wash it down with piss like delicious lemonade. I'm fucking gay, and gay sex is my trade. Bottom to top, I'll call the lot and make it rain. Don't tell my wife, she's not about this life. She doesn't know I'm with her, cause she looks like a guy. Don't tell my kids, they never would forgive. They don't know that I'm the one who killing penis kiss. Don't tell the cops, they'd confiscate my cock and lock me up in jail with all the early cons. Tell the cops, I'm gayer than they thought. I've got a taste for man flesh and that will never stop. Cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. Yeah, I'm gay. Cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. I'm fucking gay. I'm fucking gay. They call me Gay Jack the Ripper, cause I hate women and I'm gay. I'm like gay Jeffrey Dahmer, if he was normal and not straight.
Yo! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, whatever you're choosing to do today. Having a good time? Ladies and gentlemen, we have found a little bit more milk. Well, I say we found. A little bit more milk has become apparent in the Ethan Hassan situation. It's like a spin-off. It's a spin-off drama that's occurred. And I'm the only person that can give the fair balance coverage. Hence the title. Trilk? Trilk, question mark? Trilk? Trilk? Speaking of Trilk, and the guy that wants to drink it, Creeman, I saw him in chat a second ago. Am I understanding this correctly? That he thought the Robbie Williams monkey video was good? Is that true? Or am I misunderstanding something? Okay. Well, at least you know you never need to take him seriously when he talks about movies again. You can just completely disregard his opinion. Where is it? Basically, it's a movie about Robbie Williams, who was a member of the boy band pop group Take That, right? And they made a movie about him being a monkey. Here we go, this is it here.
I know what you're thinking. What's with the monkey? I'm Robbie Williams. I'm one of the biggest pop stars in the world. But I've always seen myself a little less evolved.
Now scream, whoa! Gotta risk it all, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
So basically, it's about, so you Americans, I don't know who this guy is. So what's the problem exactly? Well, the funniest part of it for me is the fact that they released this movie in America, but they didn't think to explain who Robbie Williams is. So it completely bombed in America because people were like, who is Robbie Williams, first of all? And secondly, why is he being played by a digital monkey in this movie? What is going on exactly? Who the fuck is Robbie Williams? Exactly. Who the fuck is Robbie Williams? Oh. I hate this movie and I haven't even seen it. Americans won't let a chimp Robbie Williams entertain them. Better Man is a genuinely good movie, but it's bombing. And now his song has been disqualified from the Oscars too. What? Americans don't know who he is. Is that true? He's a bit washed up here, to be fair. He hasn't really done anything musically for a while. But Americans just don't know who the fuck this guy is. They're like, who's Robbie Williams? What? People are talking about it, but they haven't seen it yet. So yeah, this sense of seething affront has arisen because a film on general release in the US is a biopic about a pop star most Americans haven't heard of. Do you guys not know Take That? Are you guys not familiar with Take That? Is that not a thing in America? That was like a massive boy band over here. I'm from Niger. Where are you from? Didn't hit in the US. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
We Swedes are super Robbie pilled. I loved that song he had in FIFA 2000. Kwee has had a campaign to teach the Americans.
Thank you for the 457. Maybe if you hate on this movie enough, you'll get a visa. The fuck does that mean? Dude, I don't want a fucking American visa. Fuck that. Dude. Better Man has performed poorly, even in territories where Robbie is a star. Oh no, oh dear. Grossing only 11.5 million worldwide. Ooh, that's rough. That's tough. Tough numbers. Tough numbers, ladies and gentlemen. I guess it takes a while for people to recognise brilliance, doesn't it? Sometimes some of these things become cult classics in hindsight. Unfortunately, very few people will find out for themselves. Better Man cost about $110 million to make and was acquired by Paramount for US distribution for a further $25 million. 88% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, but who cares about what the fucking critics think? Who cares about critics? Critics don't know what they're talking about. Now, to be fair, I've not seen the movie.
Okay,
I've not seen the movie.
But how do I make money?
So I can't really speak too much on it. But it just looks gay.
Yeah, we know him.
Watching musicals is gay. Thank you for the $5. Okay.
With the floor show, kicking with your torso. Boys getting high and the girls even more so. Wave your hands if you're not with a man. Can I get?
Yes, you can.
I got,
Funk,
you got,
soul.
we got everybody. I got the gift, gonna stick it in the goal. It's time to move your body. Babylon back in business. Can I get a witness? Every girl, every man. Houston, do you hear me? Ground control, can you feel me? Need permission to land. I don't wanna ride, DJ, but you're
Okay, then.
Singing in the classes, music for your masses. Give no.
I just... Why is he a monkey? That's the bit that I just don't get. I mean, this is like pretty standard musical stuff, right? I'm not like super... You know, I used to do youth
but
theatre.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Dude, they did a whole movie about Robin Williams. I went in to see maybe some BTS footage of where he played the genie in Aladdin, but then the whole movie was about some mate getting jerked off.
Dude, they were the $10 stylo. Right, yeah, that's a good point. Americans probably know who Robin Williams is. And I would wager that there's probably people that went to see it thinking, oh, Robin Williams, tragic. What a tragic tale. What a tragic story of a life taken too soon of a brilliant actor. I'm going to go and watch that. And then some fucking CGI monkey is singing British pop songs. So what the fuck?
No head, no backstage passes. Have a proper giggle, I'll be quite polite. But when I rock the mic, I rock the mic. You got no love, then you're with the wrong man. It's time to move your body. If you can't get a girl, but your best friend can, it's time to move your body. I don't wanna be sleazy. Baby, just tease me. Got no family plan.
Okay, they're raping the granny. They're raping disabled grannies, okay? Oh, it's good. I mean, the thing is, it's just like a musical, right? It's a musical biopic about Robbie Williams. I mean, I'm not like, I don't hate it necessarily. I'm like, I wouldn't go to the cinema to watch this. Do you know what this is? This is the kind of movie that you go to the cinema to watch with a woman. So how the fuck is Creeman calling me long hours for watching, you know, Nosferatu? But this apparently is not, like, got long housed in it. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. This is date fodder. Easy date fodder. Okay, what I'm saying, though, is that if I'm long housed, okay, so is Creeman. That's all I'm saying. That's fine. Don't throw stones in glass houses.
Okay, that's
yeah, it's like.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Robbie Williams as a monkey reminds me of the one Bruno Mars music video where he had monkeys in it.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Crying face.
But how do I make money
Thank you for the
off
tip.
depressed people?
But, like really though, why is he a monkey?
I think the reason they made him a monkey is so that they could have like a unique talking point about the movie. There is no actual reason to make him a monkey. I think it's so they could be like, oh yeah, we did a Robbie Williams movie and he's a monkey in it, so that's different, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't say that it sucks necessarily. I don't think it sucks. You know, it's just, yeah, it's exactly the kind of movie. Like, it reminds me of when I went to watch, what was it? You know, the Queen movie. I went to watch the Queen movie with a woman years ago at this point. You know, the movie about the Queen guy. And just sat there watching it, obviously there because the woman wants to see it. And there's this scene of like a gay orgy, right? Where like Freddie Mercury is there walking through a club on the precipice of getting AIDS, basically. Yes, Freddie Mercury. And it's like a shot of him walking through, and it's like there's lens flare and stuff, and he's like rubbing up against different guys and shit like that. And then like later, he's at his place, and like his friend comes around, and a bunch of guys are there, obviously having just fucking gaped him. Probably just got absolutely riddled with AIDS. Thank you for the Prime sub, appreciate it. And you just sat there like, okay, this is a bit weird. I'm not sure if I like this. I'm not sure if I'm into this. This is a bit odd. That was my favourite. No, it wasn't. Stop. No. Dude. It's actually quite cool at the end, the way that they replicated the Live Aid scene. I thought that was pretty cool. But other than that, it's just a movie about Freddie Mercury being a massive homosexual. Anyway, there we go. I mean, yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it necessarily. I just, you know, I wouldn't watch this by myself. There's no guns or shooting or you know, action in it. It's just a monkey. So presumably this is supposed to be Take That. Is that right? Is this part of the film where he's like with his mates from Take That? No, I think it's Regent Street. Which is a what? All clothing and shit? Yeah, so it documents their thing. Okay. Well, how did it do in the UK, I wonder? Because obviously America, I can understand it massively underperforming. But it must have done something in the UK, right? Jesus. Good Lord. Better Man has grossed $2 million in the US and Canada. $17.4 million in other territories. Better Man received tepid box office receipts in the UK and Australia, having grossed a respective 6.1 million and 2.5 million. Jesus. Well, that's the other problem too, is in the UK, Robbie Williams is a pop star, but he's kind of like washed up. He hasn't done anything for ages. And he hasn't even done anything like other pop stars do, where they go and do like an X Factor type show, which gets him back into public prominence. So you just like, you know, well, why a movie about him now? What has happened now? Yeah, if this movie had come out 20 years ago, well, you couldn't have done it 20 years ago maybe because the CGI wasn't quite up to scratch. But if you'd done it 20 years ago, maybe, it would be more relevant. Like, who decided to? It was like, right, we're going to do a thing about Robbie Williams and he's going to be a monkey in it. That's what we're going to do. And it's going to cost millions and millions of dollars.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Can we see a Tom Jones movie where he is a bear?
Sure, why not? Thank you for the super chats. Peter Jackson, yeah, maybe. It's come along quite leaps and bounds. I don't think Robbie Williams has ever been accused of rape. I don't think he's ever had anything like that happen to him. The only thing he did have is massive drug problems. So, like a lot of pop stars, he got into drugs. And that obviously had a very negative impact on his ability to perform and shit like that. Deadline Hollywood noted that the film was bound to bomb in the US since it failed to perform well, even in Williams' native United Kingdom, and also noted its results as worse than other films playing on far fewer screens, including The Brutalist and The Last Showgirl. Yeah, the film's failure at the box office in North America was widely attributed to Williams' obscurity there. Aware of this while making the film, Gracie had attempted to counter the problem by portraying Williams as a... No way, dude! That is brilliant. By portraying Williams as a primate, hoping the film would resonate with American audiences. What is that? What is that perspective? Oh yeah, I tell you what, make him a monkey and the Americans will love that because Americans love monkeys. I'm guessing that is probably some sort of twisted analysis on the basis of something like, what, Planet of the Apes, maybe? Is that what it is? They're like, you know, oh yeah, well, Americans like Planet of the Apes, so therefore they like monkeys, and so therefore if we make him a monkey in this movie, it's bound to do better there. America doesn't need to get Robbie Williams. Well, they do if you want your movie to perform. No? Surely. Hey! Jangling the keys. Hey, Americans! You like monkeys, right? Well, guess what? There's a new film and it's got a monkey in. Go and watch it now. But yeah, that's him. That's him in his like heyday. Bro, it's pretty. We did perform to, you know. Whoa! You don't know this? Not heard this before? Remember this? Honestly, I've got like a bit of a weird view on Robbie Williams because when I was at school, there was this lad that I went to school with who was like he was like a proper drama F-slur. I knew a lot of drama F-slurs, obviously, because I was a drama kid myself.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you for the super chats.
That actor who gave herpes to a waitress in the 1980s.
But he was like a Robbie Williams impersonator, right? So 13, 14-year-old lad impersonating Robbie Williams. He even went on Stars in Your Eyes. Is that what it's called? Where basically, as you know, as a civilian goes and does a performance as their favorite music artist. And he obviously did Robbie Williams. And he came out and like I remember watching it on TV and he came out in the full gear. It's like a Kiss-esque kind of outfit. I wonder if I can find it just to show. Not. I won't show him because you know. I don't even know if I could find it on the internet. But this is the outfit that he wore for this video. This is. What's it's from the Let Me Entertain You video. Okay, let me find it. So you got to imagine a 13 or 14-year-old lad coming out dressed like this on TV. I think, to be fair, I think they kind of made it so it wasn't quite as like, I think it was like fully covering him. I don't think it was quite as unsuitable as this, right? But he had the face paint and everything on. The whole lot.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
They should have advertised that.
Thank you for the tip. But yeah, he had the face paint on. I don't think that, because obviously he's only 14, so I think they covered his chest up. But he had like the kind of the trappings of this kind of outfit, you know, like a Kiss-esque outfit. And so yeah, I remember him performing it on Stars in Your Eyes, and like it was his thing, and he was known around the school for it, and you know, stuff like that. And he'd do Robbie Williams stuff all the time. If there was like a show on at school, he'd be performing as, you guessed it, Robbie Williams. So yeah, it's just like, I guess I've got a kind of weird view on it, because I always remember just being like, oh, okay, he's doing this Robbie Williams thing again, is he? You know? And you guys fucked. Why do you people always assume some sort of homosexual relationship? I think that says more about you than it does about me, okay? Dude, I don't know. Bro, I don't know if we're friends on Facebook. I probably shouldn't show it just to be on the safe side, okay? I won't show it just to be on the safe side. Feels a bit unreasonable to blast it out to like a bunch of people. Oh yeah, look, here's this kid I went to school with, and here's his full government name. Good luck. But yeah, I'm friends with Robbie Williams, impersonator. Well, friends is stretching it. I think, you know, we were on okay terms, but he was always like quite pretentious. The other problem with him, he was always very full of himself, because obviously he had a lot of attention on him because of all this stuff. So he was always very full of himself. And I think he went on to become like a wedding he went on to become like a wedding singer, basically. Like he's got a band and he goes and performs at weddings and stuff like that. I mean, he was only a young lad. I'm sure he's chilled out a bit now, you know? But I was quite good friends with like other people who we associated with that ended up being in a band with him and stuff. But he was always just a bit pretentious and obnoxious, you know? But yeah, I've got quite a few people. There's another friend of mine that set up like their own theatre company and does performances around the country now. Yeah, there's a few people that have found some success doing creative stuff, which is cool. So you befriended the town idiot. He wasn't an idiot. He did quite well for himself. But yeah, anyway, there we go. There we go. There's a little segment of Chud law, I guess you could call it, as well as some commentary on the Robbie Williams video. But yeah, I don't hate musicals. I actually, you know, I like some. I've seen some musicals at theatres and stuff. They're quite fun, and they're not as gay as people make them out to be. Okay, everyone says they're gay. They're not gay. Musicals are not gay. Okay. Anyway, what was this? What was this? I got sent through earlier. Glup Shitto. Glup Shitto is very keen for me to cover some politics. What is this I've been sent? About Elon Musk. Okay, this is a bit dry for me. I gotta be real with you. I don't really care about Americans' data being stolen. Unlucky. I've heard a little bit about this though. I think that there's something to do with there's these young tech bros that have been given some sort of security access or some sort of broad access to systems that give them access to a lot of information.
Okay, that's wonderful.
In relation to Doge.
Is
Is that right?
Off depressed people.
Have you seen Rocky Horror Picture Show? Not a gawk joke, but my favorite musical. Dickers sang Sweet Transvestite on his stream.
I've never seen it, no, but I'm obviously familiar with it. Bro, what the dude? What the fuck was Dickers doing? Dickers was like rating women from the community on stream. Is that true? Why? That's like a Tom-esque move, is it not? That's like a tomfoolery-esque move. It was men as well. Dude, we need to check in on Dickers and see what he's doing. I'm a bit concerned. So he did a 12-hour stream and he was rating women. Okay. So the Hawk Tour stuff. We'll do the Hawk Tour stuff today. When did this happen in his stream? He spoke to Himpleton apparently.
We can do... Who else?
The fuck is this?
Chud, Queenman.
No, they're
Where's Gamma?
okay. So Queeman is here, I think. Queeman is just outside. He's chatted, and I've chatted in his, but
Bro, why do people do this dumb shit, dude? It's so fucking retarded. Bro, this stuff is such cancer. Don't waste your time doing shit like this, okay? It's completely meaningless and worthless. It's funny, yeah, from the outside looking in.
Oh, Gamma's... Fuck. Good point.
Please do it. No, I'm literally never going to do something like this. Total worthless waste of time behavior. What, dude? What the fuck is this, man? It's like a fucking schizograph. See, look, Queeman knows. Dude, this is why I'm all in on Queeman, right? He watches others do it and laughs, but he wouldn't do it himself because he knows it's fucking dumb.
College. She's actually getting her life in order.
Damn.
So what is this?
Does she have a GED already?
Yeah.
This is like...
No. Well, no, yeah, she does. But she's in college. I don't want to reveal obviously too much, but she's getting her life in order basically. She's in college. Yeah.
Okay, so we did like a sort of graph
so what,
here.
I guess what's the reason that you you and Famios are beefing?
Please see Pepsi State of Play. Stick it in my Discord and I'll throw it up, sure. Everyone is going insane. Is this the stream where he did the rating? I can't seem to see it in the oh, here we go. This is it here. Commentary men ranking. Clout, looks, voice, sanity. How helpful are they to me? Okay, I don't really care about the male one. I'm more interested in what he said about the bitches. What the fuck, man? Okay, it starts here, I guess. Is that right? Or there or thereabouts.
Seems right so far.
Hello.
Okay. Best friend after all. Okay. So let's have a look. Let's have a look. All the women. All the women. You've got Sammy. Well,
how did you get higher than me? Aiden, I wouldn't put too much stock in it. None of this shit matters. Presumably because I'm clouted. It's not my looks, that's for sure. And, I mean, I've raided him a couple of times, I guess. So maybe that's helpful, but...
I'll do Babka,
none of it
Sammy.
matters, man. It's just dumb shit.
Babka. Sammy. We've got Parapon.
Okay, I want to see who he lists.
Spoops.
Okay, I'm familiar with Spoops. From the Himpleton stuff. They sent me a few bits and pieces about Himpleton, or Ferran, I think. Babka, obviously, is the resident fucking lefty retard in my chat now. I've got no... Who the fuck is Parapon?
Whoops. Mirror. Hell.
Okay. I'm just going to throw... This is... What the fuck is this, bro? Dude, this Pepsi guy is fucking insane, but funny. This is the issue you've got. Brianna is the abusive husband. Connor is the battered housewife. Dude. There's fucking too much, man. So it's like positives and negatives, is that right? Fucking hell, man. There I am. Internet anarchists, sweet for each other. Okay. What green is positive, I guess? They have an understanding. Attempts to appease HB. Okay, dude, I don't understand what this is even trying to fucking relate to me. This is absolutely deranged. Liquid Sonic's on there. Has Destiny's not? Yeah, Pepsi did win. I agree. Pepsi absolutely is one. The Schizophrenic of the Year award. That's what he's winning here. Jesus.
Ico. Who's that German lady I found a second ago? Give me some names. Give me some names. There's a bit of a delay, so give me names you think I won't have thought of. And then to the list. There's chatters. I guess Sylveon.
Who are all these people?
Sylveon.
Who are these people? I don't know who these people are. Jew Snailhouse. Sylvia. What?
Yep.
Of course we know who Xylee is.
Ellie, sure. Or is it L? Quella. Even I don't know them. Jesus Christ. Let's put Crow on there. Since obviously, you know, we're just doing it under the same parameters that we've done before, okay?
I know of Quella. Quella posts stuff on my Discord sometimes to look at.
Quack, yeah. I don't really know Quack though. I don't know if we'll be able to rank them. Yeah, we'll put okay. Everyone knows her as
Yeah. So I'm assuming Crow is the mod for my Discord, right? I don't what? Is it literally just here's a bunch of women that are somehow in dude, this Chud confirmed for only reading his chat when someone angers him. Oh no, not at all. It's just I can't read chat whilst I'm reading these names that he's putting in. But I am watching, guys. Yeah, it's like anyone who's ever chatted or somewhat participated in some way and a maybe female.
So, yeah. Erudite. She's not in commentary. She just happens to be a woman. Wait, apparently Jamie...
Here's my full state of play if that's what you're covering today. Well, thank you, Pepsi, but no, I'm not covering your state of play. That's a little bit too lowbrow, unfortunately, for my stream. But I'm sure it's very good.
He is not a woman. Okay.
I'm not even really covering this. I just want to know what names he puts down.
Never mind. Check DMs. Have you sent me something to boost your ranking? No. Oh, when's this? What's her face? What's her? Abby Blackbird? Why do I keep on doing Babby? Why am I retarded? I got paid to do this, Dimitri, alright? Just in case you want to call me out for misogyny, okay? I got paid to do this. Let me look.
How much?
Clips. I think
How
Abby
much?
Blackbird, is it?
How much to do this?
I can't think of her full name. Yes, Abby Blackbird. Why did I...
Okay.
It's a good point. Now, intro. Look at the PFP. Okay.
Noz. I kind of I feel like I know who that is somewhat, but I'm not 100%.
We've also got, that nerdy artist, that's a woman.
That nerdy artist, that's a woman. Okay, interesting.
Pilkington. Is Pilkington one? Okay. I'm assuming we've already got spoops on there. Yeah, okay. So it's time to make the list. It's time to make the list.
It's time to make
Let's
the
rank
list.
them accordingly.
Okay, it's just kind of funny. I'll be honest with you. No, this is a retarded thing to do, but it is funny to watch. Creeman's got the vision for sure. That is funny to watch. Okay.
10 number to be.
I don't want to see all of the analysis.
I can't show any favoritism. Just for a mod. Okay. Number 1.
How did it end up? I want to see how it ended up.
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
How did it end?
Made it to a top 20. They chat a lot, though. That's nice. Okay. Pilkington can take the 9th spot. Okay?
Pilkington's a man.
And I'll just correct it. I'll go...
Is that Pilkington that is in my kick chat? Pilkington's a fella. No? What? I'm pretty sure that Pilkington is like a guy, and he's like a rightoid dude. No, am I? Dickus is gay. Okay, bro. I mean, I don't know for sure. Obviously, all I've got to go off is the chat messages, and you know, you get when someone chats a lot, as Pilkington does in my chat, you get a kind of vibe of like, okay, well, they come across more male or female or something like that. So yeah.
I'll go through and correct this later, okay? I'll go through and correct this later. Parapon does do a lot of moderation at work, actually, okay? So, unfortunately, she is going to have to take Spoops' place. I'm reconfiguring, I'm reassessing, okay? Ignore this for now, okay? And then Texty.
Commentary woman ranking is insane, dude.
But I'm more interested in why you have been so aggro against me lately.
I've seen Texty in my Discord. Texty has got a very male coded way of talking that I've seen whenever I've seen their posts and stuff, or you know, whatever in Discord. So I'm surprised to hear that they're a woman, to be honest with you. Well, I don't know. I've only seen a handful of the messages. Stylo, you're in my Discord all fucking day, bro, okay? I'm not in my Discord all day like you are, okay? I don't know where everyone is. I don't know. They're trans. Is that true? Sorry, that was harsh. That was harsh. I'm being a bit harsh to Stylo today, okay? I take that back. Stylo has got a wonderful life outside of the internet, okay? He's a normie. He's a normie. I'm spreading misinformation. He's a normie. He's in Queeman's Discord all day.
Random drama stream to ask why he's been so aggro towards them lately. Very weird. Slightly parasocial. But think about this list. Approve of the ranking. If I get above 30%, I'm gonna consider that a win, okay? I'm gonna consider that a win. Whoops.
Okay, anyway. Right, we get the gist. Bro. Wait, what is this? This is Dicker's... What? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Clearly, I'm not keeping enough tabs on all these orbiters. Well, listen, I don't like calling them orbiters. I hate that fucking term. All these people that used to chat in my fucking chat and now stream themselves. Let's say that instead.
The amount of shitter drama that spawns from your Discord is truly awesome. You have a whole ecosystem of schizos. Your mods are the best/worst.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like taking credit. I think that's very gay, but like there's definitely people that have, you know, blossomed out. Blossomed out. Very Pepsi. I feel like Pepsi you could categorize as that, no? Although I think we should make Queeman take responsibility for Pepsi. But no, in all seriousness, regardless of what I think about the content that they're doing, I think it's great. I do think it's good. You know, I think if you think that there's something that you can offer, or something that you can say, or an angle that you can give, or you can make some compelling, interesting content, you should absolutely give it a go. You know, I think that Queeman is probably the best example of this. You know, someone that gave it a go and has now got like a flourishing career off of streaming, right? You know, when I was off on vacation and he was covering the Destiny stuff, he had like, you know, 1,500, I think at times he was pushing like 2,000 viewers, which is great. Queeman is this weird hyperfixation on finding random shitters that are total freaks as pets for his show. Well, he's doing the Augie thing, isn't he? Kind of. Not quite the same, because he doesn't do co-hosts. You had 8K. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that's fantastic. That's great. I mean, Queenman is, you know, Queenman had the best coverage out of everyone that I watched. It was, without question, the best coverage. You know, I think J-Stalk, as he started to turn, was interesting. But, you know, sometimes there's certain other people on the stream that are a little bit tough to really engage with the content, you know? Bit tricky. Bit frustrating. You know, pointless, unnecessary interjections and tangents. Very frustrating to watch. Right, anyway. We love women! We love women on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. We love women. Okay, so I did want to touch on politics a bit, I guess. It's just the stuff that I got sent is a bit dry. Let me watch a Channel 4 video about Elon Musk and get educated on what's going on. Okay? I need to find out what's going on with Elon. And then we'll get into this lawsuit shit. Okay, what is this? This looks interesting.
This week, President Trump proposed a US takeover of the Gaza Strip, put tariffs on China while postponing those on Mexico and Canada, and ban transgender athletes from women's sports.
God bless you, Mr. President.
That's good.
This is straight out of the playbook from his first term, what his former advisor Steve Bannon calls...
I strongly believe in the flood the zone theory, which is just overwhelm the opposition. You pick all the different verticals you're going to, and you just drop the hammer. It's executive orders, executive action, all of this.
And so away from the press conferences, the real changes from this White House are happening behind the scenes. In particular, the work of Elon Musk, with concerns about his seemingly unfettered power inside the halls of government.
I've got to say, it is very comedic to me that all these fucking absolutely moronic lefties were pushing this narrative that Trump was going to outflank the Democrats on the left on Israel-Palestine. And then he comes into office and he's one of the biggest fucking Israel shills you could possibly imagine, right? You know, going after the ICC for putting out arrest warrants against Netanyahu. Talking about wanting to take over the Gaza Strip. Bro. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Musk's Department of
Government... Fell for it again award, yes.
Efficiency, or DOGE, was created by executive order on Trump's first day in office, designed to modernize the government as well as cut costs. So far, Musk and his staff have embedded themselves at the Office of Personnel Management, the HR of the...
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's Trump is like, I love Israel, I love Israel, I love Israel. I think Israel is great, I love Israel, I support Israel, I support Israel. And the lefties are like, interesting. I think this is all an interesting strategy. But when he's in office, he's going to be very pro-Palestine. Just you wait. He's anti-war at the end of the day. He hates war. I love Israel. I love Israel. Don't worry about that. When he gets in, it's going to be a different story. Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. Bro, how are people so fucking dumb?
Wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
I don't care where I'm ranked so long as I'm always Chud's close personal friend.
Hey!
Smiley cat face.
Picklington, thank you for the super chats. Please confirm your gender. So yeah, it's just like, dude, people hated, like the lefties despise the Democrats so much that they just come up with these insane narratives like Trump is going to be better than the Democrats to their satisfaction on Israel-Palestine. And it's just obviously patently absurd. Yeah, obviously the Democrats are not perfect, right? But there would have been a far sight better than Trump. And the thing is, it's not even like Kamala sucks. The Democrats are retarded. They fucked up the campaign. It's not to say, only if Kamala had won. It's just, and even that if they'd have voted for Kamala, I don't know if Kamala would have won. I don't think that would have moved the needle enough. But it's just like, it just shows how retarded their analysis is, and it's all ideologically driven. And so they end up coming to absolutely absurd conclusions that make them look stupid.
government, the General Services Administration, which manages government buildings, and USAID, the agency which distributes humanitarian aid. Doge has also gained access to the databases at the Treasury and Health and Human Services, and President Trump has said that the Departments of Education and Defense are next on the list.
Who are you, sir?
Do you have business? Stick to UK politics. What have I said that's wrong? What have I said that is in any way incorrect just then? I mean, I think that's pretty, just factual, no?
Democratic politicians tried to enter the Department of Education yesterday ahead of any infiltration from the so-called Muscovites, but they were stopped by a security guard. With Democrats in the minority in Congress, it seems the courts are the best opposition. A federal judge has halted attempts to
Is that what they're calling them now? Muscovites? Okay, dude. Bro. This whole Department of Government Efficiency thing, it feels very much like the Chesterton's fence thing. Right? Being that there's something in place and you need to understand what it does before you remove it. And it just feels like there's more of a gutting approach. We're going to gut this department. We're going to gut that department. Right? And it's like just stripping all this stuff away without really understanding why it is there or what it does. You know, I don't believe that in the matter of weeks, you would have been able to do adequate analysis of what all this spending is, where it's going, what it's doing, what these departments even do and what their function is. And you're just stripping it away, stripping it away, stripping it away. And personally, I'm all for government overspending, excessive government programs, etc. being stripped back. I don't have a problem with that. I think there are efficiency savings that can be made. But yeah. I agree, but I think the left is spazzing out and making it seem like it is worse than it is. That's possible. That's possible. I think the impact of some of this stuff is going to take a while to see. I think that's the issue. Is some of this stuff, you could be stripping away stuff now and you might not see the impact of it for months or maybe even years. But yeah, I just think I can understand being concerned about stripping away loads of I mean, I don't know the full extent of it. I've just read a few articles about it and seen a few videos, but it does seem like there's this approach of just stripping stuff away.
Down USAID, while another has stopped Doge from accessing the financial data of Americans in the Treasury Department. That came after Democratic attorneys filed a lawsuit against the White House.
Strip it all... Okay, not quite dead. You were being retarded yesterday as well, I recall. Strip it all away. It's all waste and fraud. Dude, this is the problem when you're engaging with people who have got such a reductive and simplistic view that it's all waste and fraud. Like, you cannot genuinely believe that it's all waste and fraud. That's insane. I would agree that there's some waste, okay, and there's probably a sliver of fraud somewhere, right? But there's going to be some spending that if it was laid out to you, you would presumably agree with because it benefits you or benefits other Americans in some fashion. Soft power. Yeah, your government invoking soft power benefits you. Yes, in some cases it does. In other cases, arguably not. I don't fucking... You know, surely you must understand that your government, using its influence abroad, can have positive impacts for you.
President Trump does not have the power to give our private information away to whomever he wants. And he does not have the power to cut federal spending that Congress approved, much less.
Chud, your comments on the BBC getting funding from the US taxpayers? Still on the mainstream media hype after they have been caught with their hands in the cookie jar.
Thank you for the 333. Oh dear, Dobby J is entering retarded mode. Why discount the idea there could be lots of waste and fraud? Okay, someone is saying that it's all waste and fraud, okay? I'm responding to the idea that it's all waste and fraud, you fucking cretin, right? Obviously, I'm happy to accept that there's some waste and there could even be some fraud. I don't fucking know. But I don't think that the way that you ascertain that is by stripping fucking, stripping shit out and then going, oh, well, yeah, this department's bad, actually, and that's why we've done that. That seems to be what's happening at the moment, right? Where's the actual breakdowns? Where's the actual fucking analysis of what's happening to understand what we can strip back without it having a negative impact? Cretin for poking at your bias. No, you're a cretin for being a fucking moron for saying that I am discounting something when I'm not. I'm not discounting the idea that there could be waste and fraud. I'm responding to the idea that it's all waste and fraud, you fucking moron. Someone said it's all waste and fraud. And I'm saying, yeah, that's feasible that there's some, but not all. It can't possibly be all. That's absurd.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
An anonymous
Thank you for the sub. Bro, you're not poking at my fucking bias at all, okay? I'm admitting and saying, yes, I don't think that all government spending is good. There's some that is going to be bad, okay? Right? There could be a lot as opposed to some... Okay, well, where is it then? Where is it then? Where is it? You're saying there's loads of it. So it should be easy to point out. Where is it all? And that's what I'm saying. If there was reports coming forward saying, right, we have done an in-depth analysis of this department, and we have discovered that there's this much fraud and there's this much, waste.
Okay, that's wonderful.
The billions to Israel.
Money off depressed people.
I agree in principle, Chud. It is funny how this is another area where the traditional progressive and conservative positions have flipped along the Trump axis regarding Chesterton's fence.
Thank you. Thank you for the $10. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, it's not conservative in the traditional sense. It's like small government conservative alongside a populist mentality, right? They're trying to shut down access as stories have been coming out. Where? Where can I see that? Hang on a sec. Someone said something dumb. Yes, Max Epic. Max Epic gets it. Bro, this is the problem with these fucking writers. Yeah, dude, someone said it's hyperbole. All doesn't mean all. Wow. Incredible. Absolutely incredible thinkers in chat today. Fantastic. Brilliant. All doesn't mean all, guys. Just so you know, apparently. Okay. Hyperbole would be saying loads. Or there's loads of this stuff happening. I think that Don BJ is hyperbolic in what he's saying, right? But to me, all means all. How could... Or when you say all, that's hyperbolic, and you're suggesting that like a high percentage of it is waste and fraud. If there was reports and information and there was actual analysis that laid out... For example... I can't remember the details of this, but in the UK, the NHS spent an absolute mountain of money on a computer system that, if I recall correctly, never ended up working properly or something along those lines, right? Now that to me is exceptionally wasteful, where governments will pay private organisations large sums of money to conduct a task, to perform a task that doesn't end up getting done correctly because the private company is not incentivized in the same way as when they're dealing with private clients, I think, to actually do so, because it's the fucking government that they're dealing with, right? And they know that governments tend to just fucking sign checks and dish money out. And there's like relationships that happen between private companies and governments, and juicy contracts get awarded. This also happened during COVID as well, right? So I agree that there's waste. I'm not saying there's not waste, right? Government contracts are prone to wasteful, behavior. I agree with that. But it just feels like this is an extreme reaction to that, where stuff is getting stripped without actually looking at and analysing it, right? Yeah, exactly. That would be like corruption. I could understand. I'd put that like under some sort of fraud type thing, maybe. I'd even say you could call that fraud in the broad sense. If you've got someone that is getting awarded a contract, not because of the merit of what they can offer, but because they've got a good relationship with someone that works in government that they can tap into to get awarded that contract. So if there's that sort of thing happening and it's laid out, yeah, I'm all for criticising that. I'm all for scrutinising that. And I'm all for things being stripped away if that sort of behavior is happening, you know? But the things that I've seen, it doesn't seem like there's a, you know, sensitive analysis. And also, if it's true what's being said there, that Trump is just invoking this kind of Steve Bannon-esque approach, well, that would add up, wouldn't it? That is exactly what they're doing. That they're just, you know, stacking the field with moves, essentially, and doing lots of things quickly so that it creates a pile of issues that the other side then has to try and contend with and deal with.
Do so by giving the richest man in the world the keys to all Americans' most sensitive information.
The courts move slowly, and while critics...
The examples that have been given do not require analysis. So how, right, without analysis, how do you figure out whether or not something is wasteful? How does that work exactly? What, you just go, oh, this government department is getting X funds. Well, that's wasteful. Well, without knowing what it does and what it's for and what it's going towards, how the fuck are you going to understand that it's wasteful? Bro, you people are just fucking, you're just hopeless. You're hopeless. You're totally fucking hopelessly adrift. Your mind is ideologically poisoned.
Critics say the unelected Musk is bypassing Congress entirely and acting unconstitutionally. It could take months for the wheels of justice to catch up with a fast-moving Musk. Just like with his takeover of Twitter, now X, Musk is unafraid to come in and clean out everything, bar the kitchen
There is no analysis because it is corrupt and people like you assume it isn't. Okay.
sink. And President Trump is happy to let him.
It's just corrupt, guys.
I wonder what you make
Bro, this is fast you've got just populist brain rot. You're ideologically poisoned. You're just the same as the leftoids. You're just as bad as the fucking leftoids. You're no different to them. You're just the same. You've got the same basic analysis, right? You've got the same baseline view on things without actually broadly thinking about it and looking at the detail. You know, broadly thinking about it in terms of understanding the issue and then looking at the detail of what's going on. It's corrupt. End of conversation.
The criticism from Democrats that these staff reductions, the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge are doing are an unlawful power grab. And is there anything you've told Elon Musk he cannot touch?
Well, we haven't discussed that much. I'll tell him to go here, go there. He does it. He's got a very capable group of people.
The big question for Democrats and those worried whether the Constitution is being broken is what happens if even the courts cannot stop Trump and Musk.
How much money do we need to send abroad, in your opinion? I mean, that's going to come down to pre-existing agreements that may exist between countries. What benefits it provides the other direction. What influence that money gives us in places where we need to have influence, like the Middle East, for example. There's a lot of factors that go into that. I don't know if it's the right amount now, but the idea that you know, it's just pointless. It's pointless to discuss this with people who are not willing to even meet you in the middle or meet you somewhere on this.
The richest man in the world having access to everyone's social security is definitely going to be efficient. This is illegal and a coup.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Thank
But how do I
you
make
for the super
money
chats.
off depressed people?
A rich outsider controlling our government? Who cares? I'm too busy crying about George Soros and Klaus Schwab. You are all wheelchair symbol, wheelchair symbol.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's a very complicated question. The amount of money we send abroad is a complex question. I don't know what your perspective on it is. Hopefully it's not zero, because that would be very irritating if someone thought that. But yeah, who fucking knows? And the thing is like, I know that I don't know the answer to that because it's way too complicated and requires an in-depth analysis of like various complicated, ever-shifting factors. But then you get some fucking retard that watches a couple of YouTube videos and is like, I know nothing. And it's like, okay, dude, okay, wow. If only we'd listen to the YouTubers who have got no actual role in government. If only we'd listen to what they've got to say about this.
The vice president has hinted in the past that Trump could simply defy judges' decisions.
Of course, the president has to be able to run the government as he thinks he should. That's the way the Constitution works. It has been thwarted too much by the way our bureaucracy has worked over the past 15 years.
The Constitution also says the president must abide by legitimate Supreme Court rulings, doesn't it?
The Constitution says that the Supreme Court can make rulings, but if the Supreme Court, and look, I hope that they would not do this, but if the Supreme Court said the President of the United States can't fire a general, that would be an illegitimate ruling.
With the president away for the weekend, Washington can take a brief breath before another week of headlines, well aware that the next press conference or signing might just be a distraction from the seismic shifts happening away from the cameras.
Damn. Yeah, damn. Crazy. Bro, I don't... God, these rightoids, man. Holy fuck, dude. Absolutely infuriating to try and reason with them. It's like trying to reason with a child. It's fucking absurd. You know? They think the money... They literally think that the amount of money that should be sent abroad... You're getting fucking banned. You're too retarded. They think that the amount of money that's sent abroad is zero. They actually think that America can exist as an entity on the global stage while sending $0 anywhere. How do you retain influence? How do you expect to retain some level of influence in the Middle East without sending any money to Israel? How do you do that exactly? How the fuck? Look, I could even say, yeah, we send too much money to Israel. America sends too much money to Israel. Okay? Fuck the global stage. Is that a troll comment? I can't tell with some of you. Is fuck the global stage a serious perspective that you have? America shouldn't have influence. Okay, well, by putting boots on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, don't send money to Israel, right? Send a bunch of American troops instead. Do that. There's 46 homeless nut jobs living in my street and 65 Indian gropers. You understand that you can do both, right? You can do both. And also, there's some issues that you can't even necessarily solve with money. The unfortunate reality for the homeless fella down the street, okay, is there isn't much benefit to the state of fucking the United States of America to fix that problem, but there is some benefit to sending a bit of fucking cash to Israel. But even so, some stuff you can't solve with money. And that goes both ways for both sides of it. But yeah, obviously, you know, us first. Okay. Bro, okay, Reg, answer me this. How much money in dollars does America spend nationally on homeless programs? On programs to help homeless people? How much do they spend? Tell me right now. Tell me right now what the figure is without looking it up. Can you do that? Are you able to do that right now? I don't know the answer because I don't have a fucking clue. But presumably you must know what the answer is because you've got quite a strong take on this, right? So please, educate us all. How much money as a dollar amount does America spend within its own borders on the homeless issue? Because it's corrupt. Right, okay. ChudLogic, correct. Yes, I love Israel. In all seriousness, Chud, you're misunderstanding a very basic principle of American culture. The foundation of the United States did have this underlying idea that they'd stay out of the business of others, grounded in an idea of being opposed to British authority. That was when planes didn't dude. That was when it took fucking months to go fucking around the world on a boat. That was when you had to sail with fucking wind. So it took literally months to get any... Of course, things have changed. Now you can travel around the world in fucking hours. So of course America have got different fucking goals than the conception of the fucking country, dude. Yes, I took my Finny. That's why I'm so angry. Stop telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I've got no fucking influence or power or control over anything, right? Chud's US aid check must have yes, very funny. Yes, I'm a US aid recipient, correct. Bro, I don't fucking care. Listen, America can tear itself to shreds as far as I'm concerned. I don't care if every Voitoid is fucking, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. It's just very frustrating that when you point out very basic concepts, like, hey, maybe having some influence abroad is a good thing, you're met with, no, that's actually a bad idea. Don't do that. Don't give any money to anyone ever.
Wonderful.
And fix
But
the
how do
homeless
I make
problem.
money off depressed people?
But you can't even answer how much America spends on homeless issues. You don't know. Very frustrating.
Because the Navy / Air Force and soft power is lost on my fellow rightoids.
Okay, let's make it simpler. How much does America spend on the EBT program? How much does America spend on that? Do you know that? Like stuff like that, you know. Like the point I'm making is that America already spends a lot of money on American issues, and this narrative or this idea that, oh, we need to fix the problem for this individual that lives here and not worry about what's going on over there, doesn't really stack up when you look at the actual amounts of money and a focus and attention that is being paid on these, you know, spent on these issues. You know, people have got this conception that America just send billions of dollars to Israel and do nothing to help anyone within their own borders. And that's just not true. That is not a reality. And if you took the amount of money that you spent on Israel and you spent it on American national issues, right? That isn't even necessarily going to fix a lot of the issues that are in place because it's not necessarily a money problem. It's not necessarily an issue of purely money. There are like logistics issues. There are issues of individuals not wanting to comply or do things that are in their best interest, right? And obviously that also applies to sending money to other countries. Certainly, there's an aspect of that there. It's not going to solve the issue, but America can use its wealth to have influence abroad that supports its foreign policy goals and can have a knock-on impact of being beneficial for American citizens. On a basic level, it could be something that assists in keeping American citizens safe and secure, you know? Like there could be something that's happening that could be a risk to American citizens, some sort of terrorism-based aspect, and there could be something done that doesn't happen within the American border that requires money being sent abroad that has some sort of impact on increasing security for American citizens. Something like that. Thank you for the super chats. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. The safety of global trade. Yeah, there's a thing that you could look at, right? Like what was happening when the boats were getting attacked, going through that canal. I can't remember the details of it, but they were getting attacked and stuff, weren't they? And there was like a sort of a concern that it could impact global trade. And so America, well, this was actual military action, but they did some sort of military action against the people that were doing it, right? and that was obviously a more direct exertion of their power. But it's like, you know, that operation would have cost money. That would have cost American taxpayer money to do that.
But how do I make money?
But
there's a benefit to doing that.
People?
How would you help homeless people with military equipment? I assume the US isn't just sending cash.
Thank you for the super chat. So there's a great example of intervention that benefits Americans, right?
This is the NHS Brexit bus all over again. Based on total lies that ham-faced gammons won't understand and blame others when it blows up in their face.
That's not an example. Okay, are you understand? You are so fucking brain dead. How do you think America, the American government, paid for the missiles and bombs and staffing costs to perform a military operation? How do you think they paid for that? By the American fucking taxpayer dollar is how they fucking paid for it, okay? They pay money for a bomb to drop on someone in order to ensure that a certain trade route
wonderful.
is
But how do
enabled
I
to
make money
operate.
off depressed people.
Thank you for the super chats. No, I'm trying
that's
to.
wonderful.
People don't
But
seem
how
to
do I make
understand.
money
This is
off
talking
depressed
about
Chud
the
wants America
what
to
was
be
it?
like Linus Tech Tips
Not wanting
and
to
fight
intervene.
always friends.
We're talking about not wanting to intervene abroad, right? The idea that having an isolationist military perspective, and I'm pointing out that sometimes intervening abroad brings about a benefit for American citizens. So it's stupid to just have a pure ideological position that is, oh, we shouldn't intervene abroad. America was set up on the premise that we're not going to intervene. Well, there's some interventions that benefit the American citizens, so it would make sense in that circumstance to intervene, even though that goes against the so-called principles of the culture of America, and it costs American taxpayer money to do so. Right? Does that make sense? Does anyone disagree with that concept? Does anyone disagree that it's a good idea to spend American taxpayer dollars to intervene in a situation where the consequence of not intervening will mean a potentially negative impact for American citizens? I mean, that seems like a pretty obvious case to make to address that point, no? We're not banning anyone. We're not banning anyone today. It's fine. Stick to drama. Okay, this dude. I don't need to stick to drama because I'm correct. I'm correct about this. I'm 100% correct. Explain to me how I'm wrong. Explain to me how I'm wrong in what I've just said. What is incorrect about what I've just said there? That's a ban. That's an easy ban. I'm crashing out. I'm banning people. Bro. It's such a retarded comment when everything I've just said is totally correct. I can't even fucking find them. They've disappeared. Chat's moving too fast. Chat's moving too fast. Finasterage. Yes. Finasterage. I can't find them. They've gone. They've disappeared. Chat's moving too fast. He's escaped. He's escaped. Bro, it's so frustrating when it's like stick to drama and it's like, what have I said that's wrong? What have I said that's incorrect? I've said nothing that's incorrect. You guys are just fucking brain dead and retarded. Anyway. We're moving on. We're moving on. I'm sick of talking about this. Right. You were incorrect because you aren't with Trump. Yes, exactly. Chud is trying to capture that. Okay, bro. I barely mentioned Israel. I barely mentioned Israel. What do you mean? I'm not an Israel guy. I was saying how fucking much Israel sucks yesterday.
Wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Rightoids only mention the hopeless to stop foreign spending. If America actually spent that money on the homeless, they'd call it communism.
Right, okay. I'm just going to go through and ban some people that need to be banned, okay? Only a couple. We'll say 5 maximum, okay? 5 maximum retards that need to get banned.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Okay.
The dollar would crash if it stopped being the guarantor of free trade and countries stopped using it as a trade/value mechanism.
Thank you very much for the $5. And Paddy. That's actually a good point. That is actually a good point, right? Very true. Very true that, you know, they want to help. They want people to be helped locally, but then when they actually are, that's bad too. Pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Anyway, I can't be bothered. Okay.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Anyone that says something retarded, just stop. Don't do it next time, okay?
So
don't do it next time.
How does funding trans surgeries in Latin America benefit the American public?
Well,
okay, that's
sure,
wonderful.
we can get rid of
But
that.
How do I make money
get rid of that. That's
off
fine.
depressed people?
There is no accountability for people who decides what intervention is beneficial to the U.S. population.
Thank you for the $5.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I
well,
make
there is.
money off
There's
depressed
democracy,
people?
right?
The United States needs to intervene in your government and save the UK people from the Islamic invasion. This needs to happen, and the UK will lay down and let it happen, like in Rotham. Chud have a seat on this US dollar butt plug destiny style.
Okay, thank you for the 333. I didn't even hear that properly. Anyway, we're moving on. I'm sick of talking about this. We're moving on. Right. We will be returning to drama. We're going back to the drama. So, ladies and gentlemen, enough Finasterage, enough spurging out, okay? I only actually banned one person, 2 people. 2 people got banned there. So that's good. Why even litigate this? The stated position was there's probably some corners to be cut, but you're throwing the baby out of the bathwater. Totally worthless convo. I agree, we just wasted 20 minutes or whatever it was. Very true. Chud. Chud. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got a spin-off of the Hassan drama. I am unashamedly been milking this Hassan Ethan situation. But I've got to be honest with you, I've gotten a little bit bored of it all, because it's just endlessly looping across the same points again and again and again. Yes, Hassan is a liar. Hassan is dishonest. Yes, he is avoiding watching the video. Yes, Ethan, despite some mistakes and errors being made along the way, from my perspective, is more in the right in the situation. And there is an absolute fucking, industrial. There's like an absolute fucking industrial level of sweeping happening on the side of Hassan people, which is incredibly frustrating, incredibly annoying, right? And the thing is the way that lefties are responding to this is they're just avoiding the core thrust of the criticism that's being made. And the reason that they're doing that is because it is absolutely fucking unavoidable to deny the truth of the matter, which is that Hassan has engaged in behavior that is clearly and evidently and provably against their terms of service, and he has not been in any way punished for that behavior, recently at least, in the last few years, I would say. And in fact, has only been promoted, propped up, and pushed forward by Twitch. And this is very likely a product of his positive relationship or positive perception from people like Dan Clancy, right? So yeah. Wrong. Okay. Oh, we got another retard to ban. Well, thank you for making it clear that you're a total fucking moron. Excellent news. Boom. See you later. I do not care what some fucking retarded leftoid. I am not going to in any way be concerned with what a retarded leftoid has got to say about this, okay? Because here's the thing. The core point isn't being responded to. Now, I know myself that Ethan has made mistakes and errors in how he's talked about certain aspects. But the mistakes and errors are immaterial to the actual point that's being made, which is that, again, Hassan has clearly and explicitly broke Twitch's terms of service and hasn't been punished for it. Respond to that. Respond to that point only. Hassan has broken Twitch's terms of service and has not been punished for it. Respond to that. Respond to that point only. That point and that point only. Nothing else. You're not allowed to talk about anything else. You're not allowed to talk about Israel-Palestine. You're not allowed to talk about the Frogan Streamer Awards. Okay? You're not allowed to talk about anything else. You're not allowed to talk about what doesn't constitute a Sneeko fan or a Hassan fan. Okay? You're not allowed to talk about any of that. You must answer the core criticism. You can't. You literally cannot fucking do it. Okay? You cannot do it. It is impossible because the point is correct. The best that you've got is saying that you don't care. It's saying that you don't care, or you don't think it's a big deal, or it doesn't matter, or something like that. Okay? Oh yeah, you're not allowed to talk about Destiny either. You're not allowed to mention Destiny and try and make this absurd claim that Ethan is somehow associated with Destiny. You're not allowed to talk about any of that. Just the core claim. You can't do it. You literally can't do it. It's impossible. I know it's impossible because no one has fucking done it. Not a single person has actually responded to the core claim of the video.
Critical Shogun became a member.
Thank you for the membership.
Shogun celebrates 7 months of membership.
So, in any case, I have got a bit tired, bored, tiresome. It's very tiresome. Endlessly looping on this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to broaden our horizons out a little bit. And we are going to be covering a little side drama that has now spun off here. Okay? Because, ladies and gentlemen, would you believe it? There has been a new thrust of the drama that has occurred. So this is apparently a lawsuit that has been filed against Ethan and Gila Klein. What? Now, I've said that I'm going to give the only fair and balanced coverage on this, which is true, because everyone else either is fucking throating Ethan Klein, or alternatively, they hate Ethan Klein, so they're framing everything negatively, okay? We're going to look through the lawsuit, and we're going to see what we think about it, and we're going to have a look and fairly consider the claims that are made within. And then we're going to have a look at Ethan's response, okay? So the unfortunate reality is that this person is totally and utterly fucking deranged. Right? Oh, we got some retard from the other direction. Trump is ransacking the government. Who gives a shit about this stupid drama? Right, okay, dude. Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to get banned. That's very unfortunate, isn't it? You can't win. You literally can't win. Chud, stop talking about politics. Go back to drama. Chud, why are you talking about drama? Politics are more important. It's never been more over. Ethan and Gila Klein... Okay, you can't see it. Hang on a sec. Ethan and Gila Klein are named defendants in a new lawsuit. The housekeeper needed time off for hernia surgery and they fired them. Okay. So, that's a pretty big claim. And obviously, just because someone's filed a lawsuit, it's about the evidence. What actual evidence is there provided within the lawsuit, right? Because you can file a lawsuit for any reason. Like, what I'd want to see, if you wanted to claim this, is some sort of messages or something to back that up, right, within the lawsuit. Okay. Superior Court, the state of California. Elizabeth Border, the plaintiff, versus Teddy Fresh, Gila Klein, and Ethan Klein. So, complaint for damages. Now, from what I understand, I think that when people file lawsuits like this, they tend to just chuck everything at it. So, I'm not sure if you can really discern much from the actual claims they're making here. I think this is something that tends to happen where they just basically put everything in it, in the hope that maybe some of it sticks. I'm pretty sure this is like a common strategy that you see in these lawsuits. I don't know. I'm a complete layman. You don't need to have any law background to look at a fucking lawsuit and say what you think about it, right? It's more so about assessing the claims that are made based on the evidence that's provided. Right? You just literally look and read through it, and the person says, this happened, and then you think about the possibility or likelihood of that having happened, and whether they provided any evidence to back it up, right? We looked at, what was it? The P. Diddy lawsuit. We looked at the P. Diddy lawsuit, and that was, yeah, that was pretty good. Anyway, this person is like a deranged freak. Look at the dude. Ethan and Gila Klein look like one of those couples that get caught filming themselves having sex with their dogs. Do they? What? It just feels like they just say crazy shit that sounds bizarre and they act like it's, you know, a dunk. Right, this guy's a bit fucking weird, isn't he? Okay, what is this? So we've got some clips. Ethan Klein mocks his nanny for asking him if he can take care of his own children while she sees to her own during a wildfire.
Yes. But I don't know why. Then there was like fires in LA when we got home.
Mm-hmm.
We had like a babysitter who was with Theodore, and she had to leave abruptly because she thought her family was burning alive at 1:30. And I'm like so tired. I just got out of the shower. I'm about to go to bed. She goes, excuse me. Mr.
She
Klein?
doesn't have an accent. What are you doing?
It's a fictitious story.
Wow. Looks like a clip from the Snark subreddit, interpreting some sort of comedic thing in the worst possible way to make them sound deranged. Wow. Classic.
Me, Mr. Klein?
She sounds normal.
Excuse
me, sir.
Goes, excuse me, Mr. Klein?
What?
Oh, my family
What is this?
in the fire zone and nobody answer. And my whole family, I die and I drive home, okay?
Yes.
But I don't know why. Then there was.
I mean, it seems to be one of those bits where it's like you're obviously recognizing the realness of their concern, but you're making out in an absurd fashion that it's unreasonable in some way, right? And you're doing it through the lens of, you know, a bit of a racialized accent thing. I can understand if you're like a woke person, you don't like the accent thing, sure. But the framing of this is fucking insane. This is crazy. Yeah, this person's like a deranged freak. Didn't they retweet that post of them, someone talking about wanting to swing Ethan's children against the tree or something? Anyway, we've got the lawsuit here. So we will be engaging in literally the only fair analysis that you're going to see on the internet of this, okay? So let's have a little look. And let's see what it's got to say. Right. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Oh. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Case documents. This is it here, isn't it? I think. Yes. Okay. Is this the one? Superior Court in the state of California. In for the county of Los Angeles. Elizabeth Border. Does it have any doc stuff in? Okay, I think we'll be okay. We'll be fine. We're fine. We're fine. What's the worst that could happen? We see that okay? It's a bit cut off by the chat, but I think that's okay, isn't it? Okay, here we go. So let's just read through what they are claiming here. Complaint for damages. Violation of California Family Rights Act. Disability discrimination in violation of FEHE. Retaliation in violation of FEHA. Failure to provide reasonable accommodation. Failure to engage in interactive process. Failure to take reasonable steps to prevent discrimination. Retaliation in violation of California paid sick leave law. Wrongful termination in violation of public policy. Failure to provide meal and rest periods. Failure to pay overtime. Failure to pay state and local minimum wage. Failure to pay all wages due. Failure to furnish wage statements. Wasting time penalties. Failure to provide personnel records. Unfair competition in violation of bus and prof. Okay. So if this goes forward, I'm fairly certain that a lot of these will get tossed, right? So I think the idea is when you're filing a lawsuit like this, like I say, you'll put as much as you can in it, but some of this stuff will end up getting tossed if it even goes that far, you know? But yeah. Anyway, let's look at the details here. Also, did I set up a goal? I don't think I set up a goal yet. Dude, we're talking about Jewish legal action and I've not even set a goal up. What the fuck is wrong with me today? Right, there we go. Boom. Okay. On information and belief, at all relevant time... Dude, what the fuck is going on? Yo! Fuck off! On information and belief, at all relevant times, defendant Teddy Fresh Inc. was a California corporation doing business in California. Okay, this is all pretty standard shit. On information and belief, TFI is and was at all times relevant, owned and operated by defendants Heather Klein and Ethan Klein. Each of them at times an officer. This is just showing the jurisdiction shit and that they're relevant parties for the lawsuit. On information and belief, there is a unity of interest between defendants and each of them, and each acts as the alter ego of the other. And failure to recognize the alter ego relationship would lead to an inequitable result. On information and belief, the Kleins and TFI are or were engaged in one or more of the following. Commingle fund and other assets. Okay. So, yeah, this is another thing as well. And we saw this with some of the OTK stuff, right? Where the plaintiff will lump in everyone they possibly can in as one entity in order to try and maximize the chance that they'll be able to withdraw some sort of... Here's a question. Here's a question for you, right? Here's a question. Do you think that this is something that this person has paid for, or do you think it's maybe like some sort of contingency thing? I.e., if there's a payout... Because I don't want to speak out of turn because I'm not an expert on this stuff, okay? But from what I do understand, I think that sometimes you'll get these legal firms, and what they'll do is they'll work on contingency, like a no-win, no-fee type thing, and they'll just basically file a lawsuit like this, and they obviously can't lie, but they can certainly put their thumb on the scale in terms of presentation and how they put it forward. And the hope is that the people just do a settlement, and then they get a cut of it, and then that's it, and it doesn't ever get to court, right? But then if you do take it all the way down the field and end up taking it to court, you know, there's a good chance that a lot of this could fail under the scrutiny and the test of like an actual court analysis, right? Now, I'm not saying this is what that is because I don't know without looking at it. I'm just highlighting that this does happen. And so sometimes you'll get these lawsuits that look absolutely fucking horrendous, but because there's not actually good evidence to back it up, it ends up crumbling if it goes further. But the hope is that someone just goes, fuck it, just pay 50k. The legal fees are going to be, you know, 100k to deal with this, even though we're in the right. So we're just going to say pay 50k, call it quits, and then we'll move on. Say it. No, we're not without looking at it. The thing, okay, bro. I've not seen anyone talk about this from Ethan's side. I think the only thing that I've seen from Ethan's side is, oh, Ethan said it's a bunch of bullshit, so don't worry about it, right? The thing that I find so fucking annoying about this is absolute fucking cretinous retards, like Mike from PA, are just immediately saying that this is true because of the way that Ethan is acting. And it is just so transparently unreasonable, just because you're in some sort of drama or beef with someone, to immediately conclude that a lawsuit favors the person that is going against the person you don't like. It's so fucked, man. It's so fucked. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I just don't like Ethan, so it's true. I mean, what sort of fucking... How do people not lose their mind when they hear stuff like that? How do people not go, hang on a minute, that's really bad reasoning. That's really bad logic or whatever. Maybe not that gaily, but like, why do people not go, hang on a sec, that doesn't seem like a very good way of looking at this. Surely it should be based on what the claims are, not just, I don't like the person, so it's true. Didn't people assume Destiny is probably guilty though? No, that's not true. That's not what happened at all. The reason people said Destiny is guilty is because he admitted to guilt. You fucking moron. There's DMs of him admitting to it. That's a really fucking retarded, you know, thing. Because, yeah, people did look at it and they went, oh, there's messages where he admits to it. Well, I guess he did it then. That's it. End of discussion. Dude, I feel like people just haven't engaged or watched any of the stuff of that to know what's going on, you know? Like, if there was a DM in this lawsuit that was like, the person saying, I want to take time off for this, and it was like explicit in some way, then yeah, obviously you'd have to go, well, yeah, it looks like he did do that then. So that's the point. It's not that, you know, the point is a lawsuit in and of itself doesn't prove anything, but evidence can prove something, right? You can file a lawsuit against anyone at any time for any reason. You know, it's whatever. It's about what are the claims and what is the evidence provided to back it up. You know, and because on the inverse of that, right? On the DMs can be photoshopped. It's not proof. Okay. Okay, listen, you are, bro, you are operating at an absolutely absurd level of skepticism that I don't think you would afford other people. I just think that you are at such an absolutely ridiculous and overwrought level of skepticism that you just would not afford to other people. And in other circumstances, you would be provided with DMs and you would go, yep, there it is. There's got to be like a name for this where it's like you're endlessly looking for an angle that is going to just make everything all right again. It's like, oh no, well maybe the screenshots are fake. And it's like there's always something that just prevents you from accepting the cold, hard truth of what's happened, you know? Very annoying. And something that you wouldn't do in other circumstances, I would wager. Anyway. Confirmation bias. It's called being evil. I like that. Coping. Being evil. Okay, anyway. Guys, stop making everything about Destiny. I don't fucking care. I want to talk about this. What else have we got here? So it's maintaining proper records. Okay, so this is just saying that, oh yeah, they actually are legitimately being filed against in this jurisdiction. It's legitimate. Okay. Employ the same attorney. Okay, this is all... I don't think any of this really matters that much to read. I'll just skim it quickly. Failed agricultural corporation and potentially failing to have any equity corporate assets. So I'm guessing just skimming this, is this them trying to explain or justify as to why they're including Teddy Fresh in the suit, I think. Is that right? I'm guessing that's what's going on here. I don't think this is relevant to the actual claims they're making. At all relevant times, plaintiff was jointly employed by defendants. What's the word? Culpability. Is that what it is? Trying to essentially argue there's culpability or something, right? You aren't reading it, so we don't know. Yeah, but I don't want to read a bunch of stuff that is just, these people are legitimate individuals to file in this instance, in this jurisdiction. That's a waste of time. I want to get to the actual meat and potatoes. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and based on alleges. Well, that's the thing. I don't think they were an employee of Teddy Fresh. I think that they are trying to lump them into the lawsuit because that's going to maximize the payout, right? Or maximize culpability to address.
Substantial evidence against him. These are just claims at the very outset of a lawsuit without substantiation yet, and they're big claims.
Because if you're able to get like a corporate entity involved in one of these suits, I would presume that it would have a positive impact on the amount of money that you could get, and simultaneously it probably would facilitate a settlement, because a business is not going to want to have to contend with a fucking long, complex lawsuit. They'd rather just settle. That would be my assumption.
Suit, bro.
Thank you for the super chat and the prime sub. Thank you. Is it? Yeah, okay. Low risk, high reward lawsuit. Many lawyers will roll the dice. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. And if a company has got more responsibility to regulation than an individual would too, presumably. Let me just put my lipstick on. Get the lippy on. Lovely. Skips over the reasoning for including Teddy Fresh. They're doing it for money. 100% fair, nothing to see here. Okay, fine. If that's what you want, we'll read every word. We'll make it boring. It's fine. We'll read every single irrelevant word. Excellent. Well done. Good job. On information and belief, at all relevant times, defendant Teddy Fresh Inc. was a California corporation doing business in California. On information and belief, TFI is and was at all times relevant owned and operated by defendants Hila Klein and Ethan Klein, collectively the Kleins, each of whom at all times was an officer, director, and or managing agent of TFI, and an other person acting on behalf of an employer within the meaning of Labour Code 5581. On information and belief, there is a unity of interest between defendants and each of them, and each acts as the alter ego of the other, and failure to recognise the alter ego relationship would lead to an inequitable result. On information and belief, the Kleins and TFI are and were engaged in one or more of the following. TFI's Teddy Fresh Inc. Commingled funds and other assets. Failed to segregate the funds of the separate entities. Engaged in the unauthorized diversion of corporate funds or assets to other than corporate uses. Treated assets of the corporation as though they were individual assets, such as paying personal debts with corporate funds or utilizing corporate funds to purchase assets for individual shareholders with no discernible benefit to the other shareholders. Failed to obtain proper authority to issue all stock granted to certain shareholders. Allowed one or more individual to state that she or he will be personally liable for the debts of the corporation. Failed to follow corporate technicalities such as maintaining proper records, holding regular board and shareholder meetings, and properly electing officers. To craft and administer corporate policy, shared owners, directors, and officers with other related or closely held entities, shared office space or business locations with other related or closely held entities. Employ the same attorney for more than one related or closely held entity. Failed to adequately capitalize a corporation, including potentially... So, yeah, I think Stylo is on the money here, right? It seems like they're trying to loop in Teddy Fresh. Because if they can argue that they were fired from a corporation and there wasn't some sort of due process or something there, I think that's what they're going with, right? But we will read it all. It is a fair comment. You know, we want to be fair. So we will read it all. We'll read it all. You know, there's no rush. There's no fucking rush. It's a lazy Sunday. Including potentially failing to have any equity, corporate assets, and or undercapitalization of one or more related closely held entity. Used one or more of the defendant entities as a shell or instrument for the benefit of a single overarching business venture. Such as by using a corporation to enter into contracts that benefit the owner of another related or closely held corporation. So yeah, this, again, layman, not a legal expert, bear that in mind. I'm a total fucking retard on this stuff. Yeah. They're trying to say that, although, because I'm guessing they weren't hired by Teddy Fresh because they were like a nanny, but they're trying to say that it doesn't matter because the way that Ethan and Healer run the business, I might as well have been employed by Teddy Fresh or something, right? Oh, they did involve the... Okay, maybe they did involve the company then, yeah. Maybe they made some error in how they set it up, and now they're maybe going to be liable on this basis. I don't know. Yeah. They're saying Ethan and Healer are the same as the company. Yes. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, guys, we'll be fair. We'll be fair. On the one hand, this could be some sort of effort to make some sort of legal argument to involve an entity that isn't really involved so that they're able to maximize payout, maximize the opportunity of, a settlement, and also to maximize the claims made because the company is going to be subject to certain labor laws and stuff like that, right? That could be the one hand. On the other hand, it could be that Ethan and Healer have erroneously involved their business in how they've gone about hiring and paying this person. Like, for example, they might have paid this person through Teddy Fresh books, and then that would obviously mean that Teddy Fresh would, of course, then be implicated in the suit. So it could go either way. We're being fair. We're being fair, guys. We're being fair, okay? We're being fair. Yes, this is Ethan Klein's babysitter or nanny or whatever they are. The person that was looking after their kids was allegedly let go because they had some surgery. And we're just looking at the details. Jews and cook in the books, tale as old as time. Well, is that cook in the books? Because if that could be a reasonable, that could be a reasonable business expense. You know, I work for a company. I need to spend time working on the company so I can't look after my children. So I'm going to run the cost of childcare through the business. That's a reasonable... Okay, you're being hyperbolic. Fine. Okay, I get it. I'm trying to be reasonable, okay? But yeah, that's fair. That is fair. That's reasonable. They were the housekeeper. Still the same logic applies. The same logic would apply, no? I think you people don't understand how much you can actually put through a business. You can put fucking shitloads of stuff through a business. I don't put that much through my business, but, you know. Like, yeah, there's loads of stuff you can... Like, if you can make a justifiable reason as to why it's necessary for business, and yeah. Like, feasibly anything could go through. You could put a fucking PlayStation 5 through business expenditure if you use it. I mean, a streamer is the best example of this. A streamer could decide that they want to stream off a PS5, and because it's used as part of the business, they could put it through the business, and that would be totally legitimate, and there'd be nothing wrong with that, you know? I've already got one. But I would, you know, yeah, I'm quite down the line with it. I don't like to fuck around. And like, I might use this for streaming, and then you just use it for personal usage. But yeah. Exactly, yeah. You could put anything through your business. The key is being able to argue its need should the IRS come knocking. Yeah, precisely. And yeah, it's you know, yeah. Anyway. Dude, I was right to skip over this. This is not really that relevant, but shareholders concealed or misrepresent the identity of the responsible ownership, management, and financially interested parties of more than one defendant entities. Use one or more of the defendant entities to procure labor, services, or merchandise for another person or entity. Diverted the assets from one or more of the defendant entities by or to a stockholder or other person or entity, to the detriment of and or to defraud creditors, including but not limited recapitalization of assets under a different corporate form and or moniker. Manipulated the assets and liabilities between the defendant entities, such as to concentrate the assets in one or more of them, while concentrating the liabilities in one or more of others. Contracted with third parties with the intent to avoid performance by use of the corporate entity as a shield against liability. Used one or more of the defendant entities as a subterfuge of illegal transactions, and or formed and used one or more of the defendant entities to transfer an existing liability to another person or entity. Okay. At all relevant times, plaintiff was jointly employed by defendants who shared authority over and control of the terms and conditions of plaintiff's employment. So yeah, they're saying that I was an employee of Ethan Klein, Healer Klein, and Teddy Fresh, right? That's the claim they're making. Could be true if they paid them through their books. The true names and capacities, whether individual, corporate, associate, or otherwise, of defendants designated herein as does 1 through 20 inclusive are unknown to plaintiff, who therefore sue such defendants by such fictitious names. Oh, wait. Oh, those. So that, wait, bro. So they're also trying to, wait, what? So they're also trying to involve up to 20 random employees that they don't know the name of. That seems pretty fucking insane, doesn't it? That feels like a bit of a fucking Hail Mary. Oh yeah, there's like 20 other people that are involved. I don't know who they are, but they're also liable somehow. Come on, dude. That seems fucking insane. That would be like getting fired from a company and saying that, you know, that's normal for civil suits. Okay, here's the thing to understand with it though, okay? This is normal for civil suits, okay? It's normal that you chuck everything at the wall. It's maybe normal that you try and involve a bunch of other people, right? But you got to, this happened, you know, with other stuff too. You've got to try and differentiate between, oh, it's normal for a civil suit, and like, what is reasonable? What is a reasonable thing to do? And because I look at this and I think, whilst I agree this is normal, this is chucking shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? While this is normal, it seems like you're trying to involve a bunch of random individuals, and there doesn't seem to be much of a good argument as to why. Right? And then from there, you can kind of think about it and think, okay, so what do we think about like the credibility of this lawsuit, right? Do we think there's reasonable credibility to some of the things that are happening here? And to me, it really starts to diminish some of the credibility for me with some of these things that are happening. And, you know, it's like the difference between someone filing a suit that is quite specific with good argumentation and a no-win, no-fee, Hail Mary, hope we get a settlement type lawsuit. Do you see what I mean? And some of the stuff here is stacking up as Hail Mary, no-win, no-fee, contingency, hopefully we get a settlement, right? But anyway, that's my, you know, that's my kind of thing here. That's most civil suits.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Why are people arguing the validity of the lawsuit rather than the claim these millionaires sacked someone for treating a disabling medical condition?
Because we've not got to that part yet. Because we've not got to that aspect yet, and we're just assessing the first part of this. You sound very gay and soy and annoying. But thanks for the $5 anyway. You said you're being fair, yet everything the nanny says, you read in a silly voice and say, oh, so that sounds pretty insane. Yet for Ethan, you come up with ways everything can be very reasonable. What? Well, first of all, I don't think we've even got to that point yet. And secondly, I've already issued a criticism of Ethan Klein and Healer, that they could well have done something that makes him liable retardedly in some way. What do you mean?
For Bo Blacks. He could even wear a maid's outfit to work.
Thank you for the $10. Dude, what do you mean? I've not done anything. I'm just reading through and I'm just giving my assessment of this. And yeah, this seems a bit... Like, I've read other civil suits that are a lot more specific and targeted in the claims that they're making, based on good evidence and, you know, it's specific torts that are being targeted and spoken about, not like a fucking scattergun effect. Like, I read the P. Diddy one, and I was like, yeah, this seems pretty solid, and I was even, you know, pushing back on some people that were claiming it was just patently some sort of money grab. And then lo and behold, later on it turns out that not only was there the clip of P. Diddy beating the shit out of her in the fucking hotel hallway, he's then getting fucking federally indicted.
Okay, that's wonderful.
So yeah, it seems like the claims were true after all.
Off depressed people.
The employee claims will fail and they aren't notional. Vicarious liability doctrine protects employees against being sued like this.
Thank you for that. Vicarious liability doctrine. What does that mean? Oh my god, it sounds like you know what you're talking about, to be fair, but I don't even know. I don't know. What does that mean? Vicarious liability doctrine. Anyway, come on, we need to focus. Let's focus in. Come on. I need to stop getting one guide. Thank you for the super chat, Major Windy. Appreciate it. So yeah. Plaintiff will amend this complaint to show their true names and capacities when the same have been ascertained. Plaintiff is informed and believes and thereon alleges that each of these defendants, designating herein as Doe, was in some manner responsible for the occurrences and injuries alleged herein. Employers are responsible for the actions of employees, is what that means. Right, okay. Does this not seem quite... I know people are trying to say, oh, but this is normal. Is it normal? Is it really? This seems very far-reaching and just an obvious attempt to try and bring in as many people as you can to you know, maximize the benefit that you're going to get out of the other end. It's normal. This is I know it's the start, but it's normal thing. It's normal, but is it reasonable? So it could be normal, but I don't think that's reasonable. Okay, that is I think this is an unreasonable move, and it further colours my perception of this lawsuit in a negative manner. Right. What is this? Bro. I don't exactly understand what people's principles are here. Or is it just you don't have any and are cool with anyone as long as they're technically within the confines of the law? Well, okay. I'll lay it out for you because you're clearly fucking brain dead and you need it spoon-fed to you. Okay? Right? If it is true that Ethan Klein and Hila Klein fired an employee on the basis purely and only that they sought out time off for surgery, yes, I think that's bad. I think that is, you know, an unreasonable and unfair thing to do. And especially if you were painting yourself as being like a good employer, then I think that you should facilitate and accommodate for that. Yes. Right? You disagree? Why? I mean, if someone is like, okay, I think that Ethan and Hila want to have the image and presentation as being a good employer. And I think part of that is being accommodating to people's medical needs. Right? I think it's reasonable that someone that wants to be seen as a good employer, because you're supposed to be out for a month. Well, yeah, you'd get someone in the meantime. No, I think that's fine. Well, no, you come to an agreement. It wouldn't necessarily be they're on full pay. I think you would come to some sort of negotiation or agreement of, well, we can't, there's nothing contractually that obligates us to pay you in full for the time that you're off. But we are willing to come to a negotiation about an amount of money that allows you to subsist whilst you're off work or something like that, right? That should be the negotiation that happens. If you want to be seen as a good employer. If you're a total shitbag and you don't fucking care, and you're like, yeah, I'm a whatever, I don't, you know, I know that employers are shit. Yeah, it sucks, it's bad, but I would view it differently to someone that wants to be seen as a good employer, you know? That's the difference. I still think it was wrong, but I judge someone that wants obviously to be seen as a good employer more harshly under those circumstances, right? Something like that. I don't know. Something along those lines, I guess, is where I go with it. Anyway, come on, we're getting distracted again because some fucking retard doesn't understand basic concepts in chat because they just want to soy out. Oh no, someone got fired, and they're saying it's for a bad reason, so obviously we must feel bad for them. Who knows? We've not even got to that part yet. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and based thereon alleges, that at all times relevant herein, each defendant was acting as an agent, joint venture, or as an integrated enterprise and or alter ego for each of the other defendants, and each was a co-conspirator with respect to the acts and the wrongful conduct alleged herein. So that each is responsible for the acts of the other in connection with the conspiracy and in proximate connection with the other defendants. Plaintiff is informed and believed. But also, the other thing as well to bear in mind with this as well, and why I think it's so important to give allowances for people with time off. Let's say that you pay for someone's healthcare, right? One of the benefits you get, and I don't know what the situation is here, one of the benefits that you get when you work for a company is you get your healthcare paid for. What use of it is that if when they actually need to use it because they've got a serious condition and need to take time off, you go, well, you can't work for us anymore. Like, that's, you're kind of, that's like a lie or a misrepresentation in some way, because the point of paying for someone's healthcare is that when they need it, that's going to pay out, but then they're also going to need accommodation from you. So it's like, well, yeah, of course. That's a more corporate setting. I think it applies whenever someone is paying for someone's healthcare, within reason. I'm not saying they need to be paid in full, just reasonable accommodation. That's it, reasonable accommodation for the situation. Plaintiff is informed and believed, and based thereon alleges, that each of the defendants were an agent managing... Okay, I'm not going to read all that. And was at all times material hereto, acting within the purpose and scope of such agency, employment, contract, and or representation. And each of them are jointly and severally liable to plaintiff for the acts alleged herein. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and based on alleges, that each of the named defendants aided and abetted, encouraged, and rendered substantial assistance to the other defendants in breaching the obligations of the plaintiff, as alleged herein. In taking action, as alleged herein, to aid and abet substantially assist the commission of these wrongful acts and other wrongdoing complained of, each of the defendants acted with an awareness of its, his, her primary wrongdoing and realised that its, his, her conduct would substantially assist the accomplishment of the wrongful conduct, wrongful goals, and wrongdoing. Defendants in each of them also knowingly and willfully conspired to do the acts and things herein alleged pursuant to and in furtherance of the conspiracy. Yeah, this just seems... This comes across like you're taking all of HR into the lawsuit as well. Because I would have thought that if an employee was acting upon the request of the employer to perform an act, well, the employer would have overarching responsibility for that. Some fucking HR drone making a decision, making a decision at the behest or whatever. Well, it's not even them making the decision. The overarching decision lies with the company. So, yeah, what this comes across like, and I think this line, when we get to Ethan's statement later, I think this lines up. So, I think whatever issue this is was litigated by HR, right? And HR, for whatever reason, found in the favour against them, and they ended up losing their job. And yeah, they're trying to be like, well, they're also complicit in this because of the actions they took too, right? And I think the reason that they're doing that, if what Ethan is saying is true, which we'll get to later, is because this has gone through a process. Like, this sounds like it's gone through an actual formal process and it hasn't favoured them. So they need to, like, this, it comes across like an attack on the integrity of the process itself, right? It's like trying to say, well, they're so bad, they're implicated, their process was fucked, and they're also part of this too. That's what I think is happening here. Because that's... Right, I think I get it now. Because, you know, it's crazy that you would take HR employees to court with them. But that, I think, is what's happening here. Correct me if I'm wrong. If there are any legal experts in chat that know more than me, by all means, speak up. But that is what it feels like.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Looks like the termination was treated as your nanny is unavailable for a month and you find someone else to watch the kids. But because they are allegedly employed by Teddy Fresh, they now have to follow the legal employment expectations for her. Oopsie.
Thank you for the tip. Okay. Oh, Major Windy. Okay, Major Windy, I'm going to take what you've got to say seriously, okay? You do seem to say terms that I don't understand that sound smart, so I'm going to go with that, okay? Anyway, continuing on. Okay, here we go. So we're getting to the actual meat and potatoes now. Oh, I thought it was a nanny. So that's a mistake. I'll take the L on that. Plaintiff served as the full-time personal housekeeper to the Kleins, beginning on approximately December 16th, 2020. She was well regarded during her time with them and fulfilled her job duties without issue, including cleaning the house, doing laundry, making meals, regularly performing errands, and grocery shopping. So now we're getting to the actual claims. During her employment, plaintiff suffered from a hernia of which the Kleins were aware. On June 18th, 2024, plaintiff learned that she would need surgery for her hernia. The very next day, June 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m, she notified Mrs. Klein that she would be needing time off for hernia surgery on July 19th, 2024. Additionally, she told Mrs. Klein that a doctor expected her to need a month to recover, but if she felt better sooner, she would return earlier. On June 20th, 2024, plaintiff placed a call to Karen in TFI's Human Resources Department as she was having problem with a time card login. She notified Karen by voicemail on that date that she would be going out for surgery on July 19th, 2024. Karen is a great name. And that a doctor expected she would need a month to recuperate. Shortly thereafter, on June 20th, 2024, only 2 days after plaintiff notified her employer that she needed time off for hernia surgery, Carrie Bish, EDP of Finance, called plaintiff to notify her that her employment was being terminated and that she did not need to return to the house. Days later, as Miss Bish attempted to have plaintiff sign a release, which plaintiff declined to sign, plaintiff pressed for a reason for a termination. Miss Bish, dude, her name is Miss Bish. Dude. You couldn't make it up, dude. Miss Bish responded that her employer was going in a different direction and referenced a problem she had with the client's nanny. The reason was pretextual. Defendants terminated plaintiff because she requested time off for a hernia surgery. Okay. So if the timeline here is correct, be fair, it does certainly come across like, oh, yeah, we've got some disagreements with how things are going, right? So the timing is quite concerning, I guess. It does give the impression that that's the actual reason that she's being let go. Now, I'm not saying 100% that that's the case, but the timing certainly lines up with that narrative. Sounds potentially, yeah, okay. I think that's a reasonable perception of that. Yeah, okay. We'll go with that for now. Now, also, though, the other thing to bear in mind that this could be, right, is this could be the straw that broke the camel's back. So it could be that this person was in other ways bad, and then this was like, oh my fucking God. Like, you know, you're willing to be permissive of other sorts of behavior.
Wonderful. But how do I make money?
But this is like too much.
People?
I agree, she probably doesn't have any legal rights in this case and she could be lying, so I'll take my gay soy oats and lumps.
Okay. Yes, thank you for the $5. There we go. Good. We can understand one another. Excellent. Thank you for the $5. Okay. But the problem would come in is that if it's able to be argued that that is the true reason for getting rid of them, that could still be an issue, because by the letter of the law, you would potentially be in breach of these codes that California have. I know California is quite, you know, got quite a lot of positive legislation towards employees. So it could be that even if it's reasonable that, like, oh, this is a straw that broke the camel's back, they're a really bad employee and whatnot, could still be that they're potentially in trouble, right? Because it's like, well, you should have got rid of them for the other reasons. And now it feels like you're trying to post hoc rationalize it. It comes across like it's like, that's the reason you're coming up with these other reasons. So what you're going to have to want is any bad behavior documented. Because if you've got, I'm pretty sure, if you've got adequate bad behavior documented, and you can point to this being a coincidence, and it's like, look, here's multiple write-ups of bad behavior that we've done of them and criticized or whatever, sent them emails about their behavior, then you could say, well, look, and this is why companies do this. I actually do know a bit about this, even though it's America, because I used to work for a corporate company, and I actually dealt with, you know, I've like fired people, I've done disciplinary proceedings and stuff like that. But you've got to be able to demonstrate a process that you followed that demonstrates you've tried to fix the behavior that you have a problem with. You can't just, someone can't do something wrong and you go, right, you're fired, get out, right? You need to show demonstration of you trying to help them not responding to that. And then for lesser level things, you know, multiple disciplinary procedures, right? You're on a first written warning, you're on a second written warning. Okay, you're now being brought up on the same thing. Here's all the evidence that we tried to help you. You haven't performed, you haven't delivered. We put you on a performance improvement plan and that hasn't worked. We've tried every conceivable way that we can to help you. It seems to be that this job isn't for you. So on the basis of that, we're terminating your employment. That's it, it's over, right? And then obviously if someone has got an incident of gross misconduct, which is very serious, bad misconduct that can constitute a firing, you can't just say, you're fired. You can't just say, oh, you called a customer a slur, you're fired, leave. You still need to follow a process and you still need to document conversations and then you need to show the evidence and da-da-da. It is a bit like legal proceedings. You need to show you're working, essentially. And if California has got very strong protections for employees, it's probably the same story that you need to have documentation for this shit. Dismissal without procedural fairness is grounds for unfair dismissal, even if there's bad behavior. It's common across jurisdictions unless you're in an at-will state in America. Yes, at-will employment. Does that mean they can just get rid of you whenever they want and there isn't the same sort of rules in place? Is that how that works? Anyway, so there we go, guys. So, even if it could be true that the Kleins reasonably got rid of this person.
How do I make money off depressed people?
This reminds me years ago when Linus Tech Tips fired his nanny because she accidentally put the cat in dryer and killed it. She tried to contest it, lol.
Jesus. Thank you for the $5. That's crazy. Thank you for the $5 Australian. So even if it is true that this person is a bad employee and they got fired justifiably, the Kleins would need to have ensured that they've documented all of this, or they're potentially still going to get fucked.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Enjoying the stream today, British Papagut. Thank you for the $2. So, you know, this is one of those situations where we're probably not going to know the details until it goes further. But anyway, continuing on. Okay. Plaintiff has exhausted her administrative remedies by filing a charge with and receiving a right to sue letter from the California Civil Rights Department.
Depressed people.
We can get rid of people on the basis of gross misconduct, but we need to make sure there is without a doubt evidence to avoid legal issues.
Exactly. Thank you for the £5. First cause of action, violation of the California Family Rights Act. Plaintiff hereby realleges and incorporates by reference, as though fully set forth herein, the allegations contained in paragraph 1 through 12. Plaintiff is a member of the class of persons entitled to protected medical and or family leave under the California Family Rights Act, embodied in Government Code section here, whatever that is. Specifically, plaintiff worked. Oh, good dude, it's all coming back to me. I remember all this. There's certain rules where you have to work with someone for a certain amount of time before you can file some of these sorts of claims, right? So in the UK, there was like I guess a kind of concern because the Conservative, it used to be that you could file for unfair dismissal after having worked for a company for a year, and the Conservatives put it up to 2 years, right? And you know, I've actually been negatively impacted by that before because there was one time where I got let go of a company after working there for a year but not 2 years, and I think there was an arguable unfair dismissal claim, but I couldn't do anything about it. I was raped. I got raped. You've got to find the right balance because, you know, you need to allow companies to be able to fire someone after a week if they're a sack of shit, right? If someone's totally shit at their job, it's unreasonable that you get rid of them and then you get the company in legal trouble when they've only worked there for a week. I think a year is reasonable. 6 months is great, but probably, you know, that's my preference from the Labour perspective. But a year, I think, is probably the fairest middle ground, I think, for everyone. And I think, you know, it probably slightly favours the employer, but it's probably the best we're going to get. You know? Yeah, 6 months, I like that as a worker, but for companies, I understand. There's issues that can arise that someone could fucking knuckle down for 6 months for. And then they're a total fucker after that, and you can't get rid of them. And if you do, they can file a fucking suit against you. Yeah. You think 6 months is fair as an employer? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, specifically, the plaintiff worked for more than 1 year for the defendants and worked in excess of 1,250 hours in the preceding 12 months prior to a requested medical leave. Further, plaintiff had a qualifying serious health condition, a hernia for which she needed surgery. Defendants in each of them were employers covered by and subject to the California Family Rights Act because defendants employed 5 or more full or part-time employees for each working day of the 20 calendar weeks preceding and following the leave periods. Defendants in each of them violated the California Family Rights Act by refusing to provide plaintiff the medical leave. So, I mean, dude, I'm looking at this, and I think this is a situation where, if they've not got their T's crossed and their I's dotted, there might be grounds for some sort of settlement here, possibly. Because, like, if this is all true, and they're not able to argue against the hernia being the reason for letting them go, this seems to be pretty strong. And not knowing, but hearing a bit about California, they've got very strong labor laws. They are very fucking solid labor laws. And my concern is that Ethan would be very sloppy in terms of dealing with this. Well, actually, wait, maybe that's unreasonable. They've got a HR team, right? They've got HR. So, although I can imagine Ethan being sloppy, are HR going to be sloppy? It sounds like he's got an actual team that deals specifically with HR affairs. And if that's the case, and they've crossed their T's and dotted their I's, then, yeah, they'll probably be okay. Does he use a HR firm, or has he got people employed that do HR? Does anyone know? I side with the malingering nanny. Defendants of each of them violate the California Family Rights Act by refusing to provide plaintiff the medical leave entitled, and by retaliating against plaintiff for exercising a right to medical leave for a serious health condition. In engaging in the aforementioned conduct, defendants in each of them aided, abetted, incited, compelled, and or coerced unlawful employment practices in violation of the announced policy of the state against such practices. Plaintiff is informed and believes and thereon alleges that a substantial motivating factor for a termination was the fact that the plaintiff exercised her statutory employment rights. Under the California Family Rights Act, defendant's decision to terminate plaintiff violates this code. As a direct and proximate result of the conduct of defendants and their agents, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer general damages in an amount according to proof with interest thereon. As a further direct and proximate result of the conduct of defendants and their agents, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer economic and or special damages in an amount according to proof with interest thereon.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Yes. What? Yes, true. She should do. Why does it keep doing that? She should do the Jake Weddle fund. Exactly. Is the well, obviously I think we're getting, well, I don't know how much more there is to read here, but I wanted to take a look at his response. Is it still on his Instagram, or do I have to look on Twitter? Okay, yeah, we got it here. Right, we'll take a look at that in a sec. Jake Weddle. Oh, dude, we got some Weddle tent as well today. I forgot about that. I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, come on, let's get through this. As a further direct and proximate result of the conduct of defense agents, plaintiff has suffered emotional distress, including but not limited to humiliation, embarrassment, and mental anguish in an amount according to proof. Mental anguish. Bro, come on. Come on, dude. I get it. Yes, it's normal. It's normal to just smuggling a bunch of insane shit into these fucking lawsuits. I know it's normal to do that, but come on, man. That sounds crazy. Defendant's conduct of interfering with and retaliating against plaintiff for exercising her statutory rights under the California Family Rights Act was willful or malicious and in conscious disregard of the plaintiff's rights with the intent to vex, injure, and annoy her, such as to constitute oppression, fraud, or malice. Oh my God, dude. Under California Civil Code 3294. Defendant's conduct, as described above, was carried out by their officers, directors, and managing agents, or by lower-level employees in whose conduct was knowingly authorized and ratified by the officers, directors, or managing agents of defendants. Accordingly, plaintiff is entitled to punitive damages in an amount appropriate to punish and set an example of defendants. Damn. If I was this girl, I wouldn't waste my time and money on this suit. Wait, weren't you saying how fucking hard done by they were earlier? Dude, what the fuck? Now you're going after them. To be honest with you, I don't think they're having to pay for this. I think this is I would bet money this is a contingency case. I mean, would a housekeeper have enough money to hire a lawyer to fucking do this? I don't think so. I doubt it. Plaintiff will also seek and is entitled to recover attorney's fees in connection with this case. Under that, okay. Now, the second cause of action. Plaintiff hereby realleges and incorporates by reference, as though fully set forth herein, the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 12. Pursuant to government code, employers may not terminate employees or discriminate against employees in these terms, conditions, or privilege of employment because of an actual or perceived disability. Oh, see, it sounds absurd to refer to a hernia as a disability, but that would be what is the legal definition of a disability. And I don't know what that is in California. But to me, it is fucking absurd to call a hernia a disability. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it sucks, but it's something that you get treated and you're fine. I know it's the legal terminology. I get it. Yes, that's probably legally determinate term of, oh, disability is a condition which results in blah, 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 and surgery and stuff. I get that. It's just funny to hear a hernia referred to as a disability. It's a legal thing. It's a legal thing. It's just funny. It's funny. And required and requested reasonable accommodation for it, namely a medical leave for surgery and recovery. At all relevant times, defendants and each of them were aware of plaintiff's disability and or regarded plaintiffs as suffering from disability. Defendants discriminated against plaintiff because of her disability, including by terminating her because of her disability and engaging in the aforementioned conduct. Defendants in each of them aided, abetted, incited, compelled, and or coerced unlawful employment practices in violation of the announced policy of this state against such practices. As a direct and proximate result of the conduct of defendants and their agents, plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer general damages in an amount according to proof with interest thereon. Okay, so I think we can start to kind of skim through this a bit more because, yeah, I don't think this is all just like repeating the same shit essentially for each case they're trying to argue, each law they're trying to argue under. Violation of FEHA. Okay. So this is a bit different. This is about retaliation. Employers may not retaliate against any person opposing any practice forbidden by FEHA. Plaintiff requested defendants reasonably accommodate her disability, including by giving her time off to have surgery and recover. In retaliation for plaintiff's request of reasonable accommodation, defendants and each of them subjected her to adverse employment actions, including but not limited to terminating her employment. So yeah, that's obviously where the documentation of what Ethan is claiming would be very important. Because if you can't, what other conclusion can you come to? In engaging in the aforementioned conduct, defendants and each of them aided, abetted, incited, compelled, Jesus, voice crack, and or coerced unlawful employment practices in violation of the announced policy. Talking about damages, economic special damages, emotional distress. Yeah, we're repeating the same thing, obviously, for each law. Okay. Failure to reasonable accommodate disability. Yeah, I think we get the gist of that. I'm raped. I'm self-raped. Okay. Fifth cause of action. Failure to engage in interactive process. Okay. It is unlawful for an employer to fail to engage in a timely good faith. Bro, the thing I'm learning from this is just, bro, California's employment laws are fucking crazy. Is it, am I misremembering, or did Ben Shapiro like move away from California and move to Texas? That happened, didn't it? Is some of it this? Is that why? Is that why like conservatives left California and media conservatives went to like Texas and stuff or wherever they would go to? Or was it to avoid this sort of shit? When did this come into place? Not just this, but part of it. Yeah. Sure. Okay. State income tax. Yeah. Okay. Right. There's lots of reasons. It's why a lot of tech people hate their employees. Oh, because basically the employees have got so much power, essentially. Fucking hell, man. Dude, I mean, I've got to be honest with you. Some of this stuff is okay, but some of it I'm like, fucking hell. Like, they've got quite a lot of robust protection. Too much, if anything. A bit too much. A little bit too much. You know, and I'm obviously more of a Labour guy. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the thing is some of this sounds quite draconian, but, like aspects of this are definitely reasonable. But the problem... Okay, I guess to be more specific, the issue that I've got with some of these laws is not so much that they're in place.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Because some of this is
make
fair.
Money off depressed
right?
people?
She was about to be fired, then scheduled the surgery to screw them.
Thank you for the super chat. ChudLogic. ChudLogic feeling his teeth chatter as a mention of stringent labour protections. Well, no. Some of these are fair. It's knowing that they'll get abused and misused. That's what I've got a problem with. And I've seen it happen with my own fucking eyes, okay? Like, there's a dynamic where people talk about how bad employers are, but particularly on the left, there's often a complete and utter unwillingness to accept or discuss how fucking shit employees can be sometimes. Some employees are total and utter fucking shitters, okay? And they will just be the most dog shit workers ever. And then they'll make a massive fuss when they get fired for that.
Money off depressed people.
Chud to clarify, I doubt she's legally considered an employee, so I don't think she can win. I was annoyed chat was conflating legal equals ethical.
Thank you for the $5. Yeah, that's going to be dependent on how she was paid and stuff, right? I care more if the workers are abused. Well, sure, I would probably agree. Like, yeah, sure, I agree. Sure, I can agree with that. As a worker, right? Technically, kind of still. But, like, the left, it's like, anytime someone is fired, it's like immediately assuming that the employer has done something wrong. And it's like, well, no, sometimes employees can be absolute shitters. And everyone knows. Who here has worked with someone that's a shit employee? It can go either way. You get an employee that knows that they're shit, and their time comes and they accept it willingly. And they're like, okay, fair enough. I've got away with this for too long, right?
Okay, that's
or they go, this is ridiculous. Why am I getting fired? And they cause a massive
Don't
stink.
make me break out the large cast iron cauldron.
Hey, Rob's Media. Hope you're well. Thank you for the $5. And also, yeah, unions. Dude, I love unions are great, but the unfortunate reality is that unions will sometimes protect shit employees, and they'll make the company jump through all the hoops. Like you've got to turn everything up to fucking 11 when you're dealing with a union protected employee, and you need to do everything. And they like the union representative will come and they'll sit in the meetings and they're like their fucking lawyer. Oh my fucking god, dude! Very annoying to deal with. Very irritating to deal with. But you know. I think where I land on it is, yeah, exactly like Babka said. Like, I would rather a bad employee get protected if it means that good employees get protected than the other way around, you know? But obviously, if you're a company person, you probably see it differently. Anyway. Okay, come on, let's get through this anyway, and then we'll look at his response, and then we'll move on. Plaintiff suffered and or was regarded as suffering from disability. Okay, we've seen that already. Yeah, I think we get the gist of this. Anything else that's interesting here? Failure to take reasonable steps. So they're claiming discrimination as well. Employers have an obligation to take all reasonable steps to prevent discrimination from occurring. By their conduct, including but not limited to not training their managers adequately in employee rights to reasonable accommodation and medical leave, and failing to engage in an interactive process with the plaintiff to determine a reasonable accommodation, and terminating plaintiff because of a disability, and request for accommodation and protected medical leave, they failed to take all reasonable steps to prevent discrimination from occurring. So is this discrimination? I guess if they're classified as having that disability, could you then be discriminating by not helping them adequately? Is that how that works? The response to defendants to the knowledge was so inadequate as to establish deliberate indifference to or tacit authorization of the alleged offensive practices. An affirmative causal link existed between defendants' inaction and the injuries suffered by the plaintiff. So, just explaining, they failed to take reasonable steps, and then obviously they suffered further. Terrible business. Retaliation. Dude, some of this, I know some of this will get tossed if it goes further, but like it's like it feels like a duplication. Like it feels like you've almost got like a patchwork of laws in California, and some of them even overlap with each other. Like some of these seem like duplication. Retaliation in violation. We've already dealt with the retaliatory thing. You know, dude, this is fucking insane. I didn't realize how robust this all is. Employees prohibited from retaliating against an employee for exercising or attempting to exercise their right to use paid sick leave. Okay, I guess this is all the same at this point. Wrongful termination. Plaintiff is informed and believes and thereon alleges that substantial motivating factor for the adverse employment actions against her was a disability and a request for reasonable accommodation under the FEHA. An exercise of her rights to medical leave for a serious health condition. Defendant's retaliation against plaintiff violated well-established fundamental and substantial public policies of the state of California. And then talking about damages again. We don't need to read all this, okay? Okay, what is this one? So this looks like something different now. The code and wage order provide that an employee is entitled to an uninterrupted off-duty meal period of not less than 30 minutes for every 5 hours worked. The code and the wage order also require the employer to pay the employee 1 hour of the employee's regular rate of compensation for each day that the employer does not provide at least one required meal period. The code and wage order provide that an employee is entitled to an uninterrupted off-duty rest period of no less than 10 minutes for every 4 hours worked, or fraction thereof. The code and the wage order also require the employer to pay the employee 1 hour employee's regular rate of compensation for each day the employer does not provide at least one required rest period. That's reasonable. Yeah. I don't know if you think I'm... yeah, of course. I completely agree. Well, yeah, you know, lunch breaks are important. Absolutely. You can't just fucking work endlessly. Plaintiff's initial schedule was from 8 to 4 p.m., which was later changed to 7 to 3:30, 5 days a week. During this time, plaintiff never took either an uninterrupted meal break nor an uninterrupted rest break because she had to remain at the house and because there was not an opportunity to do so given back-to-back tasks and requests by the family. Okay. That seems fucking... This doesn't seem believable to me. Like, if your job is at a certain location, right, then you would take your lunch with you, wouldn't you? Like, if you work somewhere, you would just take a packed lunch or something like that. Or you'd maybe, I don't know, get a fucking Deliveroo or some shit. I don't fucking know. So what? They basically... This doesn't stack up to me. I do not fucking believe that they're like, right, you're going to work for this time and you can't take a break. Like, you're a housekeeper. You get to determine when you take a break, right? I mean, like, My guess would be they probably accommodated for breaks, and they probably said about taking a break or something like that, and they decided to work through it, or something like that, or they're claiming they decided to work through it. I don't believe that there wasn't an opportunity to take a break. That doesn't fucking sound right to me. That sounds fucking bullshit. Again, this is something that you need to be able to demonstrate, right? This doesn't stack up to me. Like, it sounds, to me, a housekeeper, generally, is someone that you would attend to their own tasks as necessary, right? It's not like a super hardcore dictated thing where it's like, clean this, clean this, clean this, clean this. It's like, you clean the house as you see fit, and then you would take a break whenever it's appropriate. You might finish a task and go, right, I'll take my break now, or something like that, right? This, exactly. What do you mean? So, you're saying, because she had to remain at the house, and because there was not an opportunity to do so, given back-to-back tasks and requests by the family. What? That doesn't make sense. So what? You were constantly, every fucking 10 minutes, every 30 minutes, every hour, whenever it is, being told to do things. And there was no point at which you could take a break. That doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. That's fucking absurd. I don't believe that for a second. Especially, like, no, there's no way. There's no way that's true. That sounds like total fucking bullshit to me. And even if that was happening, at that point you would need to say, right, I could do that, but I'm due to take my break. I need to take my break first. And then if they said, no, you need to keep working, then that's a problem. I don't fucking believe that they would be, you know, it sounds like they were fucking slave masters. Do you know what I mean? You're wrong. What am I wrong about exactly? Which part have I got wrong? In practice, they don't really have any rights if they work at someone's house. Okay. But that's what's in question, isn't it? It's in question as to what level of employment they had. And if they were paid through the books of Teddy Fresh, then it could be that they're classified as employee potentially, dependent on the contract. They're exempt from a lot of the labour stuff. Yeah, but that's what's in question, isn't it? Like, if they're just some contractor, then yeah, obviously they're going to have less rights. But that is the whole point of filing this, is to say, well, I was an employee of Teddy Fresh. That's the whole point of them filing this, is to make out that they are entitled to these rights because of the nature of how they worked for them. Right? What are you I don't understand what you're disagreeing with. I'm getting one fucking guide right now, okay? I don't know what the fuck you're disagreeing with here, but it doesn't really make sense to me. Okay. So they're claiming they couldn't take a break because of back-to-back tasks and requests by the family. Why the fuck? You're a housekeeper. What do you mean back-to-back tasks? Oh, I've cleaned the kitchen and now I've got to clean the fucking living room. No, you would go, right, I've cleaned the kitchen, now I'll take my break, and after that I'll do the... This is like fucking basic shit that you do when you are working of your own accord. No? What? Or if they're saying, oh, I saw you finish the kitchen, we need this clean now. You just go, oh, I need to take my break. And they'd probably go, oh yeah, of course, no problem. Just, you know, get to it after. No issue. Fine. Boom. This doesn't make any sense to me. This is like an alien trying to explain how this sort of job would work. In addition, TFI nonetheless docked plaintiff 30 minutes of pay each day that she worked, despite the plaintiff never had an uninterrupted 30-minute meal break. And despite that, she never clocked out for one. So, what this sounds like to me is like post hoc. Like, they probably... It sounds like they worked through that sort of thing, and they just worked and didn't necessarily bother taking a break. Or at least claiming they didn't. And now they want to act like... Well, you never paid me for not taking a break, and you should have done, so that you actually owe me back pay. That's what it seems like to me. That's what it sounds like. Post hoc, trying to get more blood from the stone. Therefore, plaintiff is owed 2.5 hours of pay on each day, or 12.5 hours each week that she worked for defendants. No. That sounds like a fucking money grab to me. That sounds fucking absurd. I do not fucking believe that for a second. That is a fucking obvious money grab move. There's no way the way that she's described the working situation and taking breaks is true. And this is 100% an attempt to get more blood from the stone. So now all of a sudden you're owed 12.5 hours extra pay for each week because you apparently allegedly didn't take a break. Come on, dude. There's no fucking way. And also, the question would arise, why didn't you address this whilst you were working for them? Why at the time didn't you discuss this with them? Bro, this is crazy. On 12.5 that she worked for defendants. Plaintiffs worked for defendants for approximately 3.5 years, 182 weeks, and she is therefore owed approximately Oh my god, dude. No. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit, dude. There's no way. That is insane. 2,275 hours. What's the minimum wage in California? Can someone just quickly tell me the minimum wage in California? What would that be as the hourly rate? Is it $15? Let's have a look. Minimum wage, California. Oh. It's $16 recently. Let's say 15 for the sake of argument. About $35,000. Oh, wait, what? No, it's more. Oh, fuck, I pause-handed it. I'm an idiot. Fuck, I pause-handed the article. Plaintiff's hourly rate at the time of her termination was $30. She is therefore owed approximately $68,000. No way. This fucking bitch is trying to argue because they never took a break that they're therefore owed $68,000. Come off it, dude. Some 2-bit no-win, no-fee fucking ambulance chasing cunt has filed this. It's so obvious, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, also, let's you know, fucking Lionel Hutz, motherfucker. Let's talk about... So, under this law, tell me, did you ever take a break? Well, let's just say you didn't take a break, okay? Let's do the calculation. Oh, well, if you never took a break, I reckon we could actually ask for $68,000. Total scumfuck lawyer, fucking dogshit scum. Scumfuck. There's no way that's true. This is complete bullshit. The remedy provided for in code here constitutes a wage, and plaintiff is entitled to interest thereon. With interest. With interest. They want it with interest as well. Plaintiff has been deprived of her rightfully earned wages.
But how do I make money?
Thank you for the
off
tip.
depressed people?
If anything, someone is a moron for not verifying employee meal periods and letting her do that specifically for this reason. Guaranteed they'll let her make her own break schedule as she sees fit. She just never took them, virtually, and nobody audited it.
Yeah, but then if there's evidence of them saying that she is to manage her own breaks, and for example, if there's a communication where they say, you're responsible for taking your own breaks, and you must take a 30-minute break each day, then the employer's done their job, right? Because then the question would go to, well, if you weren't allowed to take breaks, why wasn't it brought up? We've got evidence here stating that you were to take a 30-minute break a day. And if you've not done that, that would be then on your shoulders. And you should have brought it up and you didn't. Why didn't you bring it up when this was happening? Right? Surely that would be the way it would go. You're responsible for making sure they take their break. Okay, but okay, legal, but okay, but I'm assuming that they're not at the house when the maid is there. Like, how could you do that? Like, I mean, I don't know what the situation is, but if you're not there when they're cleaning the house, how can you ensure that they're taking a break? Exactly. Yeah, not in every job, because some jobs, if you're remote working, you have to take some responsibility to take a break when it's your time to take a break. Yeah, I think you guys are being retarded. I don't think I would imagine, I think it's totally reasonable that an employer would say, right, you're responsible for taking a break. You must take a 30-minute break a day. And that would be enough to cover the employer. I don't think that there's an expectation, particularly if someone's remote working, that an employer would ensure that that happens. It would be up to the employee to do it and to raise any concerns if it wasn't happening, particularly if they're like a remote worker. Because how the fuck can you, or they're working when the employer isn't present? Because how the fuck can you manage that? That's totally unreasonable. What, you've got to call up every day and go, have you taken your break today? Like they're a fucking child. No. The employer makes the thing, you're responsible for taking a break, and then it's on your shoulders to do it. And you don't then later get to go, well, I never took a break. Because then another question you would ask is, again, why would you not raise this? You didn't raise this at the time. Why not? That would surely also work against you in terms of trying to claim this back pay. Right? I know that people are saying stuff, but it's like, are you saying that because of your understanding of the law? Or are you saying it because that's how you think it should work? And I think it's retarded both ways, because it's up to you to take a break at the end of the day. Anyway. Wages, defending this to pay compensation, plaintiff is entitled to recover such amounts plus interest thereon, and reasonable attorney fees and costs. Wow. Incredible. Plaintiff, okay. Overtime compensation. The code and the wage order provide that a workday consists of 8 hours, a work week consists of 40 hours. An employer must compensate an employee who works overtime hours within either 1.5 times or double the employee's regular rate of compensation. The code and wage order also provide that employees' regular rate of compensation equals 1/40th of the employer's week salary. Defendants employ plaintiff for shifts in excess of 8 hours a day, but failed to properly pay her at the overtime rate for all overtime. What was the time frames earlier? Where is it? Oh, here. Wait. Wait, what? Huh? 8 to 4. 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So that's an 8-hour shift, right? Oh, wait, hang on, this shift. No. So that's 8.5 hours. So they're saying that that is potentially overtime pay here for this shift. Is that right? Yeah, that's 8.5, right? Yeah. But that would be that. Well, hang on though. But that could incorporate a lunch break. If you work 7 to 3:30 with a 30-minute lunch break, that's an 8-hour shift, right? Because you take obviously the break time off. Yeah. I think. Is that how it works? Yeah. So no, that's an 8-hour shift as well. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, there we go. So no, they're saying that they were scheduled to work 8-hour shifts. But then later they say that they worked more than that, but they're not giving any time frames that differ from the previous thing. Oh, they're saying they worked their lunch break. Oh, okay. So wait, hang on a minute. So hang on a sec. So they get double bubble. So you can claim that you didn't ever take a break and that was somehow the fault of the employer. which you need to be able to evidence in some way. And then by saying that, you also can then claim that you're due overtime. Bro, this is fucking insane, dude. There's no way. Double bubble on this. This is fucking bullshit, man. I don't believe this. This sounds like total bullshit. How much are they wanting for this? Plaintiff has been deprived of her rightfully earned wages. They've not even done a figure for this. Yeah, I reckon that if you've got a HR company and all this, I do not believe that you are working without a break and it's not your choice. That's fucking insane. Okay, anyway, continuing on. Plaintiff incorporates by reference and re-alleges paragraphs 1 through 12. The court and the wage order provide employer must pay a minimum wage to employee. Plaintiff at times worked before she arrived and after she left work, but was not paid for all such time. Was that at their request? Did they ask you to work beyond your shift? Or is that something that you decided to do? There's no... that dude. This is getting fucking silly, no? Ethan should just call ICE and get this bitch deported. Okay, dude. This is fucking ridiculous. And it just goes over the same sort of causes of action of different things to do with the being paid. Okay. Required defendants semi-monthly or at the time of each payment of wages to furnish plaintiff an accurate itemized statement in writing showing gross and net wages earned, total hours worked by employee, rates of pay and other information. Defendants knowingly and intentionally failed to provide plaintiff with such timely and accurate wage and hour statements, but rather did not reflect plaintiff's actual hours worked. Okay. Well, I guess that's something that will be determined by evidence of did you or did you not send shit. And then, right. Is this just like case law to back it up or something? Is that right? Is that right? Okay. Yeah, just to back up that, yeah, this is what happened. Okay. Anyway, there we go. Right, let's look at Ethan's response. So, yeah, my overall take here is all of this sounds fucking absurd about the overtime and the break shit. I do not believe that this person was some sort of fucking slave unable to take a break. I think that if it's true they didn't take a break, that's on them. My guess would be that they weren't constantly monitored. And so it feels like they're trying to post hoc now take advantage of that fact to try and claim a bunch of other fucking money that they're entitled to. Because it's going to be difficult to evidence whether or not they took a break. And I think that I would imagine that the employer would probably have some sort of evidence to show that they said they'd need to take a break each day. And that they, you know, didn't listen to that. And that would be enough to cover the employer. That would be my guess. I don't think it's the employer's fault if someone, particularly if they're unmonitored, which I'm assuming they are, wasn't taking breaks. Now, this other stuff, honestly, I think that this stuff about the hernia is going to be determined by how much evidence they've got of other bad behavior that led to their decision to firing them. The timing looks bad. But if they've got adequate documented evidence that demonstrates that they did actually fire them for other reasons, then they're probably going to be fine. But if they don't, the timing is probably going to work against them, and they're probably going to be liable for some sort of... They're probably going to settle, I guess, or something, if that's the case. But yeah. The mealtime laws are a thing. I have to adhere to them. I have my employees in one office who all hate taking lunch, sign waivers, and I pay them overtime because not taking lunch gives overtime. Sure. But if we're dealing with someone who's working remotely, I don't know if that's in the same state or not, but obviously it's different. If, like, I can understand if you've got an environment where you all work together in an office, then that would be the case. But if you're working remotely, there needs to be, surely some responsibility is on the shoulders of the employee to actually take a break. And you would need to be able to demonstrate that you tried to take breaks and were prevented from doing so, or something like that, right? Yeah. Anyway, guys, remote work is unethical. I mean, maybe remote work is the wrong term for it, but obviously if you're a housekeeper, what I'm trying to say is I don't think that Ethan and Gila were constantly at the house while she was working, looking over her shoulder. That's the point I'm trying to make. I don't think you can really be a housekeeper without working at the house. Like that's exactly the fucking job, right? Remote is the wrong term, but I just mean that like they probably didn't have Gila and Ethan looking over their shoulder. So yeah, that's obviously I'm a layman, I don't know about the legal side, that's just my fair assessment of the situation, okay? I think the housekeeper is bullshitting about the breaks and stuff, and the hernia thing looks bad, but it's all going to be dependent on what evidence they've got to back up the claims that Ethan is making here. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Ethan Klein's response to this. Let's have a look. This is obviously this person showing the thing. Our former housekeeper was fired for being horrifically rude to our boy's nanny. Okay. Constantly calling her fat and asking when she gained all the weight. Wait, what? I did see this. I saw some of this. Okay. So, here's the thing with this. And this is what's so difficult to know about Ethan. Okay? Is this Ethan, like, making a mistake by immediately reacting and spurging out about this and saying a bunch of stuff that's going to get him in trouble? Or is he saying this because he knows he's got, like, such a solid case? Because this would obviously work against him. Like, if it transpired that what was being said here isn't true, that could actually work against him in terms of the court case, right? And he could even open himself up to liability on other angles and for countersuits and stuff like, for, you know, further action being taken against him and stuff like that. So he's either spurging out and making loads of legal risk for himself, or alternatively, he's got an absolutely solid case and he's saying this because he knows he can prove all of this, right? Enjoy your 30 minutes, Tubby. Lift your legs so I can get all the crumbs. Dude. That's so bad, dude. I gave her so many warnings, hoping she would just stop, but she didn't. So again, if he's got documentation of these warnings, it needs to either be email or text or verbal warnings documented and signed. I spoke to you today about X, Y, and Z. This is the nature of the conversation, you know, and then sign here to say that this is an accurate reflection of what happened. So hopefully he's got stuff like that. And my guess is that he does. Otherwise, why the fuck would you say it? She was part of our family and we treated her like it. I tried everything to salvage the relationship, but her conduct was inexcusable. Oh, there we go. This is all documented with HR, which hopefully makes this an easy matter to settle. Ooh. Uh-oh. If this is documented, then yeah, there's nothing. Nothing's going to happen here. Nothing's going to happen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like I spoke to you about this matter. They're not agreeing that with the. It's just to say that a conversation occurred, right? It's a way of ensuring that there's documentation to show that the conversation did happen, and then obviously over time that can be used against you. You know, oh, we spoke to you 20 times about this issue and you still haven't corrected it. You know, do you feel that we've done everything to help assist you in this? And then you document that conversation. And then you document... Bro, it's insane. It's insane. You have like a big fucking file because someone has done a fucking thing wrong repeatedly and you've got to end up firing them for it. It's so stupid. But it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Anyway, she was part of a family. It feels extremely violating to know that someone that close to our family can turn around and do something like this. The part about her asking for time off for hernia surgery and then being fired is 100% fabricated. Yeah, exactly. Wow, I thought it's impossible to just say you're innocent when you're being sued. Yeah, right? I know, right? Crazy. Anyone that knows us or works for us knows that it's not something we would ever do. I care deeply for all of our employees and do everything in my power to do right by them. She tried to shake us down for a huge amount of money, which I immediately declined, knowing our innocence and refusing to ever concede to people like her. I mean, she tried to shake us down for a huge amount of money. Yes. Yes, correct. Yes. The unfurnished wages, the fucking back pay, the 2,000 hours of back pay for the lunch break. Yeah. I mean, that is true. I've seen it with my own eyes. Yes. I've got to say, I've been as fair as I can in this, but I do favour Ethan. Assuming this stuff's documented, I think, you know, I think the lefties are, you know, not looking at the detail of this and are just jumping on it because they can shit on Ethan further. The impression that I get from Ethan, always taking Ethan's side. Explain to me why I shouldn't. What is presented in the lawsuit that should make me favour the other person? Exactly. Also, you can say a lot about Ethan. I don't believe that Ethan is the kind of person who would do wrong by his employees, right? I look at, for example, his treatment of people like AB. So AB is obviously in a very tricky position in regards to the Hassan stuff because he's got friends. And it feels like Ethan has done everything that he can to accommodate for that and to make that as painless as possible despite the circumstances. You agree with him because you don't understand how we're taken advantage of. What? What do you mean? He has a history of this. What? He has a history... Wait a second. What an absolutely retarded comment. He's got a history of treating his employees badly. Can you please point me to the evidence of him treating his employees badly? Where's that exactly? Dude, it's... I do not believe that this is the way that he would handle this sort of thing, just looking at the way that he's dealt with the complexity of the AB situation. Ethan has been permissive of AB taking time off particular episodes because it is too much of a sensitive issue for him to participate. That is going way beyond reasonable to accommodate someone's personal issues. Not even like a medical issue, but someone's personal problems and issues. Accommodating even that. And you're telling me that he's going to be totally unwilling to accommodate some surgery. It sounds far more likely to me, particularly as he's saying all this stuff so confidently, that what Ethan is saying is correct in this. It's a political disagreement, and Ethan has been more than gracious in handling that. Right? I mean, unless I've missed something, it just Ethan has allowed AB to take full episodes off because he doesn't want to be involved because it's a political sensitive issue. What the fuck? That's crazy. That is insane. Bro, try that in any other fucking job and see what happens, okay? Oh, I need to take the day off because I'm feeling a bit politically sensitive today, okay? Like, bro, you get fucking... No, get back to work, you fucking joker. They tell you get fucked. No, get back to your desk and make some calls. Come on, let's be reasonable here. I care deeply. If I was DK, I'd be feeling worried right now. Bro, okay, I don't want to... Dude, DK would voice his concern if he had it, okay? I'm sure, right? DK does fine. We don't need to get into that, okay? Let's just say that when it comes to things like days off, I'm not exactly a fucking, you know, what's the right word? I'm not exactly a slave master. Let's put it that way, okay? Uncover it, DK. Uncover your cruel treatment. Oh, hey, man, I need to take today off. Yeah, sure, no problem. No issue. Get back to work. Get back to fucking Adobe Premiere, you lazy fucker. Just put the edit in the bag now. She tried to shake us down for a huge amount of money, which I immediately declined, knowing our innocence and refusing to ever concede to people like her. Right, okay. Yeah, dude. Yeah, and that's exactly what she's doing. Also, thank you to this account, Jake Chinatown, who a few days ago retweeted someone saying they wanted to murder our children. Bro, this is the tweet. This is the tweet. So this fucking insane individual is saying, I'd love to swing their kid by the legs into an oak tree over and over again. And this guy retweeted it, right? And now, bro, dude, it's like the false, this bullshit, false, ideologically poisoned empathy of the left, right? They're here, right? Oh, look at the poor housekeeper. The poor housekeeper desperately trying to take these people to court because you didn't have time off for a hernia. Oh, by the way, I think it's base to say that you would swing someone's kids into a tree. Bro, these people are like these people are morally bereft freaks. And they're only ever stating their morals or their perspectives on if it benefits their ideologically poisoned mind in some way, you know? Oh, there's something where I can demonstrate some empathy in order to hurt my political opponent in some way. Well, I'm going to do that. It's also worth mentioning this is extremely common when you employ a lot of people. Surprised it didn't happen sooner. Get a load of this dumb fat loser. Mike from PA? More like Mike from NA, because the scale says NA when he steps on it. Bro, does this not demonstrate how completely intellectually bereft these people are? Wait, Ethan thinks you should be fired for calling someone fat. That's weird because he just spent a podcast calling me fat. Sorry, Mike. Are you a fucking employee of Ethan Klein? What are you on about? How is that even fucking worth mentioning as a point? This is like just absurd. What? What are you on about, dude? Oh, someone on a comedy podcast that I've got no financial relationship with called me fat. If you think about it, that's just the same as an employee calling another employee fat, actually. It's exactly the same when you think about it. What on earth, dude? This is just bizarre. Utterly bizarre fucking reasoning. Just trying to find a way to angle it that you can further criticize Ethan. Dude, this is the fucking lamest... This is the worst hypocrisy hunt I've ever fucking seen. You're Ethan's co-worker, or because legally calling another employee fat is considered creating a hostile work environment, and legally HR is required to take remedial action up to or including termination. Yes, exactly. Sorry I called this dumb evil loser fat. I will do better. That's your opinion, your perception of events, but this isn't the reality of what was said. Anything else? You're a moron, like subnormal level of intelligence. Honestly, dude, free your mother from that responsibility tonight. Do what's right. Let the woman live her twilight years with a burden of you around.
Okay, that's
what do you mean by that? Your mother is tired of taking care of you. Adam, man, do what's right.
Ethan allowed Olivia to take 6 months off work to finish school. I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't allow another employee to take a month off for surgery and recovery.
Thank you for the $10. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of things you can say about Ethan, but I don't think that him being a bad employer or a bad person to work for is one of them. From what I understand, there has been endless grace given to employees of various different stripes for various different reasons, right? Like, you know, it's like the AB thing again, beyond even the fact that he has been accommodating of the political issues. Why does AB still work there? Why does AB, like, you know, AB has got some reason to want to leave, I would argue, because of all the shit about Hassan and it being difficult for him. But yet, he continues to work there. Why is that? Is it because he's, like, mind raped? Or is it because, actually, it's probably pretty good to work for Ethan Klein? And also, dude, Keldo, that's actually such a good point, right? I would absolutely fucking love to put side by side the takes on this situation against the takes about Hassan paying an editor with a fucking laptop, the means of production. And bear in mind, that situation, it wasn't just that Hassan was receiving edits and he was giving direction. He was asking for the person to engage in certain edits that he felt would be more beneficial for his channel. So it's like, they want to go super hard at Ethan when, by all accounts, he seems to be quite a good employer. But I would wager that these same people that are saying these same things about this would probably have had a very defensive take of Hassan over the editor thing. That would be my guess, okay? That would be my guess. Okay, anyway. Yeah, that's it. Good pay, benefits, lenient scheduling, moderate internet popularity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get a massive audience you can tap into as well, alongside getting paid. You get paid in money and exposure. Wow. Yeah, also, that's another good point as well. The fact that he's permissive of his employees taking sponsorships. That's, like, crazy in their own content. Like, he's got very little limit on what they can do outside of the podcast, right? Do we have any supplementary evidence either way? I'm sure the Snark subreddit has got a bunch of you know, oh look, here's Ethan talking in a joking way about something 10 years ago. This proves that he raped his housekeeper, actually, if you think about it. Oh God. Okay. Okay, we got some stuff about the bitch thing. Bro, I don't fucking care about the bitch thing, man. It's so stupid. Okay, come on. No, nothing. Not that I can see. Bro. This one post tells you everything. Every single thing that you need to know about how fucking worthless Snark subreddits are. Okay? Look at the way that they frame this. This is like wicked. This is like wicked and despicable, man. Look at this. Ethan is surprised an employee hasn't taken them to court sooner. That's how they've decided to frame that. They've looked at that and gone, wow, this clearly is Ethan saying that he's so bad that it's crazy that no one's taken him to court before. That is what he's saying. No, that isn't what he's saying at all. If you're a completely, you know, if you're unable to read, maybe, the point he's making is when you employ a lot of people, right? Lawsuits are an inevitable outcome of that because some people decide to take it to a court in order to litigate issues that they've had in employment, right? And the fact he's been going for so long and he's had so many employees and he hasn't yet had a lawsuit filed against him is actually a point in his favor. The point is, well, this is the first time this has happened in all the time I've been doing this with all the employees that I've, you know, had. So I must be doing something right. He doesn't want to state it as plainly, but that's what he's saying, right? But they're framing this as, oh, wow, look at this. He's shocked it's not happened before. The implication being that he's a bad employer. Bro, dude, they're so stupid, man. These Snark subreddits are totally worthless. There's never anything of any, oh, is this where, right. So this is where this clip came from. So this clip presumably is, I'm guessing, yeah. So they've, right. Bro, it's like there's a process here, right? So something comes out or something happens. In this case, Ethan is sued by a former housekeeper, right? Then the snarkers go and pour through the content and they try and find any clip they can that they can frame as somehow an implication on the character of the person they're snarking against that backs up the claim that is currently being made. Like, yes, this is the strategy, right? Because what has this got to do with the current situation? Listen to it.
But I don't know why. Then there was like fires in LA when we got home. We had like a babysitter who was with Theodore, and she had to leave abruptly because she thought her family was burning alive at 1:30. And I'm like so tired. I just got out of the shower. I'm about to go to bed. She goes, excuse me, Mr. Klein.
She doesn't have an accent. What are you doing?
It's a fictitious story. Excuse me, Mr. Klein.
She sounds normal.
Excuse
me, sir.
She goes, excuse me, Mr. Klein. Oh, my family.
What is this?
The fire zone and nobody answer. And my whole family, I die and I drive home, okay? She's rocking back and forth. And I was like, fuck.
You really are delirious.
So then I'm stuck with the baby at 1:30 a.m. I've got work today. Anyway, and then Zach got evacuated. Poor sweet Zach. I mean, how was Zach? Tell me about that.
And then they put the lawsuit in as if that. Dude. This is where reason and logic go to die, okay? This is where logical fallacies run abound. But no, in all seriousness, like, the obvious point of that clip is the absurdity of the idea that it is in any way unreasonable what that person was asking for, right? Like, it wasn't to mock... The idea that you're mocking them, yeah, the accent you could argue is mockery, sure, okay? I know that if you wake, you won't like that part. But, like, it's clearly a joke. It's clearly not meant to be, like, a serious slight on the person that is asking to go and check if their family have been burnt to death. The joke is him being a shitter. Exactly. The joke is him being shitty. He's being a total asshole intentionally. But you're making up a fallacy. Okay, you're either retarded or you're desperately attempting to one guy me. Either way, I've got no interest in your contributions further. So we'll be saying goodbye to you for the rest of the day. Maybe if you come back another day, you can give it another go and you'll be less retarded. We'll do that. We'll give you a day. We'll do that. We'll be reasonable. Purple Pepsi Gaming. Are you an Aidenol? It feels like you're trying to one guy intentionally now. Despite this whole situation with Hassan and the despicable things they said in the last 6 months, this has got to take the crown as the most heinous shit yet. Not paying minimum wage, not giving breaks. So they're just accepting all of this as being true without question. With no, by the way, with not a single shred of evidence provided. Which is fine, because it's like the initial part of the suit. That's okay, that there's no evidence, is what it is. But how can you possibly assess the validity of these claims? I mean, if anything, the validity of them is called into massive question because it just doesn't make intuitive sense the way that they've described it in the lawsuit. So if anything, and analysing it, I mean, the thing with the... What is it? The surgery thing, that's something that I'm only going off because Ethan is so confident, and I'm assuming he wouldn't say that unless he had good evidence. But putting that to one side, sure, there could be something there. There could be something there if they don't have evidence that they were a bad worker or that they made these comments, right? So sure, that could have some grounds. But it doesn't make intuitive sense that someone would not take a break for having worked for someone for so long, only later to claim that I didn't take a break actually, and you owe me fucking $60,000. That's absurd. You're the lawyer who's representing the plaintiff, ex-housekeeper, is fluent in Hebrew. Can't call bigotry on this one. What? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? These people are just anti-Semitic. They're just anti-Semitic. That's all there is to it. What the fuck is this? Curious. The lawyer seems to speak Hebrew. Interesting. Bro, that is insane. Pepe. We're Pepe posting.
Although,
Hey Hassan, I
looks
hate
like a
your
pet
new
store,
background.
frankly.
It looks ugly as fuck.
Hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. What the hell?
Yeah, this is fucking stupid.
Dude, imagine if you...
Right, here we go. So we do have some clips they're trying to use to back this up. In light of the new lawsuit, Ethan and co. admit to discriminatory hiring practices towards those with chronic illness. Oh my god, this is going to be a great clip.
Dude, imagine if you hired this guy. Because he was applying
You'd never be able to get rid of him. He is an HR nightmare.
No, he wanted a job. That's what he...
You would never be able to get rid
I've
of
worked
him.
with people like this, and the thing is, once you work with someone like this, you start realizing, oh, this is why there's such like strict HR interviewing process.
Oh, yeah.
Like 20 layers.
Because you'll never shake that guy.
Not only that, like when you realize that, like not only are they not helpful, but they're like detrimental to everybody in the environment and everything around them. When you try to fire them, they will 1,000% file a discrimination lawsuit.
It's California, so it's
make
tough.
anything
Hey!
Yeah, to beat those. Jake could be in the other seat someday.
Can anyone point out what he's saying that's incorrect? Bro, dude, the wretched bedblobs are very upset about being called out for being wretched bedblobs. What a shocker.
Possibly.
No shot. There's no
Co-host?
chance.
Co-host
He blows
potential?
and he sucks?
0% chance.
I hear
he'll
he
ever work
worked
here.
on SNL. That's a
coveted
that's
job.
a big resume line.
Yeah.
You know?
new writer.
Wrote some of the greatest bits.
Dude, I wouldn't...
Bro. Admit to discriminatory hiring practices towards those with chronic illness. It's not discriminatory. If you said, I'm not going to hire someone because they're chronically ill and that is the only reason that you're not hiring them, that could potentially be discriminatory. However, there comes into question the ability of someone to do a particular job. And if someone is not able to do a job, even with reasonable accommodation, then it's totally fair that you don't hire them, right? It's like you wouldn't hire someone to work on an oil rig doing one of those very manual jobs that's in a wheelchair, right? You're not hiring them because they're in a wheelchair. You're not hiring them because they're not physically capable of doing the job they would need to do. So if someone's illness means that they can't conduct the tasks that they're supposed to do in taking into account reasonable accommodation, then yeah, you don't hire them. That's not discriminatory. What the fuck is this? Is a fucking insane take. Like if you've got like a data input job, right? And someone's got some sort of illness like that, yeah, there's probably some reasonable accommodation that can be made to facilitate their employment, right? Like you can have them on a part-time contract, that you have them that they're just sitting there, whatever, something like that. So yeah, it's like just absurd to act like it's discriminatory to not want to hire someone for a role if their illness would prevent them from carrying out the tasks that are required without reasonable accommodation. That's completely normal. Okay, yeah, this is fucking dumb.
You are
when you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be like a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking random dickhead.
That's just common sense.
And the more you
but you
grow,
do acknowledge that. So you do acknowledge the hesitancy to hire people.
I do. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad
I don't know what.
thing.
Okay, we'll move
I
on.
don't think it's a bad
I guess a bit of a
because and as companies grow, you have different people in different units that also are engaging in hiring. Like it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go, and that's a good thing.
It
It's not a
didn't work
bad
for me
thing.
for like a week. After on my business, I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
Totally reasonable. Totally reasonable perspective. Yeah, exactly. Why the fuck should someone get to walk through the door when you spent time building something and get to dictate what does and doesn't happen and what direction it goes? There are ways and means of accommodating for this concern within models where workers have, like, for example, I mean, dude, I'm not even like a massive, we have to have every company run like this, right? But one example is, you don't have like absolute democracy, like every worker gets a vote. You would have like a council that, and then members of which would be voted on by the workers. So like from each department, you would have a vote every so often. And you'd have a representative that would go and represent your interests at whatever meeting. And, a bit like a kind of like a senator-based system, an MP-based system, something like that, right? So if someone has been in the door for a week, right? That's called a union. No, it's not. That's not what a union is. Because you would have like an individual that works at the company, that goes to like a meeting with like the head honcho and stuff like that, and you vote on affairs of the business. So you all vote on the direction that a business takes, like corporate policy and stuff like that, right? That's not, God, you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. I know what I'm talking about and you don't. Shut the fuck up, okay? Exactly. I mean, within the company. I'm talking about workplace democracy, right? So if someone has just joined a week ago, then they would have to wait until the next election comes up, and then their influence would be mitigated by the fact that they're one vote amongst many amongst the department for the representative to go and represent themselves at like the, the workplace council or whatever you call it, right? So yeah, I'm just pointing out that Ethan's got a conception of this, that every single worker has a vote on every single thing that happens at the company, right? Yeah, it's basically like, a shareholder meeting. But rather than shareholders having the say, the people that work for the company have the say, right? That's how, I'm just explaining that you can manage it in a way that means that you don't have this issue where someone that's just walked through the door has the same influence as someone that has been there for like years, or their influence is reduced because you're only voting for a representative that would then go and represent the department.
I think that...
Why should he have that right?
Well,
You know what I mean?
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The only difference in that situation is that you don't have the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas like you have better amenities, better protections, and therefore you're more.
Only works with shareholders being the employees. Well, yeah, but then in that system, that's how that would work. The employees would own the company under that sort of system. What's it called? Dude, I can't remember the exact name for it. The fucking it's lefty shit. It's fucking lefty shit.
You just make good living conditions? Because
a co-op, yes.
The idea is what I'm already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique, because we can provide good living conditions and benefits.
We can, but we haven't. Now that, by the way, one aspect of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to
co-op, but what's the term for that? Anarcho something. I can't fucking remember, dude. Chud copy and I'm not. No. I'm not, dude. I said at the start, I don't even necessarily agree that like every company needs to be run like this. It's just to say that there are ways of managing it. But anyway,
uncover the other much worse side of social democracies, which is
syndicalism,
resource extraction in the third world, and imperialism. And that is a necessity under global capitalism, and that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there's a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared to have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
Perfectly fine.
But like I can.
But you understand that like that's a part of how everything works.
So exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely what's been happening.
Even on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper exploitation.
I mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve rights and comfort and a right. You know what I mean?
Bro, it is so wild that when you listen to these clips, Ethan is like saying the right things, but he's not saying it leftily enough, right? So it's bad. It's bad because he's not saying, yes, we should have a worker co-op everywhere and all this shit. It's like he obviously has got like a positive view on this. He just doesn't agree with the more hardline lefty shit.
It is funny though, like one thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, what do you want, the fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like no one said he's the CEO now.
I just want to understand how it works because you keep saying rev share.
Rev share is only one component of it. Rev share can be democratically assigned.
We say what?
Okay, here's an example. When I first started the podcast, I was originally undercast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We needed a producer because we don't have that skill set. We needed someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post the videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone, we found someone, and we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he like at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue, right? So what did I do after that? The podcast grew. Fear and now has 5 cast members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, us 3, we got together and we had a conversation. Okay. Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial? Right? Do we think that we will end up making...
Bro, okay, I know we're supposed to be looking for evidence of Ethan being against Labour stuff, but like, of course, the dynamics of split and payment at the top level of a podcast where you've got, you've got like a few people that are discussing it and you are all like key stakeholders and you've all got like a clear you've all got a very clear shared interest in it going in a certain direction versus when you've got a company of like, yeah, exactly. Wow, 5, try 5,000, buddy. Yes, when you've got fucking 5,000 workers and some of those workers are going to have very differing interests and they're going to go against each other and they're going to be oppositional to each other. Like one of the difficult things about a massive company is trying to get all the parts moving in a direction that benefits the company at large, right? Like salespeople in a company are going to have very different perspectives about what they want and how they want things to operate than people that work in customer service, right? Because their incentives are different. The things that frustrate them are going to be different. The things that make their jobs difficult are going to be different. And they're going to at times pull in different directions. And the job of like an overarching management concept is to try and make it so that you can kind of, swerve those in a direction where there's compromises on the sales side and there's compromises on the customer service side that you still move in the same direction regardless, right? Like, it's absurd. It's absurd to think that this is something that is scalable and also something that is going to work across the board and should therefore be implemented at a government level, right? If you can run your company as a co-op, then do it. Fine. Go ahead. That's fine. But the reality is, some businesses, you are going to need the tyranny of capitalism. You're going to need the tyranny of a overarching management team to move the company in the right direction so that it's successful, right? Not all companies are the same. There's complexities to this, and it gets very granular down to the different departments that make up a company. And the idea that you can just have this across the board is stupid. Doesn't work. Yeah, and we're talking about office workers. Imagine the contradictory aspects of this when you've got a sales team, a customer service team, a warehouse team, the blue-collar workers, the classic friction that exists between the demands of the sales team, the concerns of the customer service team, and the work ethic of a blue-collar team. Like, bro, it gets so complicated.
More revenue, generating more revenue in the long run.
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like, I care more about the creative output than anything else in revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast. And
marketing,
we got together and we had a conversation.
Bro, marketing making promises that the sales team then have to try and sell that then aren't delivered on by another team that customer service then has to apologize for. Bro. Yes, dude, it is obviously like not real. It's not actually a documentary, but shows like The Office show this struggle very well. It's a great example. It's like a dramatization in some way of the struggle of those dynamics. And these people think you can just fucking slam a co-op in there and everything's going to be fine. there probably is a way to do it and to consider all of these factors and take this into account. But it's like, if doing that could potentially limit the ability of the company to maximize its earning potential. And earning potential isn't everything, okay? I'm not saying that. It's just, that is a consideration. And if implementing a co-op would have a severe negative detriment on the profitability of a company, well, then that fucks over everyone. Because, yeah, great, you've got a co-op of a company that doesn't make as much money as it used to, and therefore you don't earn as much money. Whatever. That is the economic aspect to it too.
And I think that that is a significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March, me giving Will some money originally, like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving March like a super high fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer, and then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office. She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
The cleaner side of this is not like, I mean, I don't have office like that, but the janitorial services,
theoretically.
Like, in a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, yeah, we would also get together as a unit, okay? The existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the two other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
You're making
to
her
the
a
other
job offer.
person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that.
But then, wouldn't you just end up with the tyranny of the majority at that point? Because obviously you're going to be like, yeah, we're going to pay ourselves a big fat salary. And, you know, well, how much does the cleaner get? Whatever scraps are left. I mean, it's great if you're going to do it the right way. But, like, there's potentially people that are going to be getting fucked over. Because you're going to have people who are greedy. And yes, they're socialists and they're running a co-op. But they're swiping all the fucking cream for themselves and leaving a couple of scraps for whoever's left over.
That job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years, 3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen like instantaneously. A lot of people forget that.
Well, like, my problem is that in the socialist economy, this is being regulated by the government. People can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company. And that's great, you know. But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of revenue.
Couldn't you use that same logic to say any company that hires contractors is proof that they can't scale? That's idiotic. What? What's that got to do?
What you're saying is not true.
What?
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws. That
Just
say
like there are laws in a capitalist economy that capital owners hate.
Socialism, how I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's not how that would work.
Then how would it work?
But it would be government.
Isn't that how is that functionally different than a minimum wage in our
That's my
society?
point. That's my point.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what this contractor point is. This contractor point is I don't even know what point you're trying to make. It doesn't. It's bizarre. It's like a non sequitur. Co-ops often hire contract. Yeah, well, exactly. It's like, because I was thinking one of the answers to that could be, well, we just contract a cleaner so they're not part of the co-op. But then, well, then you're still dipping into the same capitalistic issues. You're basically just like sidelining the issue. You're making it so that rather than it being a problem within the company, it's a problem out of the company. That is a capitalistic act. We're going to hire a contractor who's going to be participating in a free market endeavor to try and give the services to us at a rate that meets the standards of the market, right? Yeah, exactly. That's stupid. Like, you're still engaging in capitalism then. You got a nice little co-op, but the jobs where you don't want anyone to have any influence, you just fucking contract it out. Well, you're still doing capitalism. Is that the point this retard's trying to make? Anyway, the basic. I don't want to listen. I don't want to fucking. This is way too much fucking politics for today. And what? Okay, perhaps the new lawsuit information we have context for why Ethan was so appalled at the idea of the government regulating what he has to pay his cleaner. What? When did that happen in that clip? Did I miss that? What the fuck is going on there? Okay. Anyway. Anyway, I think that's it. I think that's it.
To be clear, when I put failed, it failed. The objective of Ethan Klein was to make this grand reveal.
Okay, I don't care about that. I'm done with that. Right, anyway. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is it.
Somebody said, I feel bad for his editor. Out of a job, I guess.
I haven't thought about his editor.
I feel bad for his housekeeper.
Oh, she's gonna
be so upset when she gets laid off.
I wonder if he's got to be doing good. He's got money stowed away.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'll be fine.
You think his dog walker's doing all right?
I do wonder. I do wonder.
Bro, absolutely fucking worthless. And then they put the lawsuit in at the end to try and create this false impression that these are somehow linked when they're like not at all, bro. It's not great, it's a total cancer, total waste of time. Totally insane. Totally insane freaks. Just the worst possible interpretation of everything that you see and falsely trying to squish it all together to act like these things are related when they're not. Oh, look, here's a totally unrelated clip. It's related to the lawsuit because I said it is. Fucking hell, dude. Terrible. Right, anyway. Let's move on. Let us move on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do the Weddle tent as a palate cleanser. Dude. Worst possible interpretation right after the Asan likes co-ops, thus co-ops are shit. No, I wasn't saying that co-ops are shit because Asan likes co-ops. In fact, I said if you can run your business as a co-op, then do it. That's fine. It's the fact that he was making absolutely retarded arguments, acting like negotiating terms on a podcast is a scalable concept when it comes to co-ops. Because obviously the things he was saying would not apply to something that exists at scale. It would be way more complicated than he's making it. I am pro co-op. I'm like, yeah, if you can run your business as a co-op, do it. I just don't think it's reasonable that the state would determine that you have to run your business as a co-op. I don't think that is fair or reasonable. You know, I think state interference to that level is too much. I think at best, maybe there's tax benefits that are provided. But not a grocery store chain, because you're fundamentally changing the way in which decisions are made, and you're putting power in the hands of the worker. But, I mean, a grocery store is like a great example of this, right? A multinational grocery store has got so many different moving parts. How the fuck are you supposed to democratize that? Like, you need to have a centralized governance that is determining things at a much broader scale than can be conceived of by a fucking random person working in a grocery store. And sometimes the thing that grocery store worker wants is going to be different to what the office workers want, to what the warehouse people want, and so on and so on and so on, right? So, yeah, the reality is, especially for big multinational organizations of things like grocery stores, you know, could you run an individual, bro, this is backing up the exact point, right? Could you run an individual grocery store as a co-op?
Okay, that's
sure,
wonderful.
you could probably set something like that up. Okay.
Power Chad Overcock became a member.
Can you run a massive multinational grocery store that has stores across the country as a co-op? Well, no, probably not, particularly in somewhere like America, right? You've got fucking someone in Seattle that has got a certain determination, and you've got to try and balance that with what a person in fucking Miami wants, what a person in the other side of the country wants. It doesn't make sense. They probably wouldn't want multinational corporations. Well, yeah, I mean, that's fucking pie in the sky utopia bullshit as well, isn't it? So what, what would the concept be then? We just have like individual grocery stores all over and paying fucking through the nose for prices because you're not benefiting from, you know, the cost buying power, the buying power that a massive company has to buy things en masse and therefore provide it cheaper. The co-op Chud, but that's the UK. I don't think the co-op in the UK is structured like a sort of a socialist-esque co-op. I don't think it works like that. I think that staff members can do votes and stuff like that, but the structure isn't the same as like they own a part of the company. Like it's not the way that lefties present it as. Yeah, I don't think that the employees like own a part of the company and have like a vote in. Yeah, it's a consumer co-op, right? Yes, DK, the classic. Here's how it works. Person, I need groceries. Other person, I like growing food and helping people. Here's some groceries. Person, thanks. Exactly. Anyway, guys, there we go. Right. Let's do a bit of Weddle 10 as a palate cleanser. I've got to be real with you here, guys. I really fucking hate Lex. I know that drama's dead now, but I still hate Lex. And I'll tell you why. Okay? I'll tell you why. She has totally fucking ruined all of the fun. No, not Lex Updog. Lex. Jake Weddle's ex that was a psycho. Right? She has totally fucking ruined and drained all of the fun out of mocking Jake Weddle. Because Jake was actually completely wronged in that situation. And it was her fault. And since then, I mean, I've not really looked at Jake Weddle's stuff, but I don't know, it just feels like, yeah, the guy got like totally fucked over. Feels a bit mean-spirited to like go after it super hard now. And I was like calling him all sorts of shit before. I mean, now, if anything, I kind of want him to succeed in spite of what Lex did. I kind of want him to do well in spite of Lex. So, very frustrating. Anyway, he did a video, and it's kind of crossing something else we covered recently that I was quite interested in. So I think this might be fun to have a look at. So, he actually did a video talking about Tommy Innit. Interesting. Interesting. I honestly don't know how this is going to go. In my heart, I want him to mock Tommy Innit for being an unfunny loser. But in my head, I think, well, Tommy Innit is like doing woke comedy, so surely Jake Weddle is going to support it. Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. How is he doing? 1.2k views. Hey! Bro! It is, to be fair, he did have to dip back into the beast tent. I get it. I understand. But 3 weeks ago, he did a video which got 28k views because he had Mr. Beast on the thumbnail. I'll give him that. I'll give him that because of the Lex stuff, okay? I'll allow it. This one did 9.1k. Yeah, pretty rough. Pretty rough performance. But hey, at least we got some success. Dipping into the... Oh, he cracked out the old faithful. Right, anyway, let's see what he's got to say.
This video is going to be a lot more complicated than I thought initially. Look, I went ahead and reviewed Gus Johnson, Curtis Connor, Noel Miller, and Ryan Long in the last video, and a lot of my comments were, oh my god, are you going to talk about Tommy Innit? You got to talk about Tommy Innit. Talk about Tommy Innit. Oh my god. All right, okay, I'm going to talk about Tommy Innit. God damn. Now, to be frank, I don't know a lot about Tommy Innit. Everything I've learned about this man has been against my will. I was a big fan of him nagging Jimmy about the Beast Burger. Do we have a clip?
Oh, you don't say that tastes amazing.
There is no man behind those Adderall eyes, I tell you. No, and everything I've learned about the Tommy Innit Dream SMP beef conflict, whatever, I've heard from Adam McIntyre. And that's saying something. I was personal friends with Carl Jacobs. Oh my god, Jake, stop name dropping. You've been in LA for 10 goddamn minutes. All right, I'll quit. No, I released that video and all the comments said, you gotta review Tommy Innit's special. Look at Tommy Innit's special. Everyone says that Tommy Innit's bad at stand-up, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, listen, obviously, okay, yes, Jake Weddle is not my kind of comedy. I'm not really here for the jokes. I just want to see what he's got to say about Tommy Innit. And that comment about Mr. Beast's eyes, I'm all for that. That's fine. Have a go at his weird eyes and not having anything behind there. That's fine. But yeah. Anyway, let's see what he says.
Well, I tried to find Tommy Innett's stand-up. Does Tommy Innett even do stand-up? All I could find was one short, one video on some random channel with 100 subscribers, and then his live show that was released 2 years ago, which was, again, like stated in the previous video, a variety show more akin to what that YouTuber does in relation to what he would do for a live show. He did exactly what I said YouTubers do, that is stand-up adjacent.
Did you see the tweet speculating about whether Mr. Beast watches porn or not? What? Yes, he does. BBC. Mr. Beast is watching white girl pogs get dicked down by meaty BBCs.
Oh my god, Jake, you're so oh my god, you genius. No, but you people asked for it. Tommy Innett's a hot name right now, and I'm a slave to the bag, so let's talk about it. Before we can talk about if whether or not Tommy Innett beats the unfunny allegations, first we have to ask ourselves, is he cringe? Is Tommy Innett cringe? Yes.
Oh,
yes, he
goal
is.
needed.
But that's okay. Tommy, look, from one cringe to another, look,
Okay,
I'm not beating the cringe
self-aware.
allegations, and neither are you. It's fine, you know? It takes a level of boldness to be cringe. It takes a level of experimentalness. Experimentality? Experiment. A willingness to experiment. Are you?
Bro, I feel like I'm actually... I've said so much shit about Jake Weddle. And all that stuff still stands about how he acted when this Mr. Beast stuff happened, right? But at least he's self-aware. I don't know. At least he's self-aware. That's something, is it not? Maybe I'm just too biased now because of the Lex stuff. I'm not feeling the same insufferable energy that I used to. I'm just like, okay, I don't find him funny and he's cringe. And that's it. I don't really have much more thoughts than that. I just want to see what he says about Tommy Innett.
Are you cringe or just creative and passionate and maybe a little socially inept, you know? Now, from what I could gather from this random YouTube video and his live show, is that he's just a kid, lay off. No, to say that he is influenced by Bo Burnham is an understatement. I mean, the guy opens up his thing with a section from White Woman's Instagram, I believe. One of the songs from Inside. And look, you guys know me, I love Bo Burnham, but opening up your special with another comedian's bit, you know?
He's so different now. Yeah, like... Maybe it is bias, I don't know. He doesn't seem as annoying as he used to. I'm having trolls remorse. Maybe that's it. Like, he's less manic. Like, he seems less panicked and manic than he did before. Presumably because people aren't constantly fucking scrutinizing him and talking about him all the time, I guess. Which I think he deserved. I'm not saying he didn't deserve that. But, He's like a diamond. He's hard and biased. Well, that's a bit much, but I don't know, dude. If you think I'm being super biased about this, tell me. I guess that time has passed. I'm kind of over all the stuff that happened before, right? I do think he was wrong by Lex, and here he just seems less obnoxious. He's not. I don't think he's funny. I think that he's kind of annoying, obviously still. But beyond that, I'm not really like super emotive about any of this. I don't think.
Is it an homage? Is it just, I love
He
that
looks
song.
better.
I'll play it at my
He looks
thing.
better.
And then to have the structure of the show, at least his solo portions, be very, very, very set up exactly the way Bo Burnham would do, say, Left Brain, Right Brain, or that breakup song where the one...
Thank you for the $2. Yeah, maybe the Lex stuff had like a some sort of positive impact on him, maybe? I don't know. Less self-assured, yeah.
The guy goes, eat a dick, you know? It feels like middle career Bo Burnham. You know, that we think we know you era Bo
Thank you,
Burnham.
Major Windy,
And look,
for your help.
I was there wearing a white t-shirt in my bedroom doing we think we know you. You changed. You suck. You know, I was there in the trenches. I was there. And Tommy Innett is clearly not shy about brazenly broadcasting his influences on his neon sleeves. At some point, I do find it maybe marginally annoying Is he wearing his influences on his sleeve and doing something new with the format? Or is he just ripping Bo Burnham? And honestly, gets a little hazy. That line. On some level, I want to empathize with somebody who is very, very young.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, and he's going on Tommy in it too. Okay. Well, I like that. That's good. I'm a fan of that. He's doing it softly, but he is criticising Tommy in it for being a Bo Burnham ripoff. Which sounds about right. You hate this guy. Some people have really got the same energy. That's fine if you want to, obviously, you know, think that way. I don't feel it. Weird.
Who is just trying stuff out. Wearing his influences on his sleeve, that's what we all did, especially when we're young, especially when we're starting out. I do want to say, though, because Bo Burnham is doing this authentically, and Tommy Innit is kind of doing it retrospectively, that it does create a dissonance between Bo Burnham's original artistic intention and what Tommy Innit is doing here. What Tommy Innit is doing here is like taking Bo Burnham's format, but performing it in a way that reminds me of, you know those TikToks of when it's like Deadpool and Wolverine? Like it.
Well, I was hoping that he was maybe going to show some clips, but if not, we can take a look at it. But yeah, I do want to have a look at Tommy and its comedy while we're here.
Disneyland, because they're at Disneyland now, so they're being kind of raunchy, but it's still like for a child audience at Disneyland. You know, the way that Marvel has kind of co-opted spectacle, and the way that YouTubers have co-opted spectacle, and the way that comedians harness clapter, all to create a performance that is more disingenuous than stand-up comedy. Something that feels closer to watching a Marvel movie or taking a ride at Disneyland. Are we here watching theater? Is this WWE? Is it all one and the same? Who's to...
Remember your hatred for this weasel. Well, yeah. Sure. Time heals all, though. The reason I found this guy so frustrating and obnoxious and annoying and a little fucker was because he was dishonest, and I think that he massively overstated the issues that he had in his Mr. Beast stuff. And he misrepresented to his audience in order to justify taking more money from Mr. Beast. But that was, how long ago was that? That was like, what, August last year? And yeah, you know, if he was able to come forward and admit to things that I think are true, or is willing to say, okay, well, here's where I made mistakes in handling that, or something like that. Here's my shortcomings in how I handled that situation. That would be good. Whether he does that or not, I don't know. Like, the best thing would be if he was able to make a video and say, listen, guys, although obviously, yes, I do still feel that I was wrong by Mr. Beast, here's my shortcomings and how I handled it, and spoke openly about that, maybe. I think if it was relevant, if it became relevant to do so. I don't think he has to do a gay video where he's like, hey, guys, here's what I got wrong about the Mr. Beast situation. But if it became a relevant topic and he was able to kind of just talk a bit about it or something, yeah, I think that would be cool. But yeah. Anyway, I'm not saying that I like Jake Weddle. I'm not saying he's going to be my pal or something like that. I mean, you know, I've said some very harsh things about this guy. But it's just interesting to go back to someone that previously I would have, you know, mocked extensively. And because of time, and also because of how fucked up what Lex did to this guy was. And someone else made a good point in chat as well. I wouldn't use this to excuse the behaviour around some of the Mr. Beast stuff. But I think that Lex was like a vampire. And I think Lex would absolutely have had an impact in how he carried himself and handled himself. Yes, he should have been able to withstand that and push back against it. Certainly, there's that criticism. But on a fundamental level, yeah, there was probably an influence there that was negative that had some impact in how he was acting. And I'm willing to, you know, account for that, you know? I mean, if you actually look at the drama around, like, the Lex coming to my Discord and stuff like that, you know, it's like she was clearly pulling the levers there. She was clearly pulling the strings. And, you know, even Jake Weddle's dealings with it, I'm imagining were heavily influenced by Lex talking about it in a certain way and saying certain things about it, you know? Like, the fact that he was talking, like, he was pushing for this lawsuit. Well, was he? Or was it fucking Lex that was pushing the legal stuff? Well, I think it was probably Lex that was pushing the legal shit primarily, you know? Yeah, exactly. Jake Weddle was a mark, and Lex saw that and capitalized and took advantage of it. Somewhat, quite a lot, he bears responsibility for not dealing with it, but I just think that Lex was like a poison. That's my kind of perspective.
To say, I'm just asking questions. Like Tommy Innett's live show feels like at the Video Game Awards when the dorks have to do a bit in between awards. That's too mean. Look, I like Tommy Innett. I think he is very funny, like personally. I loved his Weekend Update style, like Jon Stewart Daily Show-esque Internet Today show that he's doing. Because he is still wearing his influences on his sleeve, and I can smell those influences, Tommy. I know you're doing Weekend Update. I know you're doing Daily Show. I know you're just a comedy dork who is trying all the comedy things. I see you, Tommy, because I am you. I'm not gonna fault Tommy for doing something that is very, very reminiscent of another comedian when he is early on in his career and life. And I'm gonna commend the kid for being bold enough to try something, putting himself out there. I want to see this influencer speedrun you do where you start off with a mid-tier...
I think that's true. I think you should always have a level of like, well, fair play, you're trying something, right? It's like, would you do that? Would you give that a go? There's something in that, I think, right? It's just crazy that even fucking the Soys don't like Tommy Innett's comedy.
Burnham and then get on to a 2000s era Jon Stewart Weekend Update thing. I want to see Tommy Innett's Kaufman, Tommy Innett's Dimitri Martin era. Let's see Tommy Innett's Cat Williams. To get things back on track for a second, all of the pitfalls that we talked about in the previous video, that Curtis Connor, Gus Johnson, Ryan Long, all seem to be held back by, but Noel was able to rise above those things. This is my advice to Tommy. Tommy, hey, you look at me, Tommy? If you want to separate yourself from YouTuber who does stand-up, and just be a comedian, and you got to focus on stand-up for a little bit, which I assume is what you're doing. I assume the reason why
advice for failure. Sure. I've not seen any good evidence that Jake Weddle is like successfully being a comedian. So yeah, I still think that he is like a failed comedian. Maybe there's some stuff he's doing. How successful he is in question though.
A lot of your work floating around is because you're still working on your craft, and that's a good thing. Don't pull the bread out of the oven when it's not done breading yet. I would encourage you to go to open mics where nobody knows your name. I would encourage you to get comedian friends and go on tour with them and open up for them for an audience that has no...
This is actually good advice though. Like this is actually decent advice. So yeah, we can say that he's a fucking, hasn't demonstrated his success as a comedian, but this is good advice. Yeah, do open mic nights, go with more experienced comedians, do openings for them. My guess is that Tommy Innett is trying to capitalize on his YouTube name to do stand-up. But stand-up is a very different beast. Oh, beast, get it? And so you should focus on becoming a good stand-up comedian by doing the things that a stand-up comedian does to get good. Not just, oh, I've got a YouTube name, come to my show, and then it's a fucking mediocre to shitty comedy show.
Idea who you are, because I'm worried the dark side might be consuming you, because in your special it did seem like you relied really, really heavily on your built-in audience knowing who you are and being very excited to see you, which there's no fault in that. It's a fan event. You're a celebrity. Have your fun, get your bag. But if you want to be a good stand-up, you have to be able to walk into a room full of people that have no idea who you are, win them over, and then you're telling jokes. The audience has to go, who's this fucking guy? And then you gotta win him over. Don't lock yourself into Bo Burnham. Don't lock yourself into Jon Stewart. What's your style? What's your voice?
Yes.
Tommy?
Okay, that's good advice.
Who's in you? Yeah. What's in Tommy Innett? So did Tommy Innett beat the unfunny allegations?
Oh, it's kind of funny.
I believe he did. Has he produced a quality stand-up special? No. Did he do a fan event that was exactly like how I say people who aren't traditional stand-ups do fan events for YouTube? Yes, that's exactly what he did. I fucking clocked it. Now, Tommy, you don't have to take any of my advice. I mean, what the fuck do I know? I've just been doing stand-up for 10 years, and I also have a stand-up special right here. It's called Trauma Bonding, and it's free right here on my YouTube. Tommy, I'm sure you've already seen it, but if you haven't, if you want to go ahead and give it a watch, it'd be great. And if you want to see more content like this, Tommy, I'm sure you do, then go ahead and leave.
Okay, that's fucking gay. That's very gay. I've got loads of experience that. Okay, I don't like that. That is getting back into the old Weddle-esque behavior.
The comment. Who else do you want to see me talk about, Tommy? If you become a member here on YouTube or on Patreon, then you can get access to videos early, exclusive content, priority chat. But if all that sounds like too much commitment, then the very least you can do is like and subscribe. All that jazz. I appreciate you. One last thing, if you are still here, and thank you for being here. My youngest sibling currently has a GoFundMe to help fund their top surgery. We did a fundraiser stream.
Okay. Now he's ruined it. That's it. He's ruined it now. Now he's fucking ruined it. Now he's supporting okay. It's over. Right, we're back to hating Jake Weddle.
Recently for it, where I did a little thing on this little poll to raise money for gender affirming care. Okay, but it is Tez's birthday this month.
He was so
if you
close.
wanna wish Tez a happy birthday, and you want to help support somebody seeking some gender affirming care in these crazy times we're currently living in. Then the link for the GoFundMe is in the description. So if you can make a donation, that would be lovely. But if not, you know.
Why did you do that, Jake? What? No! I was willing to reach across the aisle, but that I cannot abide. That I cannot abide. Okay. So unfortunately, we are still in the hate Nathan Weddle camp. Okay. That's a shame. Okay.
I lied to you when I said that all these people were YouTubers. Not all of these people that come on this stage, they want to be YouTubers anymore. And actually...
Okay. Bro, this is not fucking stand-up, dude. It's like you've not earned the right, man. You're just going up there and people are cheering you because they know who you are. That's like a fan appearance. Jake Water was right about that.
And now, more amateur comedy from a white man. Comedy begins.
This isn't it. This is a joke, isn't it? What the fuck is this, bro? Okay, dude, this is, bro. I can't. This is, bro. I'm gonna get banned. Let's leave that at that, okay?
Hi everyone, hi, you alright? How you doing, you alright? Let's shift this. Oh, God. How are you? You well? Yeah? Oh my God, hasn't this just been a brilliant night so far, eh? Fucking hell. Right, that was a bit of a serious intro from me. I feel like I should do something a little more Christmassy, a little more lighthearted, shouldn't I? Okay. Oh. Tell us a joke. Okay, here we go. Something a little more lighthearted. Okay. Doing comedy with my best friends. You're all my best friends. You and 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 you're all my best friends. Mention you and 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 you
what in the fuck?
And you 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 and you're on my back. Not you. Why are you here? I didn't want you here. You weren't part of my plan. Do you have to stay here? You could go. I don't mind that she's your mum. She wasn't part of my plan. Don't woo her. Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, I can see the Bo Burnham skinwalking allegation essentially, right? It's dire. It's totally dire. This is what happens when you're not allowed to say slurs in your comedy. This is the outcome.
Okay. You just... No, I didn't mean it. Now, okay, look, you hear these laughs I'm going to give?
Jake Weddle, for his sins, okay, was absolutely right about this isn't stand-up comedy. This is like a fan event, right? You just want to go out. Someone said it in chat as well. You just want to go out on stage and have your female fucking audience cheer you on. You don't want to tell a joke that's funny and people laugh. You just want to come on stage and everyone go, oh, it's Tommy in it, wow. And then you just, basically writhe about in doing some sort of you know, simulacra of a comedy show, and then people cheer it on because you're Tommy in it. That's what this is. Whilst badly channeling Bo Burnham.
If people are laughing, it's not for you. So don't, if I tell a joke and they laugh, resist, because it's not, I don't want, you aren't meant to be here. Anyway, how is everyone tonight? You well? Yes?
You already said that.
Okay.
You already asked that.
Good. We've got some lots of people tonight. We've got my ex-girlfriend here tonight, Molly. Yeah. Hi. Are you? Have you been well? Where are you? Wasn't even looking at you.
What?
Yeah. You...
What is going on? This isn't stand up. He's not telling jokes.
I've been well.
He's just awkwardly and autistically standing there. That's not what stand-up is.
And in fact, I've moved on. I've moved on, it's true, and someone I'd like you all to meet tonight, okay? Someone I'd like you to meet, she's very nice with me. She's my invisible girlfriend. So now, please, a kiss.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too, baby.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
What was that? His own fan called him gay. Yes. Don't worry, we're not going to watch all of this. We'll watch about half, and then we'll take a look at this this dog pack thing. I've been meaning to watch it for a few days now. This dog pack expose.
Jealous?
Okay, that's wonderful.
Baby!
Thank you for the super chats.
Off depressed people.
Baby?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, baby, what's your favourite thing about dating me, would you say, huh?
Probably how handsome and sweaty you are.
Okay, thank you.
Always so sweaty.
Okay,
I love your
Thank you, PD.
Thank you, baby. Thank you. It's very nice. Very nice.
Okay, right, we're going to get through the girlfriend bit, and then we're going to watch whatever the next bit is, and that'll be it, okay? Don't worry.
Your skin.
You like that?
I love
okay.
your huge, big skin. You have so much skin. You're basically all skin, and I love skin.
All right, baby, why don't you go sit down now, baby? That was nice. It was too much.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Love you, Tom.
Love you too, baby. All right. Now, sorry if I do seem a little bit on edge tonight. This rich millionaire has paid some guy to hunt me for sport. And now, I'm going to perform a song. You see, recently... Thank you. You see, recently I've been beefing with lots of the top YouTubers online. And I have wrote myself a bit of a diss track tonight to try and end it all.
We'll do the diss track.
Okay.
This is where it's going to get good. The diss track is where it's really going to come together, trust me.
So, here we go. Logan, JJ, Jimmy, you fucking pussies. You really want to go for me? Oh, you want to go? Okay, come on then. Confrontation makes me anxious. So if we could all just please stop that, I would appreciate that lots. Just lots of sleepless nights. So, thank you very much. Oh. So, you there, what's your name? Are you having a nice...
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Rough comedy there, I would say.
That's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Start saming chair.
And also, I'm going to retract a previous comment as well. Thank you for the $5, Jimbo. I'm going to retract a previous comment because I said that it's good to see someone get up and try something like this. But he's not actually doing that. He's not actually trying stand-up. He's getting up on a stage, relying on the fact that he has got like popularity and relying on the fact that people are going to know who he is and just kind of like pretending and not actually doing stand-up. So no, he's not actually trying. He's not actually trying. Okay, anyway, I need to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a sec. In the meantime, check this out. Dude, I don't understand. I honestly do not get the fucking dynamic at play here. Every single video that we release about pirate software goes crazy. For my channel, at least. It's literally beating out every single other thing. You guys are just absolutely mad for the pirate software shit. It's insane. Bro, that video we put out last week has got nearly 50,000 views. Probably more than that. Probably more. Fucking hell, dude. We're going to become a 100% sole pirate software hate channel from now on, is what we're going to do.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Speed Racer 190 became a member. Speed Racer 190 celebrates 1 month of membership. Can you use your contacts to send the Muslims to get him?
Sure. And yeah, absolutely, we're doing it. Thank you for the membership. Right, anyway, I'll be back in a sec. Is not a lawyer in the States and shouldn't give legal advice. What?
So I'm going to send this over to Kronos now, because he is a lawyer in copyright law.
I am not an attorney, no. I am based in the UK as a lawyer.
No.
There are fundamentally different terminologies here.
No! So you got a guy who's based in the UK.
Bro, you're playing games and making Game Maker games. Don't act like you work harder than even 1% of our population. I'm a CEO of a company with 17 employees.
Dude, give me a break, dude. You sit there and stream games all day. He thinks he's so based, but he just looks pathetic to anyone that isn't in his wretched cult. Slice of pirate software content here. I guess we'll give it a go and we'll see. It might be stuff we've maybe spoken about already, but this DMCA thing I think has progressed forward and I think more stuff has happened.
Don't care outside of that. Yeah. No Man's Sky is still buggy as hell. That's neither here nor there. Like, the features that they claimed were in the game when it launched were not there, and I don't trust them, so I need to see that, right? Just like your game, we have an update coming out tomorrow. You would know that if you weren't just a shit stirrer from Reddit and actually played the video game. So, take your account that you made, what is that, 3 days ago? 4 days ago? And get...
Oh, no! Multiple big streamers are confirming that the YouTube reactions to pirate software have been mass reported and taken down for harassment and cyberbullying. Here's Quinn69 finding out. Okay.
I got replies from Gary, and there's 8 replies even. It's not just 1 reply. I suspect some weird stuff happened with those videos because one of them is age restricted, which is really weird, and another one is ad limited. I think they got mass flag reported. Really weird that it got age restricted. My suspicion is that mass report and YouTube auto restricts it. I tried to submit a manual review on the same day, but it got rejected. No DMCA though, so I don't think it's pirate necessarily. It's probably just community or something. Your takes were always very grounded though, like you never personally attacked him. On the contrary, you would defend him when he was getting personally attacked by Joker, for example. So I don't think he has a case for DMCA on bullying, etc. True. True. Interesting. Ellipsis. So they got like some Evan, yeah. Interesting. That was an Elon quote, by the way.
Okay. And then Joker. I think we've seen this one already.
Wait, hold on. Let me click review content to see what got struck down. It's the pirate video. Yeah. Harassment and cyberbullying policy.
Right.
F. Well, there you go. I don't think I've ever had that happen.
Guys. I do have a bit of pirate software content in the back pocket. I'm saving it for a rainy day. It's old stuff. It's nothing new. But, maybe we'll get to it today. Or probably tomorrow. We'll see. I got a little bit. I got a little bit there. Don't worry. A little bit in the back pocket. Dude, I need to change it to my new one. Can someone send it to me again? There's a new one that I've got that I wanted to change it to. Me being bold. Cheers. He's going to have more content soon, is it? Whoa!
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
M. Lockwood became a member.
Yo! Thank you. That is insane.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Jen Graded became a member.
Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money
For the 50 gifted memberships. That's
Bunholio became a
wild.
member.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Kogito Ergo Sum became a member.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Name me
Anyway,
McLean
sorry.
Face
Fuck,
became
I
a
need to mute
member.
that because otherwise it's just going to endlessly loop through. Thank you.
Okay, that's one.
What a G. Thank you. Mitchell Smith. Mitchell Smith. That's crazy. I was just taken aback by the sheer crazy support that I've been given there. Thank you for that. Damn, that's insane. Thank you so much. Jesus. Right, okay. Okay, listen, I don't know if I'm going to watch all of this, dude. This is like a lot, okay? I think a lot of it is also about Jack Saint, which I don't really understand what he's got to do with Dogpack. I guess he made a video or something. Going after Soggy Cereal. And that seems to be the second half of the video, which I don't really care that much about. But what I do care about is apparently there's some sort of allegations about Dogpack. Who remembers Dogpack? Dude, the crazy thing about fucking Dogpack is that he just disappeared. He just totally fucking disappeared. Literally overnight, he just disappeared. He came, he made a bunch of videos, some of which were, well, all of them were fucking bad about Mr. Beast. Like he brought forward all these fucking claims about Mr. Beast, and they were all like widely publicly discussed, litigated, etc. And then when there was like this backlash, okay, when he got this backlash, he just disappeared. Completely disappeared. I think it was after the Soggy Cereal video came out. I don't think he's posted a single thing or made a single comment ever since the Soggy Cereal video came out. Unless I'm wrong on that and I've missed it. The first one wasn't that bad. I thought that at first. But no. I think that it was pretty bad. I think at first I thought it was good. I had a conception of it on the basis of how everyone was talking about it. I thought there was some stuff that was like good. No, because a lot of it has been like pretty well debunked. It wasn't that bad. I mean, out of the three, it's probably the better video. It doesn't contain like the insane shit the second video did about that guy being on the hook for domestic abuse or something like that. But yeah. Anyway, apparently he's a predator. Who knew? So we're gonna have a little watch of this. We're gonna watch about half, if that. I just want to get a little flavour of what's being claimed here. But I get the feeling this is like a shitty video full of bullshit. But with that being said, of course, a man's life hangs in the balance. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Dogpack Great Review. Let's have a little look and see what's going on. Turn it down next time if it hurts your ears. Okay, bro, I hate this. I know he's going to get into it, but why is it so, it's not sped up, is it? It's at normal speed and it's just rattling by. What the fuck am I even looking at here, dude? What? Alex, is this him? Hey Beast fam, just sending out my monthly reminder that we're actively taking new applications for contestants, so send friends and family. We're putting a big focus on replenishing our local database. Let me know who applies right here through Slack and message me with any questions you may have. Okay.
Dogpack 404, aka Druggy Redditor 404, is a transphobic, self-admitted DMT and shrooms addict.
So we're leading with our best foot forward, and it's he's transphobic. And he's a drug addict. Okay? I literally couldn't care less about either of those things.
Lied about giving money to charity, who not only admitted to saving and distributing DMT and shrooms addict, lied about giving...
Lied about... Okay. 10,000 bet for charity. Me versus Mr. Beast short form team. What is this? So he's saying that he did this bet and he lost, and he didn't give the money to charity, I guess? Is that right?
Giving money to charity, who not only admitted to saving and distributing Chris Paul, not only admitted to working a grand total of 3 weeks for Mr. Beast instead of 3 months, one of which was a training week, not only verbally abused and harassed several other employees, not only doxed a random employee simply for being in a room with him when he was fired, not only got caught with drugs on the job, not only went on a fucking Alex Jones schizo rant about how people are becoming trans because of microplastics in the water, not only admitted to attempting to scam the company he worked at twice, not only admitted to literally e-begging on Reddit for his job, but lied about a majority of the points he made within his 2 videos, manipulated evidence, likes kids, and openly admitted that his...
Okay, bro. Wait. Okay. What, that was smuggled in, wasn't it? What was that?
Points he made within his 2 videos, manipulated evidence, likes kids, and...
Did he say likes kids? Wait, bro. Hang on a minute. Wait. Is he saying he's a pedo? Is that what he's trying to say? Well, that's a pretty big claim. That's a pretty big claim. Hopefully we got some good evidence of that. Let's see.
Openly admitted that his latest video was a complete and utter sham based on false, unverifiable evidence that he jumped the gun on and then deleted it completely.
Where's the video, Mansley?
He stole his thumbnail from Fern, someone who pioneered that thumbnail style. He is absolutely incapable of taking criticism on the head from actual investigative people without melting down and having a schizophrenic, embarrassing cry sesh. He has shifted goalposts and gotten caught lying by several people, and whenever he gets caught, he always does one of 2 things. Either lies further and digs himself an even deeper hole, or attempts to sidestep his initial accusations by using multiple argumentative fallacies, weasel words, and refusing to take responsibility for outright lying. You want to know why Mr. Beast quote-unquote got away with all of this?
So it's like, if you've got some sort of evidence that this guy is some sort of pedo, why are you not leading with that? We've got transphobic or pedophile. And obviously, there might be some crossover there at points, okay? Let's say that. In terms of being trans and being a pedo. Well, no, he's transphobic. Sorry, he's transphobic. He's not trans, he's transphobic. But yeah, dude, it's like, why are you not leading with that? That should be the first thing you say. This guy's a pedo. Boom. Here we go. Here's we're not watching the whole 2 hours. Don't worry. Don't worry. I know already. I mean, we'll be lucky to get through the part that isn't about... Bro, what is so crazy about this? Half this video is dedicated to Jack Saint's response to the Soggy Zero video. If you want to make a video talking about that, that's fine. But why are you including it in a video about Dogpack? That's crazy. But we're not going to watch that. I don't care about that. We're going to watch maybe like at most the first 45 minutes probably.
how he quote-unquote isn't apologizing, because 99% of the shit in Dogpack's videos are either open lies, misinformation, unsubstantiated rumors, exaggerations of the truth, or just fucking outright baseless claims. Dogpack 404 sits on a throne of lies in a Discord server where him and his dick riders circle jerk about how they're totally gonna bring about the end of Mr. Beast, when in reality they're just chipping at a diamond exterior. Not a single one of them actually has any damning evidence or information, as I'll prove beyond a shadow of a doubt in this video. But before I get into the complete BTFOing of Dogpack, let me ask you a question. If Mr. Beast really was this terrible person, this utter evil, this demonic antichrist, then how come there are only 4 people max coming out about this? Surely there should be more physical people, and no, I don't count sourceless DMs, I can prove he's lied about his DM evidence later. Anyways, surely there should be more actual physical people willing to leak documents or give their testimonies than Dogpack, some random thought who didn't win a fucking hide-and-seek competition and literally just in praise of shadows, like holy fuck, this guy's literally just in praise of shadows to a map. The entire—
Wait, whoa, what was that?
Literally just in praise of shadows, like holy fuck, this guy's literally—
Is that a real tweet? Wait. Weddle? Jake? It turns out the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Oh no. I mean, to be fair, how old was he here? How old is Jake Weddle? This was 5 years ago. Like father, like son. Oh my god, dude. Could be a joke. Could be a joke. Could be something. Could be that he's a young adult, 20-something himself. But, oh. Or is this even a real tweet? Is this a real tweet, or is this some sort of joke? Bro, this is the trouble with these videos. I just don't fucking know. I don't know what to make of this. This seems like fucking bullshit already. It's the dark humor.
Just in praise of shadows to a map. The entire thing about—
Okay, another thing as well is when you're doing an edited video, it's like a cute little idea to do the ear rape blowout mic thing, but as a viewer, it fucking sucks. Okay, and yes, I'm a hypocrite because I just did the rape review thing. Guilty. Okay, but he's done it twice now. I think doing it once is fine, but he's done it twice already in the video. Like, it's not pleasant.
This drama is that it's what I like to call white people drama. The big difference between actual drama and white drama is that actual drama has a definitive beginning, middle, and end point, where there's a conclusive point to the drama and the person either faces a consequence or apologizes and people forgive them. White people drama, on the other hand, always devolves into the same cycle of minute information getting found, getting blown up by 10,000 drama channels and annoying Twitter users going, "We found the big one, guys. He can't recover from this one. He can't slip his way out of this one. This is gonna be the end of him, guys. This is the end. This is the end. This is 10,000 videos. We're gonna get him this time. We're gonna get him this time, guys. I swear we're gonna get him this time." And then nothing happening, and it's another small slight being found and being blown up.
Bro, what is going on? Uh-oh. Dude. Mr. Lips. Uh-oh. Dude! It's popping off. Look at this. Imagine if these guys were anything other than spineless, pathetic cowards. Just share the links with each other so you guys can swap. What does that mean? I don't understand what Nicholas means there. There's a lawsuit, guys. You can't watch the video where the majority isn't about anything to do with the lawsuit. DGG replies, blindly defending their freak daddy as sickening. Also, this goes without saying, I don't really care if you like my Hassan Ethan coverage. If you think Destiny should still have a career as a respected political creator after what he did to Pixie, I invite you to unsubscribe, unfollow, so I don't have to go through the trouble of purging you myself. You're not welcome in my community. He's lipping out. He's taking a stand. Jesus. Talking about him like he's a serial killer is so performative, it's embarrassing. Just say you think it's cool to share your friend's sex tapes online, lol. It's easier. Dude, he's got the full fucking what's left of the last sickening remnants of Destiny's community and defending it. Jesus. Anyway, Destiny responded. I just want to say how absolutely fucking hilarious it is. So this is like, it seems like he's kind of speaking on it a bit more now. It sounds like he's speaking on it a bit more. He's willing to come forward and say more stuff about it publicly. But then he's catching himself out in lies. Because there's lies within this. He's lying in his response in some of this. And screaming about how horrible and evil cancel culture is, and the Me Too shit was, innocent until proven guilty. But you're super content to take a side on this because of where the popular support is when only one side has spoken. I'll respond with more substance when I can, but I'm being attacked by people who have literally nothing to lose and everything to gain by saying whatever insane shit they can publicly while trying to squeeze me legally, privately, which puts me in the most annoying fucking spot imaginable when dealing with dipshits like you. I mean, we've literally just looked at the Ethan Klein situation, and he robustly rebuked the claims made against him. So, if Ethan Klein is able to do that, I mean, some of this is a bit more complicated maybe, but stuff like the Cherry stuff, stuff like the Pixie stuff, he's banged to rights on. There's messages of him admitting to it. If you really want to show your nuts, why not attack places like Kiwi Farms, where the content is literally still being hosted and blasted to the world? Oh, because that's a scarier party to go after, eh? Talk about cowards. Yes, Kiwi Farms is bad. What do you want me to say? I think the problem is all the DMs where you admitted to sharing nudes without consent seems kind of guilty. I didn't admit shit, but keep up the great framing. You quite literally admitted to it. Which is true, he did. He did admit to it. There's messages which show him admitting to having done it. Hey Destiny, I'm curious why you would feel the need to send anything to Pixie as a form of reparations if you don't think you did anything wrong. Is this not an admission? Just curious. What do you think would be an appropriate way of approaching her about that? Which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile celebrity. And you didn't leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. Yeah, I know. You distributed it non-consensually. Yeah, I know. You distributed it non-consensually. Yeah, I know. What? How the fuck else are you supposed to interpret this? He's banged to rights. He's literally banged to rights on this. Dude, this guy is just absolute, just despicable and wicked. It's disgusting, the fact that he's, you know, leaning on the fact that he's still got some semblance of a community to attack others who are reasonably criticizing him for this, heavily criticizing him for this. He's total filth. He's total and utter filth, this guy. It's disgusting. It's infuriating. It's totally infuriating. Cool story, bro. Maybe you can explain how somebody else getting hacked results in images being leaked that only you were supposed to have, or why you admit to damaging her with your actions. What actions did you do then? We just rewriting history here or what? There shouldn't be no. I'm so sorry, there's literally zero excuse. I'd had phone combos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. The admission is here. Like, what? Unless these are doctored or fake, which I would be very fucking surprised if they were. It's worth saying at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. So what is he apologising for then? I won't say I'll confirm anything about them. If there's any particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. You really need to explain this, then, when you're legally able to. And then, obviously, underlining it. Oh, to read on as well. You distributed non-consensually. Yeah, I know. Obviously, I have severely, at the very least, psychologically damaged her. So, who exactly is it that you have severely psychologically damaged through some bad act that you have engaged in, you've admitted to engaging in, which seems to be in regards to distributing it non-consensually? Like, how many likes does that tweet have? Bro, how, dude, how the fuck? It's fucking insane, dude. How are people, how is anyone buying this? How? Also, yeah, where's the remorse? Apparently this guy's remorseful and he's sad and doesn't want to do it again. Deranged. Totally deranged. Okay. Oh, dude. It's getting vicious. Bro, Destiny is fucking retarded as well, man. Look at this. My from PA thinks being sued automatically makes Ethan Klein guilty of whatever claims are in the lawsuit. Bro. You've admitted to it, you fucking liar. Bro, he's such a fucking liar. You've admitted to doing it. There's evidence of you admitting to it. Dr. Disrespect was never convicted in a lawsuit of anything. But Dr. Disrespect admitted to doing the thing. So people go after him because he admitted to it. The point is with the lawsuit is no evidence has been provided with which to assess it. And you can just go off of the things that are claimed, how intuitively true it potentially is. That's the difference. Like, what is this idea? You can only make a determination on whether or not something happened based on whether or not legal action is successful against the person. What an absolutely insane standard. There's tons of stuff that we come to a conclusion on, and there's tons of stuff that we make a decision on whether we think something did or didn't happen, right? On the basis of the evidence that is available to look at. Right? Destiny himself has done rape reviews where he's looked at situations where no legal action is involved whatsoever, and he has come to the conclusion that the person has done something wrong by looking at the evidence that's available. So he knows the difference. He is dishonestly trying to manipulate the narrative in order to act like there's some discrepancy in how people are treating him here. But there's not. There is no discrepancy whatsoever. We are looking at the available information and coming to reasonable inferences about what that information shows us. Oh, he's responded to this as well. Nicholas has responded to this, I think. Oh my god, dude. Bro, Nicholas is going in. So yeah, it's a quote tweet of this. You shared Pixie's intimate videos with a random 19-year-old OnlyFans model and then posted logs where you admitted to severely damaging her. Why are you responding to me at all? You literally did this, bro. Dude, he's posted it all. He's posted the lot. Jesus. Dude, Destiny is engaging in exactly the same sort of reality manipulative tricks that fucking Trump does. I know you righties aren't going to like to hear that, okay? Suck it up. Suck it up for me, okay? You're going to have to suck it up. This is exactly the same shit that fucking the Trump and the Trump-tards do to twist reality to fit their views. It's there. It's in black and white. What more do you need? What an insane standard. That the only way we can determine whether or not something happened is whether a fucking lawsuit says it did. Obviously, that comes into play when you've got a he said, she said situation. So for example, someone puts out a twit longer and they say like, this person did this thing to me in a bedroom at this point. Okay? And then the person responds and say, that's not what happened in the bedroom. And because it's happened in real life, there's no way of determining the circumstances or anything about that. We've got no fucking idea. We haven't got a clue. And then that's why court is important, obviously, to then for us to figure out and have an understanding of what did happen, and then we can go off that. It's still not perfect, but it's at least something, right? But when it comes to cases where you've got messages of someone having admitted fault for something, what more do you need? What more information do you need to look at to establish the person did the thing? Yeah, very deceptive, trying to manipulate the narrative. Either there's stuff happening behind the scenes that Destiny feels confident about, that he's going to be able to do a sort of twist of a narrative on this one. Or he's just, you know, feeling the pressure and getting frustrated and lashing out and spurging out. Yeah, but he would never soy the hell out, like, don't join my community. This guy should never have a career again like Nicholas Diorio does. Well, if that was his concern, fine. But it's not. He's saying he didn't do the thing. We're past that. He's saying he didn't do the thing, but he did do the thing and he's admitted to doing the thing. He's crashing out. He's literally crashing out. And also, I think the reason that Nicholas is having this response is he's getting frustrated about the fact that his audience... Bro, this attempt to twist the narrative is so transparent and bullshit, okay? I'm not fucking standing for it, right? It's totally reasonable that Nicholas is saying that because a bunch of his retarded fans who are still willing to support this guy despite him being an utter disgusting wretch are fucking, you know, presumably within his community and are like responding to stuff and talking about stuff in a way that's annoying. Nicholas is getting the response because you guys are soying out. Bro, why does it not bother you? Does it not bother you that you've all got the same fucking take? That you're all coming in with exactly the same fucking perspective on this? This is the reason this is happening. Forget about that point. Destiny is saying that he didn't admit to doing it when he did. What about that? Explain that part to me. You're a literal fucking automaton coming in here with the same fucking take. I don't fucking care what Destiny's narrative is about this, okay? He did this shit and he's lying about having done it. That's it. You need to be deprogrammed. Apparently there's an article you can read about that exact topic at the moment. Okay? Doesn't matter who wrote it, but it's out there. Destiny is using classic misdirection that his audience follow like housebound mouth breathers. I get it. You want to soy out some more because it pays well. Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't really pay that well. Dude, this is so funny, bro. Painting everyone that is talking about it as some sort of money motive. Dude, you are literally just gobbling up the narrative. It's so obvious that your mind is being manipulated. You just want to act like this because of the money. Actually, not really. It's not really that fucking profitable to soy out about it. There's other things that I've spoken about that have, you know, been way more beneficial for my channel, like the pirate software shit. The Destiny videos have performed less well overall than the pirate software ones. Like, if I was only concerned about making money, I'd just do back-to-back streams covering everything that pirate software has ever fucking done and just upload those as segments. They are outperforming everything else on the channel at the moment. So, you know, this narrative that I'm just saying this because I'm money hungry is ridiculous. And it's more fun as well. It's more fun. This shit is boring to me. I don't fucking care. I don't want to talk about all this shit. I'm done. I'm so far past fucking being concerned about what Destiny is and isn't doing. It's not even funny. But, you know, if I'm seeing my boy Nicholas getting attacked unreasonably, then yeah, I want to say something about it, you know? Like, Nicholas is just correct about this. It is depressing. Yes. Yes, that's true. There probably is something in that, right? It's horrendous. It is horrendous. It's a horrible story. It's heartbreaking. Yeah, sure. Damn. Did you used to be a Destiny fan, Stylo? Is that what you mean? Or is it just the nature of it? But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, that for everything they've criticised Hassan's audience for, it's exactly the same fucking shit that they are doing. But it just is their streamer guy that they're doing it around. I mean, it's there in black and white. What more do you need? What more could you possibly need to say that this happened? It just feels like this is the early stages that is going to be Destiny's game plan, which, you know, I think is to, you know, like, manipulate the narrative and twist it in a way that benefits him amongst the people that are still willing to support him, you know? But you can't. Like, you can't. Well, you can try, and there's some people that will be bought into it, right? Dude. Bro, Nicholas is fucking out. He's popping off. Nicholas ain't holding back. So he's quote tweeting him with this message. Fucking hell, dude. I don't know how you defend this. You can't defend it. You can't. You literally cannot defend this shit. It's impossible. So the only thing that you can do is to misdirect. Make it about something else. Make it about another topic, right? I mean, this is just a lie. This is just a this is an unreserved 100% without question lie that Destiny is telling here. He's lying. He knows that he admitted to it. He's the one that sent the fucking messages. And now he's lying to try and cover for himself. Oh, look, another person that has bought wholesale into the narrative. One guy replies to Nick saying, I think him avoiding addressing legal issues isn't the same as Hassan avoiding a video on his politics. And Nick crashes out, sawing out about his career. Wow. It's almost like all of you have got exactly the same fucking marching orders on exactly what to say about this. Isn't that interesting? Ever considered thinking for yourself? Ever thought about that for a second? How is Nick crashing out exactly? No, we don't need to ban anyone. I'm done talking about this anyway. I just think this is like evil. This is evil shit. And, you know, even if I was to be generous, which is, if I was to be extremely generous, okay? If I was to be extremely generous and I was to say, this shouldn't be career ending, okay? What should be career ending is this. This shit should be career ending. This here. So even if you put aside the egregious acts themselves, the lying about it, the misrepresenting, the deflecting, the complete lack of remorse, I mean, bro, it's fucking disgusting. Don't forget, the fact that the only reason he sent those Discord messages is because he thought he could resolve it in the background without becoming public. He 100% regrets sending them. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think JStalk mentioned this on a stream or something, but yeah, apparently he was saying that he thought he could just sweep this away, basically. You know, it's very clear that he thought that he could just swerve this and it not become a thing. But yeah. Anyway, very depressing state of affairs for all involved. Right, what is the response to this? That's the thing that I don't understand. What is the response to this? What is the actual response to this message? Q Nicholas will be in a shock when sharing nudes isn't career ending and nobody cares. Well, that's actually not true. People do care. There's loads of people that care. Look, bro, literally, you know, what? 90% of the people that orbit him have left over this. Plenty of people care about this. People that have got no fucking moral center don't care, obviously. Bro, it's just, bro. It's just like Trump fans saying they don't care about Trump doing bad shit, right? It's the same fucking dynamic, bro. He's too important. He's too entertaining. I like him too much. Anyway, guys. Yeah. Looks like Nicholas is handling it well. Very good, very nice, very good to see. Right. I like Trump and I like Destiny. Well, look, there's a fucking angle there. There's an angle there, isn't there? Bro, it's so wild to me that there's all these motives that are being put in place. Money, wanting to, what is this? You just want to farm Destiny's watchers for watching Destiny. So what? All these motives are getting put in place. I'm talking about this as a fucking sideline of something else that I'm watching because I'm seeing it happening on Twitter, right? I'm not thinking, oh, yes, I can talk about Destiny for 15 minutes and I can get his view. But what the fuck are you on about, dude? It's not even a fucking pre-planned segment. It's just, oh, I'm seeing something is developing on Twitter. I'm going to talk about it for a bit. Where's all this analysis when I talk about other shit? What are you on about, dude? Is there literally 0% I don't want this. I don't want DGG cast-offs in here. If you like my content and you want to watch me, fine. But anyone that's like, I don't fucking want, I don't care. I don't need you. I literally don't fucking need you. I literally don't fucking need you. Fuck off. But yeah. All I'm getting from this is that you're the real victim. Bro, when did I ever say that? Who is this fucking loser anyway? Some fucking Destiny cocksucker. Yeah, I think that's an easy ban. Saying things like, you want to soy out some more because it pays well is insane. In the entire time that I spoke about that, I got 2 super chats to the value of $10, okay? If you think that is paying well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Bro, we need to start getting rid of these fucking freaks, okay? Rapist apologists. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. There we go. Right. Anyway, I don't know if I want to fucking watch the rest of that. We'll give it a bit more time to breathe, but honestly, it seems really shit, to be honest with you. But I think we'll give it a bit more of a shot. We didn't really give it much of a chance. Okay. Where is it? Let's have a look. Okay, I've got a few other levers to pull as well, so we'll see what happens.
And being blown up over and over again until the end of fucking time. Basically this tweet, but for YouTubers and celebrities. You've probably encountered this beforehand. The Dream drama was pretty white, Bo Black's drama, that's pretty white. The Bloom's drama is also quite demelanated. And this recent Mr. Beast drama is the whitest of them all. Now you may say, but Rundown, this can't be white people drama. Dogpack isn't being monetized. He's a good boy who didn't do nothing. Well, yes, Dogpack is monetized and it's extremely easy to prove. For one, his videos very clearly get ads on them. I got one while I was watching this video to debunk it for this video. And for two, Dogpack himself fucked up and accidentally proved this. In a deleted tweet, Dogpack posted his monetization page and I had to copy the image and paste it into a photo editor to check it because it did seem suspicious. I had to put it through some quick tests like upping the saturation to see if he had edited anything, and to my shock and surprise, he had. Dogpack had edited the part around his channel name and did so quite sloppily.
There's nothing... Okay, well, listen, I don't want to just cut it off now. I'm going to give it 5 more minutes, but, dude, this is fucking dire. Right? AI-generated ass drama. Like, he was throwing stuff up about Diddy and shit like that. We'll give it until 10 minutes, and if it's not captured my interest, there's something else we're going to watch.
Proving that he took a screenshot from his channel's PFP and pasted it over a non-monetized channel page. Sadly, he deleted the tweet before I could actually save the image, and while I did have the tab with the actual photo manipulation open for a few weeks, I had to get my computer fixed and forgot to save the image, and when I had it returned, all my tabs were closed, rendering it lost to time. So yeah, Dogpack does get money from his videos, and assuming he got $1 per every 1,000 views, he got 15,000 bucks off the original video, 10,000 bucks from the sequel, and I think about 2,000 bucks from the James...
Wait, hang on, wait, that's new. That's new, isn't it? Hang on a sec, slow down. I think you guys are being a bit too skeptical. But what, has he got anything to back any of that up though?
Pasted it into a photo editor to check it because it did seem suspicious. I had to put it through some quick tests like upping the saturation to see if he had edited anything, and to my shock and surprise, he had. Dogpack had edited the part around his channel name and did so quite sloppily, proving that he took a screenshot from his channel's PFP and pasted it over a non-monetized channel page. Sadly, he deleted the tweet before I could actually save the image, and while I did have the tab...
Okay, dude. Right. So the evidence to prove that he lied about being monetized has somehow vanished. Is that right? That sounds fucking insane. What? Why the fuck would anyone... Why would you... The dog ate my homework, guys.
With the actual photo manipulation open for a few weeks, I had to get my computer fixed and forgot to save the image, and when I had it returned, all my tabs were closed, rendering it lost to time. So yeah, Dogpack does get money from his videos, and assuming he got $1 per every 1,000 views, he got 15,000 bucks off the original video, 10,000 bucks from the sequel, and I think about 2,000 bucks from the James Warren vid that he straight up admitted was fake and that he lied about, leading to $27,000 gained, roughly, allegedly. Actual scumbag. The thing about the whole I'm not monetized manipulation shtick, aside from it being openly fake like I stated,
Proceed at your own discretion. I'm just trying to save you time. Dick has fell for this too. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm falling for it necessarily. I was skeptical about this when I saw it, but I've been meaning to throw it up and see what's in there. And yeah, it seems like it's fucking bullshit. So, you know, we're not gonna. Like I say, we'll watch up till 10 minutes. I mean, unless there's something drastic that gets presented, this is fucking dog shit.
Before is that Dogpack still gets actual material gain from making these videos, even if it was true that he wasn't monetized. He's gotten an insane amount of subscribers that most people could only dream of. He's gotten to collaborate with huge YouTubers, and he's essentially made himself into a bootleg content cop that all the subhuman Redditors can orbit around, like how they used to orbit iDubbbz in case he ever decides to make the channel into an actual content venture. And he's gotten a fuck ton of clout off of this. Alongside that, he could just straight up take sponsors or actually monetize the channel if he does turn it into a future venture, which means that he has over 500,000 million subs to start off his e-celeb career despite barely making any videos and starting his entire brand off of open and blatant lies. On top of that, he could just sell his channel to pay for any future legal fees from his open and blatant lies, and I can guarantee you that even if you excluded all the Redditors who would buy it just to have it as a trophy, there's a lot of people who would buy a 600k plus subscriber YouTube channel for top.
Gnome Star promoted this. No, he didn't. No way, dude. Keemstar promoted this. Did he even watch it? That's crazy.
Dollar.
Whoa.
Especially when you remember all the content farms like Spiller and Oop who did buy channels and bought them for quite the pretty penny. You have to realize there are things beyond money to gain here, especially since Dogpack's goal is to destroy MrBeast's reputation as much as possible in every video.
Oh my god, dude. Bro. This is actually brilliant. This is actually fucking brilliant. Look at this. Dogpack 404 allegations. Rosanna Pansino's personal on 11. Right? There's the video. 6 seconds. 6 seconds. And he's gone, yeah, that looks good. I mean, he's obviously just put it out because it's something that, oh, look, these people that I've had beef with, look, you're getting shat on now, haha. That's what's going on here, right? Okay, yeah, this fucking sucks. Okay, listen, a few more minutes. Listen, I'm going to give it a shot. 10 minutes is fair. You'd watch 10 minutes of a movie to see if you like it. I think that's a fair amount of time.
No matter how false that is, does it to an insane degree. Money isn't the only incentive here. Anyways, it's time for the big showstopper. It's estimated that being a video idea guy for MrBeast, which was Dogpack's job before he got fired, gives you a salary of $56 an hour. For reference, I have a bachelor's degree in biology and I'm extremely close to getting my master's. It took me 2.5 years for an already difficult degree, and the master's was even harder because I took a fuck ton of classes and put my nose to the grindstone. Basically, the last 4 years of my life since the second I became 18 were 24.
So now we got to somehow why do we care about what this guy's personal situation? Why do we give a fuck about that? Wow, you've got a degree. Literally, who the fuck asked? Yeah, exactly. Who asked? Who asked?
I've been studying, test taking, grinding, and up until a year ago I basically had no social life outside of my friend group and family. Due to all of this, sadly, I took a lot of internships and did a lot of free work, but now I have a paid internship at a humongous corporation that'll give me an estimated $100k a year salary when my paid internship is over and I get that job in about a year. This took a fuck ton of time and a fuck ton of effort, a metric assload of blood, sweat, and tears, and in exchange I got a job that's gonna give me an estimated $53 an hour. Yeah, that's right. All that hard work and effort, all that grinding, all that talent and prior work experience, that pales in comparison to e-begging on Reddit for a job from MrBeast. I want you to keep in mind that Dogpack had and fumbled a job that people would literally commit unspeakable crimes for, that pays higher than a guy who's gonna have a master's in biology and 3 years of internships and job experience at big corporations, because this comes into play when trying to analyze why he does the things that he does and why he posted what he thought was CP on YouTube. Remember this, the fact that this retard destroyed potentially generational retirement wealth all because of his Reddit and drug addiction. It moves and guides him, just like a spirit possessing a mortal shell. Anyways, it's time to start talking about how openly disgusting and evil Dogpack is.
How you doing? Can you have a seat over in that chair, please?
Okay. Right. So with all that rambling, I know it's not going to happen. We're not getting tricked. But I'm guessing the idea here is, oh, now we're going to get to the juicy stuff, and then it just never does.
Let's start at the most incriminating, disgusting thing he has done. On October 26th, Dogpack and Rosanna Pax whatever made a video going through MrBeast's quote-unquote work chats. Within the work chats, they had found CP within them. Alongside that, Dogpack...
I'm just hearing about this now for the first time. Dogpack did what? What on earth? I don't actually hate this. I've got to be honest with you. I don't hate the title. Okay? I respect the hustle. I respect the clickbait hustle. Fair play. But the fact that it's just the old information is insane. Like what like you worked for him, but you're just going over all the stuff we publicly already knew. And the thing that you are claiming that you know that's new, that he definitely was monetized, you can't even back up with any evidence because it's disappeared apparently.
Like I stated in a video 7 days prior that he had access to these chat logs with CP in them. Notice anything yet? Now, I don't know about you, but me personally, if I encountered CP while looking for shit that makes my opponents look bad, the first thing I do is fucking wipe my entire computer, throw that shit into a trash compactor, toss a tiny cube into the bottom of the ocean, and then continuously report the material with 6 phones to the feds looking like SpongeBob until I get a human being on the other end of the line that goes, okay, we'll look into this and
So, not only is it like the same shit that's already been heavily discussed and litigated, it's exactly the same takes, not even any new perspectives on it or something. Not even like a sort of, I don't know, maybe some sort of legal analysis, or maybe even a video saying, looking at the legal analysis, actually they might not be legally liable for this. Maybe it's not a big deal as people said, or something. It's just the same fucking takes. Oh yes, I would call the FBI. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, we know that already. And the thing is like, it's not even like, it's like trying to give takes on it. Like, it's not even like a true retrospective, because you're not just talking about what happened. You're giving the same boring takes that we've already heard a fucking 100 times before.
Firms that a real human being will get on the case. Now that might be a bit exaggerated. I don't have
Anyway,
a trash
don't worry, guys,
compactor,
we're gonna
nor do
move
I
on.
have 6 phones, but I think that your average person upon encountering CSAM would immediately report it to the feds and attempt to wipe the material off their own device as soon and as completely as possible. They certainly wouldn't brag about it in a response to somebody else, made by somebody else, and I wouldn't make a fucking video where I'm smiling at the CP.
Look at you smiling, bro! Bro, you're like...
The age of consent.
You're like...
Not getting arrested for possession of CP.
Alongside this, the thought unironically complained that her video got demonetized and that she wouldn't be able to make money off it. She complained that she posted CP to YouTube and got demonetized.
Wow, great point. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, mate. Appreciate that. Okay, let's actually watch a good video now, okay? Right, that was fucking diabolical. What are the comments saying? He lied about giving to charity. What? Okay. The title, I don't hate the title. The title's funny. Especially if it's just clickbait in the video. What other content does this guy do? Is he just a commentary guy? Fallen Chungus Crash Out. Worst of YouTube sponsors. Bro, he's actually got quite the dude. He's actually got some decently viewed videos here. Okay. Anyway, yes, I thought that was pretty bad. I've got to be honest with you. Anyway, guys, I've got some good news. We have got a new Liquid Sonic video. Okay. And what is absolutely insane is it's the craziest bread tuber you haven't heard of. But I've heard of them. I know this person. I actually know who this person is. I can't remember their name though, but I recognise them. I'm fairly certain that they had a conversation with Vosh and chastised them for being misogynistic or something. Or that might actually, dude. There's like a certain archetype of white women that do BreadTube. There's this person, and there's another person that's very similar that's in my mind's eye, but I can't think of their name. They're not trans. They're just ugly. Okay, bro. Trust me. No, dude, I don't know. Maybe they are trans. There we go. Yeah, Catherine. Fuck, there's another one as well who did like BreadTube videos. I can't remember their name. Anyway. They're all much of a muchness, okay? They've all got the same politics. They've all got the same takes. They never disagree. Anyway, new Liquid Sonic video about this this new BreadTube person. This is going to be fun. Let's have a watch and see what Liquid Sonic's got to say. And let's pump these numbers up. He's at 5.79k subs. This guy deserves way more subs than that. So make sure to go and subscribe, okay?
And I think the more we try to repress that inner Hitler, that shadow side, via denial, dissociation, or projection, the more likely Hitler is to rear his head in uglier and uglier ways, because things we repress have a tendency to fester and transmute.
Bro! Let's go! Guys, you've got permission. Embrace your inner Hitler. Now! What the fuck is an inner Hitler? What the fuck is that? Is this some sort of idea that we've all got inside of us? Some sort of innate desire to hate minorities? That's based.
The challenge then is to acknowledge and confront the Hitlers within us.
This is Catherine, a lesser-known breadtuber that seems to be absent from many conversations about this genre of YouTube. But credit to her, she has kept it up for 5 years and done some relatively good numbers on her videos. I have had a particular interest in her because I believe Catherine to be completely lost in the breadtube source. And because of this, from time to time, she'll say things that I find to be absolutely insane. So I've watched a bunch of her content and I'm here to share my findings. And I would like to give Catherine one piece of praise, and that is that she has found herself a niche, that being incorporating spiritual and mystical style commentary into her videos.
Oh my
If I mention psychedelics as plant allies, people claim it's unscientific. If I suggest it might be instructive to listen to the wisdom of our bodies, nature, our ancestors, people say it's hippy-dippy mumbo-jumbo.
And you know, this isn't my thing, but I'm giving her a point for originality. Maybe Catherine can find a route to break free from the shackles of generic breadtube arguments.
But I do worry that the rejection of these things often mirrors the very logic of white supremacist capitalist patriarchy.
Okay, maybe I was being naive. It's all going to be the same old shit again. It's long, faux intellectual video.
Yeah, okay. Normally I think it's... Bro, why? This is a bit weird, isn't it? Why are you sat there like that, eating, gobbling pills? It's like, oh my god, okay. Oh, fuck, what's the person's name? Maybe it's not as egregious as what I'm about to say, but it's like, you know, the much lower tier version of it, right? There's someone who is like hippy-dippy, like influencer type, and they do these songs, and they got dreadlocks. White woman, dreadlocks, they do songs about, like, you know, hippy-dippy shit. And they've also got an OnlyFans, and they get fucked. Right? Do you know what I'm talking about? She sometimes pops up on Twitter, and because she's got, like, a very unique look about her. Shannon Blake. Is that the name? Let's be cautious as we... Yes! Shannon Blake. Yes. 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 Exactly right. Here we go. This is her. It's the same energy, but like a lower tier version.
I'm my top priority. Nothing beat.
So she's got this kind of like hippie vibe, right? And she's got like the dreadlocks and stuff like that and lives like a carefree lifestyle or something like that. And then there's videos of her getting fucked. Not saying that Catherine is doing porn, okay, to be clear. I'm not making that claim. That would be very misogynistic. But it's just that it's like the combination of the hippy-dippy stuff whilst presenting yourself in an appealing way for the male gaze. That is the point I'm trying to make, okay?
If I suggest it might be instructive to listen to the wisdom of our bodies, nature, our ancestors, people say it's hippy-dippy mumbo-jumbo.
Like,
and you know...
What is this shot? What is this shot supposed to be? Low-angle shot of the person watering plants in a way that, you know, like, it just seems quite obvious that this is aimed at the male gaze. Right?
This isn't my thing.
Why not a side shot of you pouring stuff on the plants or something like that? It's like, ooh. It's like, ooh, 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 ooh. Do you know what I mean? It's like that, isn't it? Bro, Stylo is unbelievable. Dude, Stylo is spotted, and this is true, by the way, open-toed shoes as well. Stylo, you are next level, dude. He is fucking like the Terminator, honing in on that. Open show choose to. Just spotted like that. Yes. You got a little foot tease in there too.
But I'm giving her a point for originality. Maybe Catherine can
Flip-flops.
find a route to break free from the shackles of generic breadtube arguments.
But I do worry that the rejection of these things often mirrors the very logic of white supremacist capitalist patriarchy.
Okay, maybe I was being naive. It's all going to be the same old shit again. It's long, faux intellectual video essays about the harms of patriarchy and capitalism.
Oh, this is the exact song I think that...
I've been chilling
Yes!
in the mountains of Peru, drinking ayahuasca with the shaman stew. Cup of champagne to shift the mood. I've been learning
This.
about myself, finding out my truth. I've been healing my soul, child, the best medicine. I've been learning shit from the aliens, like how we're all connected to the pyramids, and how we used to use them for time traveling. Now I'm astral projecting, remembering how to navigate the ether. Sound heals didgeridoo, singing bowls that read lyric, medicinal truth. Sound transforms DNA, my mind's making things move. Whoa. Kidney infection, I healed that too. I've been doing things your brain can't compute. They'll say it's magic, but you could do it too. Just open up your heart and let it channel through.
Yeah, this is the kind of woman that wretched stoners sit around and jerk off to all day, in between the haze of marijuana smoke floating throughout their fucking house. So I'm saying that Shannon Blake is Catherine on steroids, is what I'm trying to get across, okay?
Capitalism, delivered with a cadence that if you're unfortunate enough like me, you'll be able to recognize as a dead ringer for the delivery of the type of poetry women do, where they talk about how they dislike their previous boyfriends and how they're really sad about oppression.
Bro! Yes! Oh my god, Liquid Sonic has fucking nailed it there. That is so true. That is so correct. That brand of poetry that women... Dude, he's just so on the fucking money. He's won again. He's literally won again. Yes, I've met women like that. They're very fucking annoying, okay? Yes, yes!
On certain words to try to make things sound profound does not make this content more palatable.
When you first clicked on this video, what crossed your mind when you heard my southern British accent?
Well, for me, I have my own personal Vietnam flashbacks of the times when I used to think it was a good idea to hook up with hippie chicks. No, Matilda, it's Sunday. I don't want to eat porridge at a drum circle and listen to people recite poetry. But Catherine covers all of the predictable topics you'd expect from a breadtuber: capitalism, patriarchy, colonialism, all the good stuff. And this has distilled in her a strong sense of guilt and a bit of a saviour complex.
When I was at university, we got free career counselling in our final year, and I remember saying to my career counsellor, "Can you tell me what job makes the most difference in the world?"
Well, Catherine, I'm glad that you found the most important job of all time, being a breadtube video essayist that chills their Patreon. And look at this, very on brand, you've got the beautiful cosmos with a glowing fist rising up in the middle. And the Patreon tiers are all on brand too. You can be a Horizon Voyager.
Oh my god, dude. Always like to look at the perks. The Patreon-only feed, vote and polls updates. The private Discord where you can chat with me and the community. This is something I've this selling this is weird. I think there's like a weird, not weird. It's like you're selling a parasocial connection. Better perks than chat. Yeah, I don't have any perks on my Patreon. I'm just like, if you want to give me money, and that's the end of the discussion. People like this person, Brittany Simon and J-Stalk, are trying to start cults. How the fuck is J-Stalk trying to start a cult exactly? Anyway. Sure, yes. I would say this is more likely here. And also, true Brittany Simon as well. True Brittany Simon too. Brittany Simon has got very similar kind of aspects in her Patreon too. But yeah, I just take issue with like selling access to yourself like this, you know? In fairness, okay? When I first started doing this, I did do like a hangout or something for subs, but I got tired of doing it in the end because it was just inevitably a bunch of the most autistic people in my community wanting to fucking talk about shit I wasn't interested in for like a couple of hours, so I stopped doing it. It was honestly just like, and people speaking with that tone. I was like, oh, okay. Lefty autists, the worst kind of autists. Not even funny. Not even funny. Not even funny autists. The other problem with it too is scaling out something like that isn't possible. I mean, imagine if I did that now. Imagine if I had like a subscriber hangout or something, or members hangout. There'd be like fucking hundreds of people in there, and it would be impossible to even get a word in. You know? Anyway. Nonetheless, it's a bad idea, not scalable, and just admitting to my own sins. Yes, I did this when I started. I'll take the L for that. But I think this idea that you sell time to yourself, particularly as a lefty, I think that you are, facilitating further parasocial connection for money, and I don't like that. It's similar to the girlfriend experience or something like that. This isn't as bad because it's just you can chat with me and the community. But still, I just don't like it. Just, there's a Discord server. If you join, you can join this Discord server. Boom. There we go. Simple. Get personal support. Get personal support. What? Okay, that's fucking weird. Get personal support. What does that entail exactly? That is more cult-like once again. Thank you for the $5. I forgot. I've unmuted alerts. Let me go through the ones that I missed. There's 2 here I missed. Good pitch, sir. Thank you for the $10. And Simpleton, the best play is the tried and true, a paid Discord and selling channel relevant opinions and low effort reviews for higher tiers. Yep. Thank you. Very true. Thank you for the super chat. View and comment on YouTube videos a day earlier than everyone else. Your name will be immortalized in the credits of my videos. An entire backlog of enlisted archive videos. There are just as many videos here as on my channel. Probably just means you can vent and community members will support you. Vent channels, terrible idea. Don't do vent channels. You just end up with a bunch of suicidal freaks discussing how much they want to fucking top themselves, okay? Waste of time. It's a literal fucking graveyard for suicidal freaks. Don't fucking bother. Your name will be immortalized in the credits of my video. An entire backlog of enlisted archive videos. There are just as many videos here as on my channel. Bed Blob Hangout, and all of them want to redact themselves.
A cosmic dreamweaver.
Okay. Oh, wait, Mexi! I think Mexi is the other person I was thinking of. Anyway, monthly Discord calls. Dude, this is, yeah, okay. What I said the first time was right. This is selling parasocial attachment. This is fucking lame. Monthly Discord calls with me and Mexi to talk about topics of your choosing, both personal and political. Absolutely hate this shit. Monthly book club. And also, beyond that, for $5 a month. Huh? Have you thought this through? These communists are fucking terrible at economics. You need to sell this at a much higher rate, right? Because it's a supply and demand issue. If you are selling this at this level, there's going to be way too much fucking demand. And people are going to buy it at $5. You need to, you need to increase that so there's less demand. Otherwise, you're going to be inundated with people that are going to want to fucking call with you. Dumb. That should be a $50 tier minimum. And if you grow further beyond that, then maybe even a $100 tier. Monthly book club. We'll read and discuss a book together each month. Wow. A monthly vlog and archived podcasts. I think Mexi is the person I was thinking of. Is it? Yes! Oh my god, no way, it literally is! So you're telling me these two women are connecting in some way as well? Who recognizes this person? You're going to need to log off if you know who this person is, because you're way too in-depth. This is another woman bread tuber. This is the person that spoke to Vosh and was chastising them, or had an interview and was chastising them for something years ago.
Has capitalism got you down? Have you been stuck inside, becoming increasingly angry and terrified about large, abstract issues over which you feel you have very little control?
COVID, ecological collapse, human rights. Okay, we're not watching this. This fucking sucks. Okay. You've never seen her in my life. You're not deep enough in the breadtube stuff. I know all these people. I don't know them personally, but I know of them. I've seen them around. Back from the old days. Back from the glup shito leftoid days.
A utopian artisan, or if you want to pay $35 a month.
Okay, these fucking tiers are insane. You're like my producers and script consultants, getting access to the first drafts of my scripts, having the ability to directly comment on them, suggest changes and additional points. For $15 a month plus VAT. That's crazy. What? That's so low. You're giving a bunch of autistic shitters the opportunity to interfere with your fucking work. Why would you do that? You'll be immortalized as script consultants and producers in the credits of my videos. Yes. Well, this is presumably Liquid Sonic has taken these from because he's got a UK account, and in the UK you have to pay VAT on top of whatever the cost is. Something happened a couple of years ago, so that's why it says VAT. It's value-added tax in the UK. Anything that you purchase has a 20% on top value-added tax. Anyway, yeah, crazy. Crazy low.
You can become a celestial conduit. But what I really want to get into.
Okay, these names as well,
a month,
dude.
You can become a celestial.
Oh my god, what the fuck is a celestial conduit? Okay. Sponsor a specific aspect of my videos of your choosing. Captions, subtitles, and translations. Captions make my videos easier and more accessible by translating videos into other languages. For each $35 pledge, I will have a video of your choice captioned. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine if you're like a tiny creator, but it should be eventually that you subsume that cost yourself if you want to do that. Professional thumbnails, mic, editing services, etc. Professional what? Professional mic. You've got a fucking microphone, haven't you? You've got a microphone already? No? What do you mean professional? Okay, dude. Who fucking knows what the fuck that means? Transcripts to all my videos for those who are not visual audio learners. You'll have the option of having your name featured as a credit in the description of each video your funding helps to sponsor, plus everything in the previous tiers. The thing is, you should have an adequate microphone. And I think early on, you can justify fundraising for a microphone. But once you reach a certain... I mean, maybe they've never reached a stage where they're self-sustaining. Like, if you get to a point where you're self-sustaining, then yeah, obviously at that point, it should just come out of your profits. But who knows? Maybe they never got to that stage.
Conduit. But what I really want to get into is the guilt that her ideology has bestowed upon her. So let's take a look at the video. I travelled the world and I regret it.
I'm supposed to say that I enjoyed every moment, that traveling transformed me, that it was the best time of my life. But in this video, I want to talk about why the opposite is actually the case.
Wait, hang on a sec. Is that Blue Lagoon? That's Blue Lagoon, isn't it? Wasn't this film controversial because the woman that was in it, or I should say the girl that was in it, was only 14 at the time? And it was like a romance plot with someone that was older or something. Why have you got a poster for the pedo incest movie on your wall? What the fuck is that about, dude? It's not Denise Richards. No. It's... Someone say the name. Brooke Shields. That's it, Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields was 14 at the time that it was getting filmed. How do you recognise that? Because I'm a man of culture, obviously. No, I just know. It's like Saulo. It's like Saulo, or it's like one of those movies that, you know, has got a lot of controversy surrounding it. So you just kind of, you know, yeah, like it was, you know, I think at the time, like, it's just bizarre that at the time it was like acceptable to do that. But I think at the time, you know, as time has gone on, now people have reflected on it and gone, yeah, that was pretty fucked, actually.
Why, in hindsight, I regret a lot of my travels, and why traveling is kind of overrated.
Okay, she's going to make a case for why she didn't enjoy the huge opportunity she had to travel the world.
One of my primary motivations...
Okay, sorry, I just need to go back on a previous point. So I said if this person had never really made it so that they could take it out of their profits, it's reasonable to say things like, you know, support this aspect of the video. No. There's no fucking way, dude. This individual has got 323 members and makes $619 a month off of this. Buy your own fucking mic, bitch. Professional thumbnails. Why do you need to ask someone to sponsor a specific aspect? You would just take professional thumbnailing out of your profits. What? This is like a bit dishonest. This is a bit dishonest. The idea that you need specifically someone to pay $35 a month to sponsor a certain aspect. Yeah, it just comes across a bit disingenuous, you know? When you're making that much money on Patreon already. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway. So yeah, I don't think the person has made it necessarily. But they definitely are making enough money that they should be able to accommodate the cost of some of those things without having to get a direct sponsor from someone via Patreon, I think.
Traveling was escapism from the daily rat race and drudgery of capitalism. Meanwhile, the poorest at home and abroad never get the opportunity to escape the brutality of their lives.
What?
So other people
can't... There's no way! That is the crazy... Well, you see, this poor little wretch in Indonesia can't travel, so why should I travel?
The same experience as Catherine, and that fills her with such guilt that in retrospect she does not look back fondly at her time travelling.
They are too poor. They are too poor to go anywhere. They are too poor to escape the reality of their lives.
And hey, are you thinking of going travelling? Well, maybe have a listen to what revolutionary activist Catherine has to say about it, and then think again.
Rather than questioning why modern life is such that so many of us feel the need to escape from it.
Okay. By this logic, you cannot do anything. The logic that participating in a certain behaviour... I mean, you could argue that the things that are essential to function for life you would have to do, like eating, etc., right? You can't go to a restaurant, though. Not allowed to go to a restaurant. I mean... You could even argue that you're not allowed to travel, like, across country. There's some people that are so poor, they can't even make a travel across country for whatever reason they want to. Like, there's literally nothing you can do that isn't just the basic tenets of surviving. Eating, for example. What an insane way of looking at the world. Just because other people are less fortunate or not able to do things doesn't mean you can't do it or you should feel bad about doing it. That's not your fucking problem at the end of the day.
The privileged amongst us can opt out or take a break from the system rather than challenging it. Problems that used to be solved via unionizing, organizing, and agitating can now be solved for a minority of us via a light travel excursion.
You think you're going to go and enjoy yourself?
Bro, This is like another version of the make sure you eat all your food on your plate because there's children starving to death in Africa. Well, that's sad. But like, whether or not you eat the plate of food in front of you is not going to have an impact on whether or not these fucking kids get to eat in Africa, is it? What are you going to do, ship them out the fucking leftovers? Come on now, let's be sensible. No, you should like, if something makes you feel bad, you should engage in some sort of action to help alleviate that particular situation. But not doing something doesn't change what's happening with them. Or why not incorporate, and maybe she suggests this, I don't know, maybe I'm being unreasonable. Why not incorporate the travel into helping them out? You could do both. You could travel somewhere and then help out these destitute people, you know? We should ship our trash to Africa.
Via a light travel excursion.
You think you're going to go and enjoy yourself? You think you're going to go and take a break? Well, we live in a capitalist, patriarchal, white supremacist society, so how about you join our anarchist protest instead? Oh, and that money you've been saving up? How about you do something good with it, like becoming a celestial conduit? But seriously, this isn't just a bad faith clip, this is a big point to her argument.
But we really have to question the ethics of that escapism if it's based off of the suffering of others, has a pacifying effect on society, and blunts the edges of political resistance.
This just doesn't sell the ideology to me.
Okay, wait, sorry, dude. These people speak in fucking...
You do something good with it, like becoming a celestial conduit. But seriously, this isn't just a bad faith clip, this is a big point to her argument.
But we really have to question the ethics of that escapism if it's based off of the suffering of others, has a pacifying effect on society, and blunts the edges of political resistance.
This just doesn't...
Yeah, also, another good point as well there, somewhere in there, I think Liquid Sonic alluded to it, it's like, well, okay, well then people should stop paying money to your Patreon, shouldn't they? Right? Like, there should be absolutely zero money coming towards you and your Patreon, because that money could be, you know, going towards poor people and charity, right? It's like they make the argument of that it feels bad to some level, but only in a way that doesn't personally negatively impact them, right? It's such a it's very dishonest. But these bread tubers always just say, yeah, no one should donate to me. But they leave their Patreon up just in case. Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you genuinely think that no one should donate to you, then you should not have any monetization switched on, right? Because otherwise, you know that people are going to anyway. Yeah. Anyway, let's be fair. Let's be fair to Catherine. Maybe she's making a border point.
Sell the ideology to me. Become a progressive anti-capitalist, and you too can stop enjoying things because of the overwhelming guilt of your privilege.
Yes.
But don't worry, if you're white and you're feeling a lot of white guilt, well, then you can be like Catherine and just refuse to be white. And on the face of it, that might sound completely crazy.
So, dude, this is this absolutely absurd left... Dude, this stuff was so popular. This stuff used to be so fucking popular. The idea that you can reject your whiteness or something like that, right? And it's this overall political analysis of race. But it's like, well, yeah, you're just white, though. You can't really rid yourself of that. Like, you could be conscious of the benefits that are given to you and try and make some change in the world or do something with that. But, like, you're still white. You're white, bitch! You're never going to get rid of that.
Crazy. And if you haven't had the unfortunate life trajectory to understand where she's going with this, let me fill you in. So Catherine's concept of whiteness uses a similar understanding to what friend of the show Thought Slime talks about in his video, where he says, what is the definition of whiteness? And he'll say these things like, but some people look a bit brown and are still considered white. And he'll go on and on like this, picking away at the edges of the definition to the point that he says that whiteness doesn't really mean anything. So then he can swoop in and drop a couple truth bombs being like, and you know why the concept of whiteness actually exists? It's used to oppress people. Brilliant stuff if you're a middle-class white person that hates yourself, but you sound like a complete maniac to any normal person.
Yes.
When I was watching stuff for my Thought Slime video, I shrugged this off as some stupid rage bait, but Catherine must have also came across this concept, and she has ran a bloody mile with it.
I am a white person living in a white supremacist society. I am born into its logic, encultured into its worldview, suffused with its habits. It's corrupting me and killing me. I want desperately to be liberated from it. That's where...
What? Okay, dude. Right. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. It's killing you. Also, the framing of it, that you live in a white supremacist society. It's just wrong. It's just totally wrong. How the fuck, presumably living in the UK, I'm guessing, how the fuck is the UK a white supremacist society, exactly? Tell that to the mountains of Muslims they're fucking importing. Jesus.
This video starts with an acknowledgement that my words today are born out of selfishness. I want to find a way out of whiteness so that I can claim my full humanity. My hope is that in drawing attention to the deleterious effects of whiteness, we can begin to recognize that our own liberation as white people is inextricably linked with the liberation of all.
Being white sucks. Great.
So Catherine uses the concept of whiteness so loosely that it just becomes a catch-all term for anything bad. She talks about problems that her family have, but these aren't personal things that they need to fix. It's because they've been indoctrinated into whiteness.
The men are mostly all alcoholics, half of them are mentally unwell, and my aunt, who might as well be called Karen, gets her life meaning by going...
Wait, is she talking about white people? Is she talking about... Despite making up... Okay, dude. Also, actually, fun enough... That... Okay, let me listen again.
The men are mostly all alcoholics, half of them are mentally unwell, and my aunt, who might as well be called Karen, gets her life meaning by going on package holidays.
Stop breathing cause some people can't breath. Raised fist.
Thank you for the $5. Dude, what... Sorry, let me listen to it again. One more time, come on.
That they need to fix. It's because they've been indoctrinated into whiteness.
The men are mostly all alcoholics, half of them are mentally unwell, and my aunt, who might as well be called Karen, gets her life meaning by going on package holidays, then getting a refund by complaining to customer service. The dullness of whiteness, the lack of meaning, the lack of true fulfillment, the lack of real feeling. Is this really all life is about?
This...
What? Oh, she's talking about a family. Okay. I thought she was saying, like, most whites are alcoholics. I was like, what? That's crazy. Okay. She was talking about a family. Glad we listened again before we firmly said anything. Also, it's like, that's your choice. That's your decision. Also quite interesting that it's like, is this all life is, while dismissing the idea of traveling and seeing the world in some fashion, you know? Like, yeah, that's a way to enrich yourself and enrich your knowledge and experiences, is to go and see other cultures and shit like that. But apparently that's not good because you feel guilty because of brown people that can't do it. I did listen a lot. The way she talks is very hard to engage with. I find it difficult to actually take in what she's saying.
This broad usage of a term to be able to explain away any problems people have is so useless. It just becomes a meaningless boogeyman in the same way the breadtubers use the term capitalism. Capitalism is why this is ruined. Capitalism is why this thing in your life is bad. But for Catherine, she is using the buzzword whiteness for this video, and whiteness she believes to be the cause of death for her childhood friend.
Dying of whiteness?
My first friend and best friend when I arrived in England was a boy who died at 16. Medics ruled that he died of poor health, but in my opinion, he also died of whiteness.
What an absolutely ludicrous thing to say. Imagine Catherine filing an autopsy report.
He also died of whiteness.
Seriously, if you happen to watch this video and you just nodded along to this, please just stop watching content online, go and watch a Netflix serial killer documentary or something. Because if you think this is cool and you start mimicking these talking points in real life, I'm almost sure this is going to have a negative impact to you socializing with people. So Catherine's explanation for this is that she had this childhood friend that had a hard life and started falling into right-wing beliefs because of this.
And yet, despite whiteness being a cause of his suffering and eventual death, throughout his life, he increasingly became invested in white supremacy. He went from the sweetest, kindest boy at 5 years old to staunchly anti-immigrant, anti-social safety nets, pro-privatization.
Refugees are taking our jobs. We shouldn't be giving tax dollars to black people.
Where some of his
all correct opinions. Yes, I agree with that. Dude, this is like actually quite disgusting way to talk about someone that killed themselves. Well, presumably, what, killed themselves or fell into ill health, they said? Like, what a wicked way to talk about someone who was supposedly your friend. Oh, it was whiteness and their political belief. They had the wrong political beliefs, unfortunately. That's why they died. No, they died from whiteness. It was health. I mean, what correlation is there between having the wrong political beliefs, having some sort of... I'm guessing the wrong political beliefs is the dying from whiteness shit, but how does that correlate with ill health? That's fucking crazy. I know plenty of racists, and they're in very good health.
Frequent talking points in his teenage years.
And to be fair, when people become obsessed with certain political beliefs to the point that it's all they talk about, they can become incredibly annoying to be around.
Yes.
But the revelation Catherine comes to because of this is truly unbelievable.
So yes, my best friend died of poor health, but I think he was also murdered. Or perhaps more accurate would be to say he was dead long before his 16th birthday, because to disregard solidarity, brotherhood, and the beauty of resistance culture, to instead fight for the suffering of your fellow beings and your very own body, is to die a spiritual death long before you take your last breath.
I don't know if that rhyme at the end was intentional, but it hit. That was some real shit right there.
Bro! He died from having the wrong politics. What the fuck, man? And he was 16. This is someone you knew from childhood. God, I'd feel devastated if I heard that, you know, if it was like, that was, if that was my son, say, touch wood. Okay, it doesn't happen, but if my son had passed away at age 16, and then a friend of theirs that had known them since they were 5 spoke about it like that, I'd honestly be like appalled. I'd be sickened by that. Yeah, to me that's pretty fucking, yeah, weaponizing the corpse of a childhood friend to get one up on the opposite side. Yeah, dude. Dude's brain hadn't even finished forming. He'd probably have mellowed out given time, yeah.
Off depressed people.
To her, people with wrong opinions are already dead. I wonder if she would construct some camps for the bodies.
Thank you for the £5. Appreciate it.
But seriously, if she's earnestly saying this, Catherine must just lack self-awareness to a dangerous level. Like, I think a breadtuber such as Catherine believes that she needs to have this profound vulnerability that leads her to saying other crazy things such as this.
These days, despite the fact that I see myself as a leftist, committed to social justice, and appropriately anti-racist, if I'm really honest, I think on some deep subconscious level, I still fear non-white people.
Honest critique here, I don't think this is having the impact that Catherine is intending, because all I am feeling from this is a visceral second-hand embarrassment. But Catherine, she does get some backing from some other...
Oh man, I want to play pool all of a sudden. I don't know. It's just come over me randomly that I really want to just slam a pool ball. I want to slam an 8-ball into the corner pocket.
Other thinkers in this video. There's this absolutely lovely woman.
She looks like she's got a lot on her mind, doesn't she?
Let's take a listen to what she has to say.
One of my favourite thinkers on unlearning internalized oppression is the writer and poet Sonia Renee Taylor.
And just a quick one, maybe thinkers is an academic term, but when I hear someone use it, I just feel immediate revulsion. There must be a better term to use, just sounds so pretentious.
The less that you...
Hang on a minute. That's false advertising. Straight away. Bro. I'd ask for... If this was a product I'd purchased, I'd be asking for a fucking refund. What's this? What happened to her? I mean, it's still pretty rough, but it's something at least. What did? Right. Okay. Anyway, come on, stop fucking around.
Pretentious.
The less that you identify on a soul level with whiteness, meaning, and that doesn't mean eschew it, that means look for it and remove it from yourself, right? It is not, oh, that's not me. It's, oh, I don't want that to be me. Something is rotting in here. Let me get to investigating so that I can remove that. So that I can remove that because it's
wonderful.
stinking
But how
up
do
my
I make
space.
money off depressed people?
Chud, they haven't been products for decades.
Thank you for the super chat. With this whiteness thing, it feels to me like they found a way to discreetly or subtly talk about white people, but they do it through this woke lens. So they can say whatever the fuck they want. And it's like, I'm talking about whiteness, not white people. I would love to see these people's reactions to me talking about blackness and how much blackness stinks and how I want to get it the fuck away from me. Bro, it's so transparent, the fucking game that they play here.
It is a, oh, I don't want that to be me.
I'm just beset by an overwhelming darkness. A darkness is on my psyche and it stinks. It's disgusting and I hate it. Darkness. I've got to shed the darkness. Okay, come on, dude.
Something is rotting in here. Let me get to investigating so that I can remove that. So that I can remove that because it's stinking up my space. It is about whiteness, the construct that is rotting the material and spiritual and economic and political realities of Black and brown people around the world, while also at the same time rotting the internal spiritual and emotional and mental lives of those who were assigned whiteness at birth. You are struggling in this system as well.
True, DK. Just ask any of them if there's a single white person without this sense of whiteness and you have your answer. Yep.
It is killing you too. It's killing you. It's killing all of us.
So I'm sure we've all heard AFAB.
Bro, I don't need a fucking 8-ball to tell me what is going on with my whiteness, okay? Like, fuck off, seriously. Dude, I'm so glad that this shit has died and this stuff is looked at with derision and mockery now. It's so fucking based that we're beyond it. So that's why Michael Jackson died.
But now we have AWAB.
Those who were assigned whiteness at birth.
And what? People are going to presumably racially transition?
We might even manage.
What? What? Assigned whiteness at birth? What? What are you on about? What the fuck are you talking about? You're not assigned a race. You're observed. The race is observed. Assigned whiteness at birth. Oh my god, these people are fucking insane.
To stop being white.
Good luck with that, Catherine, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I think we've hit the peak of crazy today, so I'm going to leave it there. Part of me does think that Catherine is somewhat intentionally rage baiting with these videos, so I'd advise not going to interact with her videos, leaving comments and the such, because I do think it actually helps her out. I got suckered into watching this rubbish, and don't make the same mistake that I did. And with that being said, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like on it and sub to the channel. And
very good video. I recommend. I missed it the first time around. What did she say?
But how do I make money off depressed people?
And a wob is what Smaggle would call me.
Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Simpleton. There's the video. Go and watch it. It's great. If you haven't seen it all. Wait, what did she say? Sorry, I paused so much. Let me listen one more time. the fucking picture, dude.
On unlearning internalized oppression.
I'm just going to listen to the whole
writer
thing.
and poet Sonia Renee Taylor.
And just a quick one, maybe thinkers is an academic term, but when I hear someone use it, I just feel immediate revulsion. There must be a better term to use, just sounds so pretentious.
The less that you identify on a soul level with whiteness, meaning, and that doesn't mean eschew it, that means look for it and remove it from yourself, right? It is not, oh, that's not me. It's, oh, I don't want that to be me. Something is rotting in here. Let me get to investigating so that I can remove that. Because it's stinking up my space. It is about whiteness, the construct that is rotting the material and spiritual and economic and political realities of Black and brown people around the world, while also at the same time rotting the internal spiritual and emotional and mental lives of those who were assigned whiteness at birth. You are struggling in this system as well. It is killing you too. It's killing you. It's killing all of us.
So I'm sure.
I mean, it's just complete and utter dogshit nonsense, isn't it? White people amongst progressives, it is literally the only fucking group that you're allowed to talk about this way about. It's white. These people are racist. They're just racist, and they've dressed it up with academic terminology. No, she's not right. She's not right. You're fucking deranged if you think this person is right. If you're mind raped by progressive ideology and you're in the mind prison of the lefties, then sure. But white people are the only group that you're allowed to say this kind of shit about amongst progressives. You cannot say this about black people. You cannot say this about Asian people. You cannot say this about Hispanic people. You're not allowed to without causing great controversy. It is literally just solely white people that is the only group that is a permissible target of this kind of rhetoric amongst progressives. They have intellectualized the concept of being racist. It's literally that fucking simple, okay? That's it. That's all there is to it. You give it an intellectual veneer. It's it's the lefty version of intellectualizing racial differences and talking about black people behaving a certain way related to the inherentness of their race rather than other factors. Anyway, fun video. Yeah, that person is totally and utterly fucking insane. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I spoke about the Kanye stuff quite a lot. I feel like the Kanye stuff is like a mile a minute. It's difficult to keep up with it. The last thing that I saw was apparently Kanye had like spurned Aiden Ross or something. Is that right? Hang on a sec. There was something where he was going to maybe speak to Aiden Ross. Hang on, let me see if I can find it here real quick. Dude, he has put up a ton of pictures of him with that woman at the award show. I can't even show them because they're all of her. I can literally see her fucking nipples and gash. What the fuck is going on? Where is it? Here we go. Is this it? Yes. Yes. Okay, wait. Hang on. So we've got 2 messages here. So this is the first part of his messages with Aiden Ross. It's Ye. If I call you and you ask me some dumb shit, I'm hanging up metaphorically. I'm walking out on you like Carty did. What up, bro? Hope all is well. Nah, no dumb shit hit me. I prefer to be addressed as sir and to be asked to call you. Please give me a call at your earliest convenience, sir. I appreciate your heart though, sir. I never confirmed anything with Kai, but now he said he cancelled me, the fuck. And then there's this, which is a bit later. Yes, sir. I will refer to you as sir. May I call you in 2 minutes, sir? Of course I want to be your favourite Chew, sir. I just found out Kai did that too from a post, not fully sure why. I've been wanting to do our stream since 2022, sir. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is real. I think this is real. I mean, it's obviously difficult. All I've got is this screenshot, but it seems to be. You saying sir 4 times was condescending. I'm blocking you. Nobody finna play me. Now you'll say it never again. How you will say it never again? Oh my god, dude. So I'm guessing he's talking about the idea that he's been misled by Jews before. Is that correct? I think this is real. I think. Let me see if I can find anything else about it. Aiden Ross, Kanye. Anything? Kanye just humiliated Aiden Ross. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's just random Twitter accounts talking about it, but they've got it here. Yeah, look, contact has been made. Jews are arrogant, his words, not mine, and think they can speak to anyone they want any kind of way. That's why every Jewish wife is a bitch. His words, not mine. I mean, I know that there's a Ye renaissance happening at the moment, but like, obviously it's funny because he's insane, but he is insane. Kanye just comes across as like totally deranged in all of this behavior. But obviously people find it funny, so what can you do? The unfortunate reality is Kanye is winning because schizophrenia is back on the menu in a big way. Yes, the schizophrenia is winning, exactly. But yeah, there's loads of stuff like this. It's tricky because obviously I can't scroll his timeline. Because it's got naked pictures on there. But yes, he is very fucking deranged at the moment. Yeah, dude, Aiden's got a certain way about him that he just comes across, even if he's acting as kind of like a bit pathetic. Whoa! Bro! Dude! What the fuck is this? I just scrolled through Ye's fucking Twitter timeline and there's a video of some person getting back shots. Fully explicit. Show it. I can't. It's porn, you fucking moron. I can't show it in any way. There's literally not a single frame of this video that I could show you. He's posted straight up porn. Dude. What are the comments like? Okay, it's a bit weird. I don't like the idea that there's pornographic material playing there. It's a bit odd. Career goon aside.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Kanye types like you when you chat on streams with your alt.
Thank you for the tip. Does anyone know what the video is? Someone tell me where the full video is so I can block it immediately. There's another one. Bro, oh my god, dude. Okay. This one. So this one looks like the start of a porn video. And it's I love when bitches suck black dick featuring Lana Rhoades. It's just bro. Oh, it is endless. Dude, it's porn clip after porn. I didn't Okay. This one, there's a woman.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
It's just porn on his Twitter ATM. I saw him posting stuff about P. Diddy and Cassie being loving while it just showing stills of the leaked footage of the assault while trying to sell a hoodie.
Thank you for the tip. It's thank you for that. It's Kanye. It's Kanye West's Twitter account. If you wanna if you fancy a little goon sesh, okay, you're golden. You're laughing. So basically, it's a woman, and she's got a Catwoman mask on, and there's a gentleman's penis and she's dipping it into milk. So that's what's going on there. And then there's obviously the prelude to that moment. It just looks like a Catwoman themed thing. Oh, she's just like licking milk there. Okay, interesting. So he's actually got like what he seems to be doing is he's actually posting a number of clips in a chronological aspect to kind of show the full breadth of what is happening in the scene. So, you know, there's that at least. He's gooning on Maine, exactly. Okay. And what is this?
One family or one function.
This is just a regular video. So yeah, anyway, that's what you're dealing with if you want to see what's going on. What is this? After tweeting non-stop, this is Nick Fuentes, is it? After tweeting non-stop for 60 hours about Hitler and enslaving Jews, as well as beating women, Ye is now spamming porn on the timeline. The thing about Ye is that there's something for everybody. Me personally, I was really into the part after he called for Diddy to be released from prison, roughly around the 6 to 48 hour mark, when he was debating whether to sell a swastika t-shirt and defending domestic violence against women. But around the 60-hour mark, when he started posting his favourite porn videos in its entirety, but broken down into 1-minute clips, I had to take a little break. Just not personally a fan of that sort of thing. That's funny. That is quite funny. That's the thing with Fuentes, even if you hate the guy. I don't have any personal feelings towards him. I just like really am not into his politics and whatnot. But even so, like you can't deny that he is funny sometimes. Well, from what I understand, I think Fuentes and the Groypers and that apparently are really like hardline anti-porn. So, well, in theory at least. But practice is obviously something we can't really figure out. Dude. Bro, he was posting physics fun, power of methane gas. Just a regular kind of video you'd see on the timeline of some sort of like funny little science clip. And he's gone from that to just, yeah, all these hardcore porn clips. Just utterly bizarre. Bro, I'm so, dude, so correct. So fucking correct to not browse that on stream. Anyway, yes, there we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like Kanye is actually literally crashing out. Okay, I need to take a quick break. Is it Super Bowl day today? Is that right? Damn, who's playing? Who's the big? What's the big sports ball game? Destiny just leaked stuff about denims. I don't care about that. The only thing I care about in regards to Destiny is any updates to his legal circumstances or spurging out about the legal situation. I'm not fucking covering any other shit. I feel like there's an aspect of, you know, that is being used as a distraction. That's what it comes across like to me. Who fucking cares about the fucking denim shit? I mean, I didn't even bring in denim's statements into my coverage of it because I wasn't sure to trust it, you know? But we did go over the beef that him and Nicholas are having at the moment on Twitter. You know what, an hour ago, something like that. If you're thirsty for some Destiny tent, right? I need to take a quick break, and I'll be back. Okay. Right. Give me a few minutes, and I'll be back. Okay. Check out this in the meantime. What's? Oh, dude, bro. I gotta be honest with you. I feel Queeman got done dirty with the recent thumbnail about him. Oof. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look, shall we? Queeman's past has caught up with him. Oh, is the new video not out yet? Okay. Let me show you the thumbnail. The thumbnail's pretty funny. Let's just say that Queeman... Oh, it's looking bad. It's looking bad for my son there. Where is it? Look at this. It's coming today. It's coming today. Poor Queeman. Bro, Queeman's fine. Queeman would find this funny. Queeman's very good natured about this sort of thing, okay? It's fine. How it started versus how it's going. Anyway, that one's coming out later. But this is this. Hang on. Here we go. This is it here.
I do not give a fuck about Lolly. Okay, I cannot overstate this. I don't.
No! Queeman! No! Back in a sec. This is on me to refute the clip. Chud, refute this clip from a stream you've not watched, from a time that you don't know about, from a video that you can't get. What do you mean? How the f am I supposed to refute it?
And say what you want about Xanderhall, but he's a big lib, bad with money, dumb, stoner, filming in a church basement, maybe wants to kill his editors, looks like he has AIDS.
Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, Queeman has very tragically experienced the full ire of Card Posting's vision, okay? So, basically, Queeman, for those of you that don't know, is a young Jewish lad.
Hello there.
Whoa.
My name's Card. I'm a...
Who has tried to, you know, make it by their own fashion, make it on their own way, right? They've tried their best to stream and stuff. Now, it's funny because this topic of this video, I've spoken to Queeman about before, okay? Now, Queeman, despite what the rumours say, the takes that I've heard of him when it comes to this topic, which is lolicon, a topic I don't normally like getting into, okay, is that he personally doesn't care about the image aspect as much as other people do, right? So his position is that the drawing of the image or the production of the image of itself doesn't cause harm. However, he thinks that people that look at that sort of material, he wouldn't consider them necessarily a pedophile. Okay, I don't know why people say to that, right? The concept is that the drawing in and of itself doesn't cause a harm, right? That's the claim, that's the concept, right? Now, beyond that, of course, there are other takes that he's got which are more critical. So he doesn't think necessarily conclusively that someone that looks at it is a pedophile, but he thinks, whoa. What I was saying was, what was I saying? So yeah, obviously I understand people hear like it doesn't cause harm or I don't really care about lolicon, and people get very bothered by that because they expect people to mount a very moralistic or significant criticism of this material. And when people don't, they find it to be suspicious, or they find it to be maybe a sign that they're into it, or they find that, maybe they're like a coper. Maybe they're a lolly fan coper or something like that, right? However, having listened to quite extensively to Queeman's takes, obviously, I put my fucking money on the table. And I have said that I will put money on Queeman never having like a sort of controversy involving a child, grooming a child, something like that, right? Because people call him, what is it, Queemos Lee or something like that. So I've actually got skin in the game on this, okay? I put skin in the game to say that Queeman's never going to have this happen to him. On my head be it, okay? Obviously, some of you will probably think that's crazy, but I know that I can trust this guy, okay? I've staked my reputation on this, right? Now, with that being said, I have also, yeah, of course. The other thing as well that I think with the take of, oh, the image doesn't harm anyone. I understand that people are like, oh, no, there is a harm there. I think, shut up, old Chud. I'm sick of you talking about this shit. Okay, I'm trying to find the post about it. Who okay, I've got a little palate cleanser here. Who remembers Anglo Pigeon? Hang on a second. Wait, hang on a sec. This guy posted it as if it wasn't him, but was it actually him? I need to crop this off. Hang on, I'll show you. So, this is not actually about Anglo Pigeon directly, but I think it maybe gives us a bit of a window into what glorious patriot Anglo Pigeon had to go through. So, basically, Anglo Pigeon is a far-right British guy, okay? And somehow he ended up watching my stream, despite the fact that I am woke, I guess you could say, right? I think he got banned from Twitch, unfortunately. Yes. Unfortunately, he was suspended on Twitch. Funny story. He actually got suspended on Twitch because he went into Hassan's Twitch chat and started talking about he was using slurs for Muslims to refer to Hassan. So he actually got banned because he tried to fucking go at Hassan and they must have reported him and then he got banned, right? Anyway, he would chat in my chat from time to time and he would, have quite a lot of acerbic, vitriolic comments in regards to Muslims. Generally speaking, his contribution was that we'd be talking about a race in one fashion or another, and he would pipe in and deride. He would deride and harshly criticize the race that we were talking about. Right? That's the long and the short of it. Anyway, back in September last year, this is our UK date format. So September last year, I received this message out of the blue in one of the Discord channels, and it read as follows. Hello, please could you let Chud know that a fellow patriot by the name of Anglo Pigeon was arrested coming back from holiday from San Marino about 2 to 3 weeks ago under Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act 2000. He has just been released from prison today at 9 AM but is still under investigation and has all of his devices seized. The police have accused this innocent patriot of inciting violence and having links to far-right groups. Despite Anglo Pigeon living in the northern Staffordshire area, they transported him to HMP Birmingham, which is known for its heavy diverse population, obviously meaning the government police were trying to get him scared or even worse, killed. Anglo Pigeon is a 23-year-old male, 6'3", stocky athletic build, pure-blooded, not vaccinated Anglo. Meaning no ethnic folk can intimidate him or corrupt his values. Anglo Pigeon would like to thank Pluto for his support and let Chud know this is how the establishment treats patriots and the indigenous folk of Britain. Hopefully, this will stop Chud from bootlicking Queer Starmer, aka 2-tier Kia. Thank you. Absolutely brilliant. Classic. We spoke about it at the time. Okay, very funny. So, a viewer of mine was held by police over some alleged breach of the Terrorism Act, to put it simply. Okay? Now, with that being said, the reason I'm talking about this is because another patriot was just held or had something happened in regards to the Patriot
So I promise this won't become a...
So I thought we could maybe connect to this and watch this guy talk about it. It's Sargon of Akkad's mate. And maybe we get a little window into how our friend of the channel and glorious English patriot, Anglo Pigeon, was treated. So let's have a look.
So I promise this won't become a drama channel, but a few of you have been wondering where the hell I've been, which is fair enough, and I wanted to let you know that the video is going to be a little bit delayed. And you might wonder why. Well, I got arrested by the terror police when I arrived back in the UK, which, yeah, I did a post about it on Twitter, and a lot of people had questions, so I thought...
Finished up filming in the US, my welcome home to the UK consisted of being detained by the terror police and my devices and footage seized. 4-hour interrogation with no right to remain silent and no right to a lawyer present. No reason given, nor do they legally need one. That sounds insane. It's alright if it's against the Muslims, but, you know, against a white person. Womp womp. Is this really a womp womp? Bro, I don't think this is a womp womp. I think this is actually fucked. Like, what you on about, dude? How is it what? I don't get that. This seems bad, no? Like, what do you mean? He's gone to the US and he's come back and he's getting detained by the terror police. And it's, you know, this doesn't seem right to me.
The best way to answer all the frequently asked questions would just to be, you know, do a short video about the whole ordeal. So let's begin. So I was filming in the US and then El Salvador because I was in the neighborhood, and then wintered with the Americans to see what average American life was like. And then arrived back in the UK to go to the e-gates because they're faster. For people who don't know, they're the gates where you just scan your passport and it scans your face and then you can go through. And the e-gates refused to work and told me to go over to the desk. Now, it's a little bit weird, because I've heard about other people in the UK who have had that problem, and then all of a sudden, that's when...
No. Womp womp is not something you say when something bad happens, right? You are indicating that you don't care about it, or people ought not care about it. Because, and the reason that you're saying it is to elicit some sort of sympathy. Or you are stating the thing in order to circumvent reasonable criticism or action against you for what you're talking about. It's like saying boo-hoo. Yes, exactly. It's not just something bad happened, right? I'm pretty sure the meme comes from that guy doing it. There's obviously the womp, 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 that thing. but it's the guy that did it in that interview because the guy was trying to spin a story about some sort of immigration issue, and the guy was just uncaring and said that to state, I don't care about this. You're using this to, circumvent criticism.
When that's when the police get you. So I go over to the desk and I notice that there's a bunch of people stood behind the desks in plain clothes looking at me. I then go up to the immigration officer, hand him my passport. Passport fails to scan, and then the people came up and said, "We'll take it from here." Took my passport, and then told me they were police officers, and I was detained under Schedule 3 of the Terrorism Act, and then taken out to a little side room, which was going to be fun. But that's not a great start to landing back in the UK.
He deserves everything, Lamau. He went to Russia. Yeah, I think this guy's gone to Russia and Afghanistan, right? But what, it's reasonable if there's some sort of information or evidence that suggests he is engaging in terrorist activity that maybe we could justify this. But what, he's not going there for terrorism, is he? Maybe the Afghanistan thing. Yeah, maybe the Afghanistan thing. I was detained entering the UK also. Were you? Why? Also, the Afghanistan thing is, I can maybe understand why they'd be concerned, but still the way he was treated seems it seems wrong.
UK after not sleeping. So you get taken to the other room, and for the Americans watching, just to explain, they don't need legal suspicion of you actually having committed any crime, because the Terrorism Act in this regard doesn't care about reasonable suspicion. So they could detain you and question you. You also have no right to remain silent. And
okay, this is not a Starmer thing. I'm pretty sure that this came into effect many years ago. I don't know why people are acting like this is a fucking Starmer issue.
You have the right to speak to a lawyer beforehand, but not the rights of the lawyer in the room with you. Which is kind of awkward, because, of course, I don't have a lawyer, so I called up the free one they offer, and both of us asked why I was there, and then both of us had no idea. It was just a waste of time, and then we got to the interrogation section. Now,
they just gave him an interview. Dude, what? A government official interviewing you, you have no right to remain silent, and you're not allowed to have any representation present. I feel like you're kind of downplaying the fact by calling it an interview. What do you think they were in a fucking chat for? Yeah, we're just going to have a little chat with you. What? Tell us about your life. Tell us about your background. No, dude. There's clearly legal implications of this.
For people who wonder what having no right to remain silent means, that means you have to answer their questions. Which includes, for example, the fact that they can seize all your electronic devices, which they did, including all my footage, and you have to hand over your passwords to your electronic devices. And if you don't, you are then charged with the Terrorism Act. You've committed an offence, because you're impeding their investigation, I guess. Now, this has happened to a few people that I know of, and have met. So one of them is Lauren Southern. Now, she tried to come through the southern border, through Calais, and when they detained her, they then demanded her passwords, and she told them to go screw themselves. But because she's foreign, she's a Canadian citizen, they just got annoyed with her, and then deported her, and sent her back to France. I think she's banned from the UK for life now, as well, which she doesn't see as any bad thing. But then there are people like right-wing activist Tommy Robinson and Paul Golding. Now, these are British people. They had the same treatment, and I believe Paul and Robinson both refused to hand over their passwords, but because they're natives, you can't just deport them, so they were charged with the Terrorism Act and given a terrorist charge. Now, my job is difficult enough, trying to get visas for weird places without having to explain a terrorism charge on my application, so I just handed over my devices and passwords, and then had to answer all the questions with no right to remain.
Dude, this is fucked up. I think this is wrong. And I just feel like people are not going to accept that because they don't like the person, or they think it's stupid to go to Afghanistan or to go to Russia. I think that it's reasonable that if you go to a place that has got a high risk of terrorist activity, that the authorities would like to talk to you about that and ask you some questions about it, but the terms under which it's happening are pretty fucking insane.
Silent. Gotta answer them. So after getting my fingerprints done, the interrogation began, and the...
Like, you literally could not do that in America. It would be impossible to do this in America without breaking someone's fundamental civil rights, because the Fifth Amendment overrides any other possible legislation that could exist, right? You are always allowed to plead the Fifth. In a circumstance where you're getting questioned by authorities like this, right? Apparently not so in the UK.
Questions were initially focused on the trip that I'd just done around the US and El Salvador, asking...
They could throw you into Guantanamo. Were American citizens thrown into Guantanamo Bay? For the Patriot Act? Oh, okay. Well, then that would be the same issue, wouldn't it? It would be the same problem. Okay, damn. No, but I thought that was like if a US citizen was in Iraq or something like that they were caught in Iraq. Not if you're in America and then you get sent from America to Guantanamo Bay. Like, obviously, if you're a US citizen and you get caught in Iraq, you're going to be handled differently than if you're on American soil, I would have thought, I think. So Arab Americans were detained in America and sent to Guantanamo Bay. Is that true? No, okay. Were US citizens held in Guantanamo Bay? Bro, I'm getting the AI response. Camp detainees. Of all detainees at Guantanamo, Afghans were the largest group, followed by Saudi Arabians, Yemenis, Pakistanis, and Algerians. Overall, 50 nationalities were present in Guantanamo Bay. Okay. Dude, I don't know where I'd find this. Yeah, I would... Dude, my guess would be, if there was any American citizen, it would be someone that would be in, like, Iraq or Saudi Arabia that had, like, dual nationality or something like that. I doubt that an American citizen would have been caught on US soil and sent to Guantanamo Bay. I would have thought that would be, like, a massive breach of their civil rights. I don't think that happened.
Asking exactly where I went, who I met, what I did, etc., etc. That was the one that was most in detail. And then the topic moved on to the other trips I've done, the other stamps in my passport, and going through, again, where I went, what I did, why I was there, who I met, what I thought of the place, blah, blah, blah. Which, yeah, just kind of annoying. But I told them they could have just watched the channel. Like, you could just go on the YouTube channel and watch any of the videos. Seems like a...
Very narrow cases. Give me an example of when an American citizen was detained for something on US soil and from there was sent to Guantanamo Bay. Where's the example of that?
Easier way of solving this, because everything is online there. But whatever. What was interesting is they're sitting there with these, like, blank A4 bits of paper, writing down everything I'm telling them, like, you know, bits of interest. And it's exactly the same thing the Russians did when they interrogated me, which is just kind of funny, because one of the main interests they seemed to have was the trips to Russia and...
Oh my god, dude. I'm going to lose it, man. Yeah, right, Chud. The US government has never violated the rights of its citizens. I am not making the claim that the US government has never violated the rights of its citizens, okay? Oh, it looks like I'm precisely correct in what I was saying. Wow, look at this. Yasser Esman Hamdi is a former American citizen who was captured in Afghanistan in 2001. Wow. It's precisely what I said it was. Fighting abroad. Not on US soil. Fucking hell, dude. The point I'm making is the idea is being proposed that you could be, say, at the airport as an American citizen and you get questioned by the TSA or some shit, and then a series of events leads you to getting detained at Guantanamo Bay. I don't think that... No, you fucking moron! Well, how are you not understanding this? How are you not getting the point that I'm making? This is a UK citizen on UK soil having his civil rights trampled upon, although presumably there's some fucking leeway there because we're in the UK, right? This is very simple situation. And I'm saying, when I say that this wouldn't happen in America, obviously there's times where American civil rights have been trampled upon. Obviously there's a case like this, but that's different because someone is found fighting abroad for the enemy forces, okay? I'm saying that an American person, an American passport holder, sole passport citizen, right, traveling to different countries, even if you arrive back in the country, you still have rights. You're still able to plead the fifth. You're not able to be forced by a government representative to speak on something. You can plead the fifth and you're allowed to have representation. I could be wrong about the details of that, but I'm pretty sure that roughly is true.
Line there. But whatever. What was interesting is they're sitting there with these like blank A4 bits of paper, writing down everything I'm telling them, like, you know, bits of interest. And it's exactly the same.
Even maybe treason. So if you're accused of treason by the government, then they're allowed to ignore your civil rights. That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, but okay, you're an idiot.
I told them they could have just watched the channel. Like, you could just go on the YouTube channel and watch any of the videos.
Anyway, sorry.
So they were charged with the Terrorism Act and give a terrorist charge. Now, my job is difficult enough, trying to get visas for weird places without having to explain a terrorism charge on my application. So I just handed over my...
Okay, the Patriot Act was bad, but I feel like people have got an over-assessment of what the Patriot Act was because of the way that it got discussed. Even with the Patriot Act, there's no way that the Patriot Act would overwrite the basic rights that are afforded to you by the Constitution. Okay? And if there was a case where, for example, someone wasn't able to plead the Fifth Amendment because of the Patriot Act, that would get kicked all the way up to the Supreme Court, and presumably that would get knocked back because it's like, well, no. Even if there's the Patriot Act, the Constitution overrides that. I'm pretty sure, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Devices and passwords. And then had to answer all the questions with no right to remain silent. Got to answer them. So after getting my fingerprints done, the interrogation began, and the questions were initially focused on the trip that I just...
Okay, on suspicion of terrorism, it literally allows you to violate people's rights. There could be a situation where someone's rights are violated, but because of the protections afforded by the Constitution, that would not be a legal thing to do, and such cases would normally get sent up through the courts to the Supreme Court, and they would likely find the ruling that the Fifth Amendment overrides any other act. Bro, what is fucking hard for you to understand about this, bro?
Done around the US and El Salvador, asking exactly where I went, who I met, what I did, etc., etc. That was the one that was most in detail. And then the topic moved on to the other trips I've done, the other stamps in my passport, and going through, again, where I went, what I did, why I was there, who I met, what I thought of the place, blah, blah, blah. Which...
You can't waterboard people either, but they should... Okay. They were waterboarding people on CIA fucking black sites, you retard. Right? There was a whole fucking government inquiry in the US about this. And the CIA fucking redacted a bunch of it. Right? They had to find ways to do that in places where certain laws didn't apply. Yes, non-US citizens, not on US soil, get treated differently. Dude, you're clearly too retarded to participate in this conversation, okay? You just don't get it. You're too dumb. You're too fucking dumb. Worthless to engage with you. Pointless and worthless to try and explain it to you.
No right to remain silent. Gotta answer them. So after getting my fingerprints done, the interrogation began, and the questions were initially focused on the trip that I'd just done around the US and El Salvador, asking exactly where I went, who I met, what I did, etc., etc. That was the one that was most in detail. And then the topic moved on to the other trips I've done, the other stamps in my passport, and going through, again, where I went, what I did, why I was there, who I met, what I thought of the place, blah, blah, blah. Which, yeah, just kind of annoying. But I told them they could have just watched the channel. Like, you could just go on the YouTube channel and watch any of the videos. Seems like a easier way of solving this.
Wow! All the examples you're giving me are exactly the circumstances that I've explained. An American citizen being treated as an enemy combatant because they were found fighting for the enemy abroad. That's not the same as someone being on US soil. Okay, forget it. You're retarded, you're dumb, I'm right and you're wrong. End of it, okay? We're done.
Kind of annoying. But I told them they could have just watched the channel. Like, you could just go on the YouTube channel and watch any of the videos. Seems like a easier way of solving this, because everything is online there. But whatever. What was interesting is they're sitting there with these, like, blank A4 bits of paper, writing down everything I'm telling them, like, you know, bits of interest. And it's exactly the same thing the Russians did when they interrogated me, which is just kind of funny, because one of the main interests they seemed to have was the trips to Russia and what I did there. And the main thrust of it, like, one of the questions was, did the Russians ever offer you compensation for work? Which, no. No, the Russians never offered me a sausage, which is the way I like it, to be honest.
I mean, that's a reasonable... Hang on a minute. That's a reasonable question to ask. Right, if you've, like... Of course, it doesn't excuse the way he's being treated broadly, but that's a perfectly reasonable question to be asked, because Russia is effectively an enemy state of... I mean, bro, we had the fucking Salisbury poisonings, for fuck's sake. Russia sent military operatives to the UK on a fucking black bag operation. I don't know what the fuck you'd call it. To assassinate. So they said they ran a fucking assassination mission in my fucking country, dude. They're like an enemy state to us, of course. If you go there, that is peculiar, and it's reasonable that you might be asked, you know, what was the purpose of your travel? What was the reason of your travel?
My interactions with the Russians have been pretty much the same as the interaction with the British government, which is an interrogation to try and find out if I'm working for the other side, which is kind of funny. Like, you go and meet the Russians, and they're suspicious that you might be working for the British, and on the other side, the British are now suspicious I'm working for the Russians, and meanwhile, I'm out here working for Greater Zimbabwe, and nobody knows. Now, a few people thought that this might have had something to do with the trip to Afghanistan, and meeting the Taliban there, and interviewing them at the parade they had. Which would have made sense, right? You know, terrorism police, you go meet the Taliban, you're British, so, you know, what are you doing? When I came back from Afghanistan, that was what I was expecting, to have to go and...
But it's like... yeah, correct. Yes, that sounds right. All of these are reasonable concerns. The unreasonableness of is how you are being treated. But the questions they're asking seem totally reasonable on the basis of your travel. Yes. Dude. Wow, the Russian... Wow. Hey, it's Anglo Pigeon. We were just talking about you. Hope you're well. Wow, the Russians and the UK governments are awfully suspicious of one another. Well, yeah, of course. We're like, you know, we might as well be enemy combatants at this point.
I'm out here working for the other British government, which is an interrogation to try and find out if I'm working for the other side, which It's kind of funny. Like, you go and meet the Russians, and they're suspicious that you might be working for the British, and on the other side, the British are now suspicious I'm working for the Russians, and...
Watch chat shift with... Dofro Show, you are honestly, dude. You are a simpleton, okay? The point still stands that the way that he's being treated is wrong, but within that, it's still reasonable questions to ask of someone with his travel habits. How can you not understand that? How can you not possibly grasp that? Being detained is fine. It's fine to be detained in these circumstances, but I still think that you should have overarching rights.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
You cannot get rid of as a UK citizen on UK soil.
Birmingham and Bradford exist.
Okay? They should be unwavering. They should not be able to be trampled upon. Like, you should be able to avoid self-incrimination, and you're entitled to representation being there as you are having the discussion. Nothing they did to him was wrong.
Meanwhile, I'm out here working for Greatest Zimbabwe, and nobody knows.
Bro, dude. Detaining, I'll make it simple. Detaining, fine. Not allowing representation, bad. Not allowing you to plead the fifth, essentially, or not allowing you a right to remain silent, bad. Get it now? Get it?
Welcome to Chud.
It's simple.
Konradsk gifted a tier 1 sub to Anglo_Pigeon. They have given 15 gift
Thank
subs
you for
in
the sub.
channel.
Yes, forcing someone to give up password, sure, yeah. Creating a circumstance where the consequence of not giving up a password is some sort of criminal charge. That is insane.
Now, a few people thought that this might have had something to do with the trip to Afghanistan and meeting the Taliban there and interviewing them at the parade they had, which would have made sense, right? You know, terrorism police, you go meet the Taliban, you're British, so, you know, what are you doing? When I came back from Afghanistan, that was what I was expecting, to have to go and, you know, talk to someone and be like, yeah, I didn't join the...
So you're mad that we don't have the US Constitution? Bro, people like Jimsy are utterly fucking mind raped. I despise people like this, right? It's like... Yeah, that is what it is. I'm very upset that we don't have the same protections that Americans have for this stuff, because there's some aspects of their civil rights that are a lot more stringent than ours are. Yeah, just accept whatever dog shit you've been dealt. If it was written in the law that a British government official can come to your house every Wednesday and stick a finger in your asshole, people like Jimsy would go, well, that's just what we got to do. That's what the rules are. It's so fucking infuriating.
Jihad. Just letting you know. No, didn't care. Literally 0% interest in the trip to Afghanistan and the Taliban. Which, you know, if you're kind of terrorism police, seems like the sort of thing you'd be more interested in, not less, but that's how that went. Just not interested in that aspect of the whole thing. So after dealing with the last of the stamps in my passport, the conversation then went on to ask me my entire life story. So where I was born, what schools I went to, what I did for university, what jobs that I'd had, who would I work for, blah, blah, blah. And then the question went on to my finances, where is my money, where are my sources of money, where am I keeping it, what am I storing it in, etc. And then the conversation became more serious as it got into the far more serious and dangerous topic of
breadtubers. Oh shit, I've got the title wrong. No, this isn't the breadtuber. This guy's a Sargon of Akkadite. I don't know what to put the title as. I'll say Finasterage and getting one guide by chat. Something like that. Because no one's going to know who the fuck this guy is or anything about it. Okay, there we go. This is not a breadtuber. This is a right-wing guy.
Of more opinions. Yeah. Yeah, what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on that?
Oh my god, dude! Am I getting one guide again? I'm not saying... Okay, can someone point to me when I said that it's unreasonable that a state representative would want to talk to you if you had suspicious travel activity? When did I say that? When did I say that that shouldn't be allowed, or that shouldn't happen, or that should be impossible? When the fuck did I say that exactly?
So I was asked my opinion on Russia, which was pretty pointless. I mean, again, just go watch the channel. It's my opinion is go and have a look at Russia. It looks like that. That's it. It's not really opinion, more of just there's the facts. And then I was asked about the...
Bro, okay, dude. The thing that I find frustrating about this is retards are going to gobble this shit up in terms of the questions being asked. But that's not really the point. That's the point is the bad treatment otherwise. This is all fine. Yeah, of course. Going to Russia is unusual. Like, I'm fairly certain that the UK government advises against all travel to Russia. What does it say? Oh, wow, look at that. Wow! FCDO advises against all travel to Russia. Advise against all travel. Every single inch of Russia here is fucking red. I mean, I've got some respect for people who are willing to, you know, go against this sort of thing and do it for the purpose. I think that's great. You know? But, you know, this is the risk you take. You take the risk going there. And the risk coming back is you're going to get questioned because it's unusual travel that goes against the advice of the government, right? Oh, hey, Anglo Pigeon. They asked me what my thoughts were on the Great Replacement theory when I was interviewed at the airport. Based. The British Embassy are open, but the situation could change at short notice. In-person UK government support in Russia is limited. Jesus. Bro, that is pretty scary. Damn. I'd quite like to go. I've always wanted to go to Russia. But unfortunately now it seems like, unless things drastically change, it's never going to happen.
War in Ukraine, and my opinion on their fight for freedom. And then finally, the main interesting questions being, what do I think about...
Wait, dude, why is he acting like that's some insane question to be asked? Like, you've had other Western nationals living in Ukraine accused of supporting the Russian invasion, right? It's totally reasonable that if you're going to Russia, they might be like, well, you know, are you essentially someone that is looking to benefit, you know, another nation that we're oppositional towards at the negative detriment of an ally? I just think that, yeah, of course that's going to be asked. He's acting like it's some What, they were asking me about the ongoing conflict? The reason for which is why you're not advised to travel to Russia? Like, yeah, of course they're going to ask that.
The UK, what do I think about the UK's policies, the West in general, and...
He's not said it's crazy once. Dude.
That's it. It's not really opinion, more of just there's the facts. And then I was asked about the war in Ukraine and my opinion on their fight for freedom.
What do you think this gesture means? What is he trying to... He's gesticulating to what effect here? Like, clearly, along the tone of what he's saying, he is suggesting that this is an unserious question to ask.
And then finally, the main interesting questions being, what do I think about the UK? What do I think about the UK's policies, the West in general, and...
Welcome to Chud
that's the ones where
I did not have
it just kind of gets weird.
With that sexy Russian spy Natalia Sukimov.
Suk me off. Okay, thank you.
As to why you're asking me all that. Keep in mind, I hadn't slept for 30 hours, and then the interrogation was 4 hours long. So
that's crazy.
I wasn't having the greatest of time. But then after they'd asked me about all my opinions on the West, and were satisfied...
Dude, the thing that's so annoying about that as well, and horrible about that, is like, when you've travelled for a long time, you are like, often not got your wits about you. And then on top of that as well, you have to answer their questions. You're not allowed to avoid answering for fear of self-incrimination. Like, imagine if you get off a flight like that, and then you go into this little fucking room, and some guy is fucking pressing you on it, and you fuck up and say something that maybe isn't even exactly true. Or you make a comment or a joke, or something like that that's taken out of turn, and then it leads to more problems for you. It's not okay. I don't know if you're trying to intentionally one guy me, but some of these comments, it's not their fault that you hadn't slept for 30 hours prior. Lol, what the fuck? I'm not saying that it's their fault, but that's why it's important to have strong civil rights in place that enable you to, you know, avoid in those circumstances negatively like implicating yourself.
Allowed to go, except not with my electronic devices. Those are all being kept for the maximum legal allowance of 7 days, that they can just hold on to them. So because they've taken my phone, I actually had my train ticket and my rail card on that phone, so now I couldn't do that, so I then had to buy a brand new train ticket at a massively increased price. Thanks, boys.
That does suck. That sucks.
Also, because you don't have a phone, well, how are you going to contact anyone? Like, literally, payphones don't exist in the modern world. So I was talking to one of the officers, and he was like, oh, when you get to the train station, you can call up the guys to pick you up with, oh yeah, payphones don't exist anymore, do they? I was like, no, they don't. Thanks, buddy. So, that was a laugh. And then they kept all my footage, so I was basically forced on a 7-day holiday. So I've been doing bugger all. Don't feel like that's entirely my fault, though, I'll be honest. I did manage to get a laugh out of the lady, though, because she was asking, for example, do you have a Twitter account? Do you have Blue Sky?
They do exist. They are few and far between, but I think you could probably find one. I mean, the thing is like, I don't know, bro. The UK government is only putting a finger 2 inches up your ass, not 3 inches up your ass, so be happy. Like, it sucks to have your stuff taken away. Like, it feels like there's something amiss there if they're seizing your devices without, like, significant good reason. Like, there's a way to do this that still provides a level of protection. You have a firmer rights in place. You make it so that you can only seize devices if there is, like, probable cause or grounds to do so. Like, if in the course of the interview something comes up that causes concern, something along those lines, sure. Right? There's a good reason he could be a terrorist. Okay, dude. How much liberty are you willing to give up for the purpose of safety? Bro, dude. You Britoids are fucking raped. You're totally fucking raped. It's unbelievable. He could be a terrorist, though. Well, yeah. Let's completely just tramp. Why not put him in a jail cell, then? Why not? If he might be a terrorist, we can't be sure. Why not stick him in a jail cell? Why not do some other thing to him that isn't a reasonable assessment of his rights? Like, what are you on about, dude?
Which, you know, not very well known.
And the thing is, the response to that would be, well, I'm not saying put them in a jail cell, but if the rules were written such that you could detain someone like this for 24 hours, right, you would support that, because that's the rule that's written. You would be supportive of that. I know exactly how you fucking Britoids think. It's the same thing. If the rule is written, well, that's the way it is, and we can't complain about it, and we can't take issue with it. Oh, you think the Fifth Amendment is good? Ha ha ha. Yes, I do, actually. I do think the Fifth Amendment is good. It is one of the most essential and fundamental things that you would want in this situation, and presumably in this circumstance, it isn't afforded to you. It's fucked. It's fucked up.
So they said, no, I don't have Blue Sky. I don't have the Little Red Book app either. Which she managed to laugh at, so yay. Thankfully, they kept the devices for the maximum allowance of 7 days, and then I was allowed to pick them up. They can keep them indefinitely if they find any evidence of you engaging in criminal terrorist activity. Not a terrorist, though. So no, just didn't find nothing. I suppose the question is what to make of all this, and I think first and foremost, this is just a reminder to everyone who is a British citizen or not, when you're entering and exiting a British port of entry, you don't have much in the way of rights, fundamentally. Like, you can just pull this, and there's not really much you can do. Suck it up. So, keep that in mind. I mean, a few people joked that I should go over to France next time, and then come across on a dinghy, because then I won't be hassled. Given who is probably monitored.
I mean, I get the point. Okay, I don't want to... Listen, this guy's been wronged in that respect, so I don't want to go... But, you know... I mean... Dude, it's funny. It is funny. But obviously, yes, of course, if you come and you're trying to claim asylum, it's not like they just fucking let you in. Right? They stick you in some fucking... Well, to be fair, yeah, you get stuck at a fucking 4-star hotel. Near a school. So you can fucking have your fill. Anyway.
My activity, I have no comment on that suggestion. Although this is just a pretty good piece of advice, which is that if you're going to go through a port of entry, just, yeah, you don't actually have the right to your electronic devices. They could be seized like this. And keep that in mind. Might want to invest in a travel phone or something like that, so you can get screwed over if you're going through a British airport or port. I mean, it's just another thing to worry you when you're on holiday trying to relax, but it's what it is. A lot of people have the suspicion that this might have something to do with my political opinions, which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I mean, I wouldn't surprise any of them.
A 4-hour detainment wouldn't be in my top 10 worst airport experiences. I feel like you're just saying a retarded concept. Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, airports can suck. Getting flights delayed can suck. Right? But if you were given the choice between, like, 4 hours a delayed flight with your ability to at least access the airport and, you know, go around the place, and being fucking pressed by some customs officer or whatever the fuck it is, some terrorism officer for 4 hours while you're fucking sleep deprived.
A British person either. In the UK, if people don't know, we arrest 3,000 people every single year, over 3,000, for offensive comments online. So there's nothing criminal, you've just been offensive. You'd be offensive to people, that's a crime in the UK.
Oh, it's a joke.
So, there's
Listen!
that.
I'm raging right now, okay? Maybe it's a joke. Right, what's he saying?
It's what it is. A lot of people have the suspicion that this might have something to do with my political opinions, which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I mean, I wouldn't surprise any other British person either. In the UK, if people don't know, we arrest...
Okay, yeah, this is fucking retarded. This is utterly retarded. I think it's the fact that you went to Russia based on the questions they were asking. I don't think it's because of your fucking political perspectives, okay?
3,000 people every single year, over 3,000, for offensive comments online. So there's nothing criminal, you've just been offensive. You'd be offensive to people, that's a crime in the UK. So, there's that. There's also the fact that loads of writers and journalists have had this treatment in our country, and the UK government does seem to be kind of feeling threatened right now. So...
Okay, what? Wait. Hang on a minute. This is the person that fucking murdered those kids. He's currently... I don't know what's happening with his trial, but... This doesn't make any sense. I think that there was something about maybe he'd looked up certain terrorist materials, maybe? Okay, this is fucking stupid.
I'm just going to leave that there. So I try and keep the channel politically neutral if I can, because when you're a guest in someone else's country, their politics aren't really my problem either. I mean, it's cool to learn about whatever is going on there and then explain their perspective on the whole thing. You know, try and get something different.
Okay. Yeah, to be fair, I've not followed it closely enough. It could be that there's more that I... Okay, they were warned about him 3 times. Okay, well, if you know, counter-terrorist authorities, whatever, were warned about him and he wasn't investigated, then yeah, okay, that stacks up a bit more. Sure, okay.
That's neat.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take the L on that. I lost to the meme. The meme won, okay? Because it's not that he's now been arrested. The point is that there was warnings and it wasn't further investigated or looked into, right? That's the issue. And that's the point that's being made. And that if that's true, then yeah, that's fine. That's a reasonable point.
But it's not really my issue to solve, is usually my answer to most of these things. And when it comes to the UK, though, I'm a bit of a critic of the UK government, and I don't think they're a fan of me either. I have to say thank you to all the Americans who have offered me offers of marriage, including gay marriage, to get a green card. Appreciate the sentiment. But for now, I think I'm going to get back to work and try and get the next couple of videos out, so we'll see El Salvador and New Vegas soon enough. And, yeah, just thanks to everyone who supports the channel on Subscribestar again. You're the ones who make this possible. And, I just keep putting...
Wait, what? What's going on? Sorry, what?
government, and I don't think they're a fan of me either. I have to say thank you to all the Americans who have offered me offers of marriage, including gay marriage, to get a green card. Appreciate the sentiment. But for now, I think I'm going to get back to work and try and get the next couple of videos out, so we'll see El Salvador and New Vegas soon enough.
Who the fuck was that?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone.
This chat is raped.
Who supports the channel on Subscribestar again. You're the ones who make this possible. And, I just keep putting up with this sort of thing, I guess. Well, I guess if the Terror Police are watching, my message to you is like and subscribe.
I feel like this happened with Tommy Robinson as well, where there's a very clear issue in regards to the civil rights, and because of the guy you don't like, you do everything you can to defend that. And you can't just have like a nuanced perspective where you can take issue with his politics or issues with certain things that he's saying, but still have like a kind of unshaking foundation of, well, even that being said, I think, you know, these things are concerning for civil rights. It happened with Tommy Robinson as well. This has nothing to do with civil rights. Yeah, you're right, actually. Being detained, a UK citizen being detained on US soil, on UK soil, without the right to remain silent, and without being allowed representation to sit alongside him, has nothing to do with civil rights. Correct. Good take. Tommy was arrested for contempt of court. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there was a time he was in London and they used some sort of public disorder act in order to try and remove him from the situation. I watched a video of it. It was completely unreasonable and it was police excess as far as I'm concerned. But people were saying that it was fine because it's Tommy Robinson. And I'm like, no, it's not fine because it's Tommy Robinson. What do you mean? What is the thing? Like, bro, it's the most obnoxious behavior where you only defend the concept of some sort of baseline rights for people if it's people you fucking agree with. Like, what does that matter? Oh, the person that I agree with and I like. Yes, I think they should be afforded rights. Wow, what a brave fucking take. It's so stupid. It's why, in spite of its flaws, America has got a lot of this stuff right at the ground level. America took the UK, like, concept of the UK legal system and made it better. That's just the truth of it. Anyway, guys, right, what else have we got? What else have we got? We've got a bit more time. That was fun, though. I enjoyed talking about that. We got a bit of politics conversation in there, too. Dude, sometimes I look around at what's going on in the political world, and I do wish that sometimes I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the politics stuff. But the thing is, I don't look into it nearly enough to have the correct take about things, unfortunately. There's loads of juicy stuff happening.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
He traveled to Russia like a year ago, right? Why are they asking questions now?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. That does seem weird that it took this long for that to happen. You would have thought that when he entered after going to Russia, they would have brought it up then. Has anyone been convicted on information collected from these detainments? Could a judge throw these information away since they didn't respect these rights? Well, the problem is we don't have the same system where we've got a... I think we do have some baseline rights, but it doesn't work in the same fashion as America, where you've got this document and, you know, everything has to be then tested against it directly. And, like, you know... It's quite rare that I don't know of any cases like that. I think we've had cases where it's gone to like the European Court of Rights and stuff like that, but I don't know. Anyway. Whoa! Okay, sorry, that was an accident. Apologies for that. That was a mistake. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I've turned it off now. Fuck. I'm sorry. There is no rape. There is no rape. Do you guys know about this? I feel like I've spoken about it before. This is what I was talking about earlier. The poisoning thing. I think this got to like American news as well. But yeah, the Russians sent what's the modern equivalent of the KGB? But basically they sent these operatives to the UK to murder like a dissident, like a defector, with a nerve agent, and they didn't end up killing the person. FSB, yeah, it's the FSB, right? Anyway, unfortunately, someone found the packaging because they'd used perfume packaging to smuggle it into the country, and like this person found it and they took it home to their wife, thinking that it's perfume. But it was fucking Novichok nerve agent, and this woman died. She died. So although it wasn't like directly the Russians did it, it was like their carelessness in. I mean, it's the execution of like a military act on foreign soil or something, right? I don't know exactly what you call it. You know, but in any case, you know, due to the carelessness of it, they ended up fucking killing a UK citizen, and we didn't really do anything about it. We just kind of like saber rattled a bit, and that was it. I mean, I guess there's nothing you really can do because the Russians denied it. And the guy, there's a really funny video where the guys get questioned about why they were in Salisbury, because Salisbury is like a small cathedral town. A cathedral city, sorry. So it's not exactly like a place you would go for like a vacation necessarily. It's like quite an odd place to go internationally to travel to. You might go and visit it if you're going to London or something like that, but going to Salisbury is like weird. And these Russians went specifically to go to Salisbury. And there's a video of them going, oh yeah, well we actually went there because we wanted to see the cathedral spire, which is very tall, don't get me wrong. But they were talking about how they wanted to see the tallest cathedral. I think it's the tallest cathedral in Europe or something like that. Or you know, something along those lines. And so they were saying that's why they went. Like, what are you on about? These two, like, fucking, you know, beefy looking, sus Russian dudes. True. Yes, the Magna Carta is at the Salisbury Cathedral. Very true. But yeah. This is it, isn't it? Yeah, here it is.
We're those who were shown to you in the pictures, Ruslan Bashirov and Alexander Petrov.
Are those your real names?
Yes, they are our real names.
Even now when you're talking about it, to tell the truth, you look very nervous. On the CCTV footage from London, you walk in those now famous coats and sneakers in Salisbury. Are these people you?
Yeah, that's us.
What were you doing there?
Our friends have been suggesting for a long time that we visit this wonderful town.
There's the famous Salisbury Cathedral, famous not only in Europe, but in the whole world. It's famous for its 123-meter spire. It is famous for its clock, the one of the first ever created in the world that's still working. You can't imagine what it's like. We'd like if one day the real perpetrators are found, and we're given an apology.
Do you work for the GRU?
Bear in mind as well that they came for like a couple of days. So they took an international flight from Russia to London to then travel, which is about a couple of hours to then get to Salisbury, to stay there for a couple of days, to just go to the cathedral and oh, that looks nice, and then go home. What?
You?
And you?
Me? No. And you?
And I don't either.
Where do you work? You're adults who need to make a living.
If we tell you about our business, people we work with will be affected.
Tell anything so that we believe you. Everyone has questions. What do you do?
To cut a long story short, we're in the fitness industry.
We're in the fitness industry. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, very crazy story. Very crazy story. It was so insane that we didn't really do anything. We just were like, yep, this is bad. Russia need to explain what happened. And Russia were like, nothing to do with us. Not us. And then that was it, really. It didn't really proceed any further. I feel like if it was America that happened to, they'd actually have done something about it at least. Right? I mean, America seem like the kind of people that aren't going to take that sitting down. Anyway, guys, there we go. That was a fun little segment, wasn't it? Right, I'm sure I had something else that I wanted to get to. But, unfortunately, I don't think I can find it offhand. What about the U2 incident? What's that? Dude, this is funny. Bro, oh my god, dude. What is going on here? Ethan Ralph is outflanking Destiny on morals. What the fuck is going on, dude? You supported Kiwi Farms for years until it got rough. I know the feeling. Just own up to what you did when you were able to. I know there's legal stuff going on. I can relate. You will feel better. It hurts your soul to defend things you know deep down are wrong. What timeline are we living in right now? Ralph is also a revenge pornographer, by the way. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, people are like, Ethan Ralph, in brackets, convicted revenge pornographer. Bro, that is insane. Never would have thought I'd seen the day. Oh, I know what I wanted to watch. Yes, I've got it. Right. Sorry, I remember now. Apparently the Hawk Tour girl responded to the... What is it? The scam allegations. And she cried. Hawk Tour. If I just search Hawk Tour, will it come up? Oh, God. I want the raw material. I've got the...
Hawk Tour Girl's back with a released podcast that was immediately disavowed by nearly everyone in it.
Yes,
said,
Coffeezilla.
Oh, we think there might have been
my favorite
insider trading involved.
The podcast was not supposed to go live. They f***ed it up every step of the way. They leaked the podcast, and then they f***ing posted it when it was supposed to be canceled. They f***ed it up twice, and the third was the launch itself.
Accusations flying. The episode got deleted, but it's still out there in the ether now with everyone nitpicking it apart. It's kind of a complete disaster for the Hawk Tua team, and I found even more kind of wrong with it. I want to go through it because, yes, we do get mentioned in it, sort of as the boogeyman of crypto. We're going to get you. If you rug a coin, you know, we might come after you.
Coffeezilla got on.
Yeah, oh my God, so based. He is like the boogeyman, yeah. Damn, I love it. I fucking love this guy.
There. Scary guy, let me tell you. Don't ever want to have a conversation with him.
Whoa. Don't ever want to have a conversation with me. Guys, I'm not intimidating. I don't know what's the problem here. I'm Joe Rogan inches tall, guys. It's not a striking figure here you're going to be scared of.
Okay, that's
if you
wonderful.
meet me in person, you're not going to be like,
off depressed people.
Hey, thank you to $2. Coffeezilla is all we have now that Elon took over government agencies. Yeah, all the US agencies that could actually deal with this shit are getting stripped to bits. So Coffeezilla is the last chance we've got at actually stopping this crypto shit.
you know, relax. It's fine. Just get on the call. Let's have a conversation. I don't understand. And I also thought this was weird because Haley Welch's lawyer invited me on the show. In fact, like really, really wanted me on their show. and kept telling me how much Haley Welch liked me. Hence the t-shirt, I used to like CoffeeZilla until he wouldn't come on my podcast. Then he is, Voldemort, and we can't mention him. He's scary. Watch out. Don't talk about CoffeeZilla. He's intimidating. Here's the message I got from her lawyer. Haley would like to have you on as a guest on her podcast. You'd be the first guest since the failed crypto token launch and would get significant amount of views, would be very friendly. This guy must not know me. She really likes you. Wow. I thought she didn't want to have a conversation with me. What gives? What happened in only a few weeks? I turned into, the most scary man in the world. Now, I denied it. I said, look, I'm not a fan of what she did with Hawk. I have so many questions. I need details. And then this guy says, I understand your position. I think the more details come to light, you'll understand she was a victim in this.
Okay, bro, this narrative that she's some sort of victim, okay, is like she wants all the benefits that come with being an influencer, but none of the responsibility of the downsides if you do something tremendously wrong, like shill some fucking rug pull shit. Like, no, she's got to take some responsibility. She's been fucking astroturfed to high heavens. So I'm actually going to think she's not a victim when stuff like this happens.
She does care about her fans and others that have lost money tremendously and is cooperating with all authorities as well as Berwick Law Group. This has all been very traumatic for her. And basically come on the show, please. You are the podcast's top priority.
Okay, I agree with you that anyone that is investing in Talk to a Hawk cocksuck coin, whatever the fuck it's called, okay? I think you're a fucking moron and you deserve to get economically raped. But you still have got to have some level of, a strong level of accountability for the person that's pushing it, right? Exactly. Like, I don't know, dude. If someone is selling a potion that can make you fly, okay, and a bunch of fucking morons think, oh, I'm going to drink this potion that can make me fly, and they die, then you're a fucking Darwin Award recipient, but we should still hold accountable the person that sold the fucking potion in the first place. Morons deserve justice. Sure, yes, exactly. The thing that I find annoying about it is when people try and make me feel bad. If you're going to try and make me feel bad for the people, that's when I'm going to have an issue. But if it's like, if you're willing to admit that the people that invest are retarded, we can agree on that, but we can also say this person has also done wrong.
For the first episode in 2025, guys, me, the boogeyman, I was honored, to be honest. I was like, wow, I could be on the Talk to a show. But, of course, I don't want to rehab someone's image who scammed people. And I really felt that questions had not been answered that should have been answered, such as, what was the agreement with Haley Welch and with Doc Hollywood? Very simple question, right? Basically, Haley Welch's position is, oh, I was a victim. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how much, I was barely going to make money, $125K plus half of 10% of the tokens locked for a year, like this terrible deal I got taken advantage of by these monsters. Like that was kind of their position. And all I wanted to know was, give me the contract. Show me that is true. And unfortunately, they were not able to give it. He's not in a position to share it, he says. I'm sorry. I said, can't verify anything you say then. Even what you told me about the 50% split, which I had heard Hawk to a Girl was going to make 50% of all the profits. And he kind of told me, no, that's just applies to the tokens. So I was like, oh, well, maybe she's less of a stakeholder in this than I thought. I don't know. I even pinned a comment on it, which we'll talk about. I said, no idea if that's real. He says, come tape the podcast and I'll let you read it.
Okay. So that's crazy. So come and do the thing that benefits me and then maybe I'll let you see this. And the whole point is, if someone is guilty of something like along these lines, he doesn't want to rehab them. Yes, it's soy mouth. Yes, it's a good pause. I don't think CoffeeZilla ran. I think that's a reasonable thing, wanting to read the information to make sure that it's legit or that what he's telling is truthful. Yeah. I must side with CoffeeZilla here, unfortunately. I'm afraid to say that CoffeeZilla is in the right in this, I think.
I thought this was really skeevy. I thought that's weird. And not even like let me post it, but just read it. That's super weird. And in general, I find that in these situations, going on people's podcasts where I've reported on them, they are highly likely to do sketchy editing, to try to kind of control the situation so they look as good as possible, obviously. But I'm just not I don't think that ever makes sense. Like for me reporting on a scam to then like go on their podcast. It doesn't work. So I say no. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, they bring FaZe Banks on because FaZe Banks is like the closest thing to doing what I did as well on the live stream. He also confronted Doc Hollywood, and so he was sort of one of the people that broke the news.
I mean, FaZe Banks has got actual direct experience of, I believe, doing a rug pull, I think. Wasn't he implicated with all the FaZe members? Or like something happened with it, I'm sure. A bunch of FaZe people were. But I think he did one of the early ones. So he kind of slipped away with getting meaningfully criticised for it, like some other... Well, he got criticised, but he didn't have a smear on his name like other people ended up having from their own rug pull shit they were doing. No, I don't think FaZe Bank was involved in Save the Kids. That was other members of FaZe. And some of them ended up getting removed from FaZe entirely because of that.
I thought, okay, that's a pretty natural guy to bring on your podcast. Now, FaZe Banks reached out to me and said, hey, I'm probably going to do this podcast. Do you have any questions that you'd like to get answers to? I said, yes, I do. I'd really like to see that contract. Now, spoiler alert, FaZe Banks didn't get to see it either. They didn't get to show it. But he also told me, look, we're going to tell everyone, do not talk about this show. It doesn't work if you talk about it because people are going to front run the coin. That's sort of how you guys got into this mess. This would be a disaster if you do that. So our only stipulation, these guys are very positive about crypto, much more like they kind of wanted to like rehab her image basically in the crypto space. So it's like a dream get for Haley Welch. Like this is amazing for her. And because FaZe Banks is basically going to like make it be like, oh, well, you didn't really mean to do that, right? But, you know, he's going to ask some questions, whatever. Well, turns out that didn't go so well because when this podcast went live, I thought maybe things went well. Turns out it didn't because Banks released this. He said, I agreed to do our first podcast back. I had heavy stipulations of not letting the market get manipulated. I think that's basic. Her team finding a real solution regarding the money she made. Those were non-starters. These people leaked or insider traded the token. We noticed a random spike in volume on the coin the day we did the podcast, along with random messages asking if we did the podcast. So are you guys getting this? Somebody front ran the podcast to buy up all the coins because they knew, ooh, everyone's going to like it when they release this podcast. Let's front run the coin, which is just horrible. It's like, what, do you want to re-victimize people? So they call off the pod. They're like, look, even the people most charitable towards Hawk Tua say, we're out. We're done. But today, the episode got leaked. Apparently, there was an agreement. The podcast is never going out, but today it got leaked. I say that because some of the accompanying clips that got clipped seem to be good for Haley Welch. Like where she cries, you know, about the rug pull. And people were saying maybe they kind of felt bad for her, right? From this leaked show. Here's Dexerto saying Haley Welch broke down in tears while talking about the alleged rug pull of her.
I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff and they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to like get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Everything's gonna be good.
Bro, this is actually, bro, all the false fucking bullshit about this bitch, endlessly pushed, and now she's getting her just desserts. Good. Total astroturfed fucking nonsense, right? Some whore talking about sucking a cock in a fucking Vox Pop interview, and she gets all this fame out of nowhere for no reason. And now she's getting absolutely feased. But dude, this is great. I'm glad. Good. Cry more, bitch.
Good. We're gonna be good.
No, you're not. FaZe Banks. FaZe Banks canceled the episode. Are you guys getting that? He was like, I can't be a part of this. And they posted the clip. I can't believe it. That's unbelievable. Do y'all understand how insane that is?
How this idea got brought to me, it was supposed to be like what they call it, a long-term coin. And the guy that ran the account, he was like, oh, we're going to change like the way everybody thinks of crypto. Crypto is going to be a good place. And I feel really bad for all the people that got affected by it, and it just didn't go the way I planned.
That's right, guys. Haley Welch is very sorry. She wants you to know she did not intend it to go that way. And that podcast clip, yes, it wasn't supposed to go out, but it just leaked. We don't know how. I approached, of course, the guys behind it, and they said it was an editor mistake. Oh, oops. Yes, the guys who interviewed us thought we may have insider traded the coin, but this guy says he vouches for the internal team, saying it was none of them. And Better, which is Jake Paul's team, I guess.
Bro, that's, yes. We're going to change crypto with a hawk to a coin. What? She should have known better. She should have known better. And if she didn't know, she should have fucking asked someone, or she should have fucking found out more information. Right? It's all this cope to justify trying to scam your fucking brain dead audience. Or scam whoever, you know? It's the coin, which is a meme playing off you sucking cock. What are you on about?
No way they would ever do something like that, guys. Believe us, we will likely never know the info leak. The clip posting leak today was an accidental by Better's editor who had the episode in the YouTube queue waiting on approvals to release.
Can you hear that? Are you guys hearing that in the background?
Now, I don't know if this is true or false. I thought the weird thing about this video is that like everyone has had, anyone in media who's like had a sensitive episode recorded, you don't like do all the work if you think it might get canned. Like obviously, right? These people not only edited the show, they put an ad in the leaked version of the episode, okay? So I'm not saying it didn't leak. I'm saying it's highly convenient.
This started. Game Time believes in me, y'all, and I believe in them.
Game Time's more loyal than most of y'all's mans out here.
Yeah, some of those guys just leave.
Wait, they did an ad read in their fucking podcast episode. Bro, this is like insane. It's like, have you got no shame? This is the average level of shame a white woman experiences when they do something wrong.
Leave it the first opportunity they get. Not Game Time.
Not Game Time, guys. Game Time wouldn't leak an episode on you. So that's just the start of this atrocious episode. But now that it's out, I did take a look at it, and it made me think twice about something that I've been trying to get to the bottom of for a while, which is that contract, the contract I keep asking about. Who was supposed to make the money, right? That's always the question in a case like this. That's what the boogeyman wants to know. I got to know who to scare. I got to know whose bed to get under to scare them at night. And I've been repeatedly asking this, and as I've said, basically their position is that she was just the small fry. She was the dupe. She was the person who got tricked into promoting this thing, right? This scam. But there was a certain thing she said that confused me, because I've heard two things. I've heard Haley Welch is getting half of everything, which is, she's not the mark. She's like one of the main players.
Will you be covering Earth updates freaking out? No, but you just reminded me. There's a video about... Do you remember the What If Alt Hist guy? And I was like, oh, I don't know how to cover this guy's meltdown because it's across numerous hour-long VODs. Someone's just released a video about him going over it all. But we'll have to do that tomorrow now. But yeah, I don't know what Earth Updates is. I've got no idea who that is.
Or two, she's basically getting 125K and nothing else. Well, I heard this during the show and it made me think, interesting.
Like half the money, it was supposed to go like into my charity. That's really why I agreed to do it.
Did you hear that?
Like half the money.
Half the money. Now that's very interesting. That's very different from what we've been told, which is like, oh, it's just 125K. I don't know if the part about the charity is true, that it was all supposed to go to charity. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Again, that's why I keep asking about the contract. Now, I went to their lawyer and I was like, look, I don't understand the secrecy with the contract. You could settle this so easily. This guy says, I'm on a phone call. Then he says something he's been saying the whole time. As I've said, the 50% of net proceeds, that's apparently what she's talking about, half the money, was from the mutually agreed upon allocation of tokens.
Okay. I'm getting a bit lost now. Is there more clips of her crying? I mainly wanted to watch that, to be honest. When it gets into this in-depth crypto analysis, I'm a bit like, okay, I don't know what this guy's on about now.
10% locked for 1 year with a 3-year vest thereafter. Memetic, which is Doc Hollywood, was to get the other 50% of the 10%. So not 50%, only like 5%, 1 year locked up. That's a terrible deal if you guys don't know that. And then he says her intention was to give her side to charity. We never got far enough down the road to make those questions. With regard to not sharing the contract, we can't, blah, 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 blah. We're in a legal situation. Now, this is where I finally had to play some of the cards that I had kept close to the chest up till now. See, I've been talking behind the scenes. I've been doing my little digging, right? And I got a very interesting insider document that a lot of people don't know about. This is from Doc Hollywood himself, which if you remember is like the key guy. Here he is saying, we'll do best to make it as simple as possible. The pre-sale raise is 50-50 Project Haley. Fees for market making and LP is split between us and Haley 50-50. Now that's a very, very different story than I've been told up until this point. It wasn't 50-50 pre-sale. Like, that's millions of dollars pre-sale.
Okay, can someone put this in Fortnite terms for me? Because I'm struggling. What the fuck is going on? I don't understand what... Okay, dude. I don't understand what's being said. That's what the... Yeah. Put this in V-Bucks terms. Okay, maybe I'll loop back round to understanding it in a sec. We'll see.
The fees were millions of dollars, okay? Or like $1 million. And that's what I say. Story's very different. This guy says, I think you can safely distrust anything coming from Doc Hollywood's mouth. He's denying it. He's saying, that's not true. And then he says, look, I just can't have the contract published online, willing to let you see it with your own eyes, and saying that's why he was going to let me see it on the podcast. I said, well, these messages were prior to the failure of Hawk to a coin. So I don't understand why would Doc lie? Like, this isn't him saying it to cover himself later. It's him like talking in a chat with other insiders back then. So once again, Christian denies it. He goes, he's not bright. I said, I don't understand your position. You want me to not trust internal messages from before the launch and trust you who refuses to produce evidence. This guy says, look, I can tell you what I think, but I don't have any.
Okay, this is actually pretty funny. Obviously in relation to the podcast. To be honest, I was just trying to pipe. That's quite funny. I'll give him that.
Any way of proving this. I then say, you said on the podcast you negotiated the contract personally.
I negotiated the contract with the company.
I don't get why Haley would benefit from such a bad contract if what you said is true. And this is really how I feel. Half of 10% of tokens plus 125K makes 0 sense for someone who's bringing in all of the name recognition. Like, you're bringing the whole thing and you're getting this like measly piece of the pie. It doesn't check out. Like, 125K is a lot of money, but they made like $4 million. So then he says this, the contract says she was paid 125K on signing, 200K within 30 days of launch. Interesting. We didn't know that. And 50% of the net proceeds of the project with mutually agreed upon tokenomics.
Okay, yeah, dude, I'm lost. This is not going in anywhere. I need something more my speed to describe this. Okay. Let's see if we can just find clips of her crying. I want to see a white woman in tears, upset, distraught. That's what I want to see. Okay, that's like the full episode. That's too much. Did he watch this clip? I think he watched this clip, didn't he?
I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff and they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to like get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry.
Cry, bitch!
Don't cry. Everything's gonna be good. We're gonna be good. And guys, listen, just as a temperature check, I just want to say, the first thing that she said to me off camera was, the minute you DM me, I really wish I just texted you and called you. And that speaks to me because of how I was introduced to crypto, and we'll get into that. But I'm also kind of on the back end of things too. Like, their team's been very forthcoming. My team is vetting them the fuck out right now and has been for the last week. Thread Guy and Frank, they're going to be on this episode. It's such a weird...
Bro. Where's his... Okay, no. Has she got a boyfriend? Pookie. Remember when Pookie came on? Her boyfriend Pookie was on the show. Oh, Pookie, come on the show, Pookie.
Blend and mash of worlds. No.
It rolled out.
Don't.
She's got tears. I see tears. She's got tears in her eyes. There. Yes. Perfect. Just what I wanted to see. Cry.
Mash of worlds. No.
It rolled out.
Don't cry, Haley. It's fine. It's all gonna be okay. Life is gonna be okay. Oh, Haley, no.
Oh, don't do that. Don't stare at me.
No.
You just
You're adorable.
Just give us a minute.
Okay. It's gonna be okay.
Well, so basically how this idea got brought to me, it was supposed to be like what they call it, a long-term coin. And the guy that ran the account, he was like, oh, we're going to change like the way everybody thinks
we've seen this already.
Crypto's going to be.
Is that the best clip from this thing? Where's the actual good clips? I want to see her break it down. It's like a 30-minute podcast. I don't want to watch all of it. Is this it? Is this the best one?
Be a good place. And I feel really bad for all the people that got affected by it, and it just didn't go the way I planned. And all the money out of this episode is getting donated to all the animals that have been affected by the fires up here.
And I'll match it.
Okay. So, fair enough. I thought she was running ads for her own pocket. Fair enough. That's a good thing that it's not going in your pocket. But why the fuck are you giving it to some random fucking burnt and crispy animals? Why aren't you giving it back to the people that you fucking pulled the wool over their eyes of? And to be clear, as I've said, yes, I don't give a fuck about retards getting ripped off, personally. But if you're going to do something, wouldn't it make sense that you would put money towards the people that you've actually wronged?
Me, Ricky, I'll match it, whatever. It's really, really important for me to make sure that we address everything and get through all of exactly what happened. I think that it's really, really important at this point to be totally transparent about everything that happened with you and your partners and this launch and in crypto, and what makes this bad and what makes what Iggy Azalea is doing maybe even good, and what makes Trump's doing different, right? I want to get through all that.
Okay. I guess that's about as good as you're going to get. Okay. Anyway, guys, I think that's it for today. What have we even got for tomorrow, dude? Fuck. We'll definitely do the What If Alt Hist vid, because I did want to get into that, but never was able to. That'll be fun. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Is who's going live? Is Queerman going live? Is Queer Man going live? Oh, dude. Jesus. Destiny, I already spoke about that. I covered that already. I spoke about it as it was happening. Live. Queerman is on at 4:30. Well, I'll raid into him. Dickers is live. Maybe I should raid Dickers. Not listening to Queerman, be silent for 30 seconds at a time between retarded Brit tech gods. I remember you from before. You really do not like Queerman, do you? You are not a fan. That is for damn sure. Okay. Oh, I know what we can do tomorrow. Because obviously, you know, the appetite for pirate software content doesn't really seem to have abated. So maybe I'll do the pirate software stuff out of my back pocket. I wanted to do the stop killing game stuff. Because I did speak about it briefly before, but we were looking at another video that was touching on it. And I wanted to watch Pirate Software's full response to it. And also look at what was the guy's name? Ross something. Something Ross, is that it? What's the guy's name? Queeman is just going to make a 6-hour stream out of Destiny's Twitter. That is so true. How is that so true? Ross Scott. Thank you, yes. I respect the hustle. I get it. That's his, you know, that's his thing. He's capitalizing on that drama and milking it. Fair play to him. I've done much the same. I've done much the same with other dramas. Respect the hustle. Respect the milking. Oh my God, yes, perfect. We can see what Louis Rossman said. Yeah. Because I think that, I remember when I covered that before, I remember there was like a war in Spicy Chat over it. There was like bitter disagreement about it. And I think the stop killing games thing is fine in principle. What it feels like is that a guy is coming forward and he's saying, hey, there's a problem here. Let's find a way to fix it. And hopefully we can find a way that live service games can't just be shut down with no ability for people to carry it forward. And people were acting like he was saying, well, no, this is exactly how it should be, and it needs to be set up like this. When I think he was just trying to start a dialogue about it and try to come up with a conversation in order to figure out a way that maybe you could manage it better to the benefit of all involved. But people were acting like he was saying very strongly. And then also, he was willing to talk to people that disagreed about it, like Pirate Software. Oh, wait, what? PlayStation outage? People couldn't play their single-player games? What? That's poor. PlayStation Network outage hits gamers across the world. A major outage of PSN on Saturday has left tens of thousands of gamers unable to access online services, stores, or multimedia apps. You're saying they couldn't play single-player games? It wasn't a shitstorm in Spicy about it. No, I remember Nicandros and others were arguing about it, no? Bro, what is going on? Pretty sure it was just everyone knows what's right and Queeman's dumb contrarian take that had nothing to do with the actual conversation. What was Queeman's dumb contrarian take on that? Oh my God, dude. Bro, dude, Queeman is such a little fucking rat, isn't he? He's sat there, dude, he's like just sat there. And then either, as my stream is coming to an end, he pops up so that he reminds to raid. Oh, hey Chud, I'm just going to make a comment so you know I exist, okay? And then when someone is like going at him, he's like, oh, actually, I won all those debates. Right? He's there waiting. He's ready. He's ready and waiting to capitalize in one way or another. So gay, bro. Not coming on your dead air Whoa! Fellas! Stop fighting in the war room. What's going on? Jesus. I don't know what the exact solution is. I just think that it's reasonable that there's some sort of dialogue or some sort of, you know, solution to this, so that if people are willing to, there's a handover of some fashion in a way that protects IP, so that people are able to still play the games that they've, you know, paid money for, right? I think that's a fairly reasonable concept. And of course there's going to be, you know, there's going to be like issues, there's going to be difficulties. Some games maybe it's not going to work for. But I think in principle it's a good thing to have like a discourse or a dialogue about, because it feels like as time goes on, we're getting less and less, like, you know, it's like we're moving so much more into the digital kind of landscape, and we're leaving something behind. I feel like we're just leaving something behind, and we need to somehow find a way to retain that, you know? Like, it's a problem. Yes. You will own nothing and will be happy about it. Right? Like, there's something amiss there. And presuming you've got ongoing access to it, then that, you know, but then that's the problem, you don't have ongoing access to it, you know? Yeah. Anyway, there we go. See, now I want to raid Queeman. It works. See, it works. In popping up in chat like that. It's been successful. Right. Let's have a look. Here we go. Yes. Wow. Predictors in chat correct. Okay. Okay, I'm going to raid him now. I'm raiding him now, okay? In fact, it's only fair that we raid him because DK has just insinuated that he's going to be the next Fosh. It's recompense for that. I will be raiding Dickers in the future, though. I think Dickers deserves a raid. Right, guys, as always, thank you for watching. Much appreciated. I had a great time. I hope you had a great time too. Go and watch whoever you want to watch. And I'll hopefully see you all soon, okay? Have fun, be good. And I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. 8 AM Eastern. See you there. Goodbye. Love you. Love you all. Goodbye.